Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 1. Declan. I grit my teeth as I step out of the private SUV, the lingering burn in my thighs reminding me every movement counts. Another away game behind me, another round of interviews and flashing cameras I can't stand. The driver offers a polite nod and I return it with a curt dip of my chin. No words exchanged. Works for me. Silence is the only thing I want tonight. My legs protest each step toward the glass doors of my building. The place looks exactly as I demand, exclusive, secure, and quiet. My PR team insists that my public image remains spotless, star defenseman, coveted brand endorser, a household name in hockey. But my privacy, that's non-negotiable. The paparazzi know better than to stake out here. The doorman has standing orders not to let anyone loiter. Once I swipe my key fob at the entrance, I'm in a fortress, shielded from the world. At the front desk, the night concierge gives me a subdued, "Good evening, Mr. Hayes." I acknowledge him with a small nod and keep moving, heavy equipment bag slung over one shoulder. The burn in my calves intensifies, courtesy of a hard-fought game and cross-country flight. I haven't decided which I loathe more, post-game interviews or the endless barrage of camera flashes. My penthouse is my refuge. It's where I can breathe. The elevator doors glide open, revealing polished mirrors and soft lighting. I catch my reflection, 6'4", broad shoulders that stretch any hoodie I wear, hair still flattened on one side from my helmet. I run a palm over my jaw, scruff rasping against my palm. Endorsement shoots require me clean-shaven, but I only bother when marketing demands it. Off the ice, I prefer low maintenance. My beard stays until someone complains loud enough to make me care. A faint ding signals my floor. It's almost midnight. The corridor is empty, recessed lights casting gentle shadows on the polished wood. My footsteps echo in the hush, each one a dull thud of post-game exhaustion. I'm already picturing the shower I'll take, steam, heat, the chance to wash away the tension knotting my neck and shoulders. Maybe a stiff drink afterward, something to dim the adrenaline. My hand tightens on the bag strap. I replay the press's questions from earlier, interrogating me about my slump, my mood, my life. They see any slip in performance as a sign of decline. I've been here before. The spotlight never relents, always searching for the next scandal or headline. I tell myself I can handle it, the same way I've handled dirty hits and rough ice my entire career. I reach my penthouse door, key fob ready. That's when I notice the shape on the floor tucked against the wall near the threshold. My gut tenses. The hallway is pristine. Packages are usually left at the downstairs desk. Nobody should be able to leave anything up here without security clearing it first. As I step closer, I realize it's not a package. It's a child's car seat, the kind parents lug around for toddlers. Dull pink plastic sides, a strap across the front, a small blanket bunched near the seat. My mind stutters. A neighbor's kid? A weird prank? Confusion tangles with something darker, a low hum of alarm in my chest. I set my equipment bag on the floor, hating how stiff my hands feel. I crouch, the strain in my legs ignored, and lean in. Under the blanket, a little girl, maybe 3 years old, sleeps fitfully, her cheeks flushed, dark hair fans across her forehead. My breath stutters, each inhale feeling sharp. 1,000 questions flash through me. Then I see a slip of paper tucked under the seatbelt strap. I tug it free, my hand unsteady as if I've just taken a hard check into the boards. The note is brief. Her name is Olivia. She's yours. I can't do this. Don't look for me. I stare at the words until they blur. I blink hard, rereading them. Olivia? She's mine. My body goes rigid, every muscle coiling. The girl shifts, her face scrunching, a soft whimper slipping out. Her eyes flick open, brown, wide. She sees me and shrinks back, uncertain. My stomach twists at the raw fear in her tiny expression. Silence swallows the hallway. No mother lurking in the corner. No father, other than me, apparently, stepping up to claim her. Just me. A man who spent the entire evening crushing opponents against the boards, now staring at a 3-year-old child in a pink seat. My mind scrambles. I've had casual flings, short-lived relationships, but never anything that hinted at a child. How could I have a daughter this old without knowing? My heart thumps so loud I swear she can hear it. If she is mine, then she's been out there for 3 years, unseen, unknown. My head buzzes with shock. Her lip trembles. She rubs at her eye with a balled fist, and I see the dampness on her cheeks. She's been crying, maybe before she fell asleep. A wave of helplessness crashes over me. I'm an NHL defenseman, paid to be the wall that stops pucks, the brute force that defends the team. But right now, I can't even form a coherent sentence. She shifts again, glancing around. My door looms behind me, the only escape into my private space. I exhale through my nose, forcing steadiness into my voice. Hey, I manage. It sounds foreign, too soft. Her gaze snaps to mine. Uncertainty flickers. The note is still clutched in my hand. Don't look for me. So whoever left her is gone, expecting me to handle this alone. My pulse pounds at the injustice. How does someone just walk away from a 3-year-old? My mind runs wild with anger and confusion, but I swallow it. She's not the cause of that anger. She's the victim. I lift the car seat by its handle, bracing for her to cry out. Instead, she just whimpers softly. I clear my throat and push open my door. The lights of the penthouse click on automatically, revealing an expanse of sleek furniture and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Chicago. Normally, I find comfort in the minimalism. Now it feels cold, too large for a child so small. I set the seat down on the kitchen island's broad surface, ignoring the thought that it's probably not the safest spot. I'm panicking. My entire body is tense. Gently, I unbuckle her. She's big enough to walk, talk, do all the things toddlers do, but she's quiet, likely scared. Her little sneakers dangle over the edge of the seat, and I notice she isn't wearing a coat. The night is chilly, and she was left in nothing more than jeans and a thin sweater with a glittery star on the front. The quiet tension shatters when she mumbles, "Mama?" Her voice is high and wavering, a single word that reduces my control to ashes. I inhale sharply, my chest tightening. How do I even respond? I'm no one's father. At least I never planned to be. I rub my hand over my stubbled jaw, mind blank. The note's words echo in my skull. She's yours. My throat goes dry. A few heartbreaks and one-night stands aren't exactly the best references for fatherhood. I glance at her again, how she's curled into the seat, hands gripping the sides. "Mama," she repeats, louder this time. There's a hint of a quiver, like she's one breath away from sobbing. I force my feet to move, edging closer. She's not here. My voice comes out rough. It's just me. Her eyes well up, and I see tears clinging to her lashes. The next few seconds feel like a ticking bomb. A meltdown is imminent, and I'm powerless to stop it. My palms start to sweat. I can block a full-speed winger, but a crying 3-year-old? That terrifies me in ways I don't want to admit. I fumble for my phone. Tessa Blake. She's known me forever, or at least since we were kids running around the block. She's my sister's best friend and has a knack for staying calm. If I call the cops, the press will have a field day. If I call a teammate, it'll get around the locker room in seconds. Family, nope. Tessa's my only shot at damage control. I punch in her number. She answers on the third ring, voice groggy. Declan? It's not exactly friendly, more startled, but hearing her feels like a lifeline. I drag in a breath. I need help! I rasp, forcing the words out. Olivia shifts, and a small sob escapes her. My heart kicks against my ribs. Can you come here? It's important. Tessa's tone sharpens. What's wrong? I can't even form a real explanation. I'm fine, just... My gaze skitters back to Olivia. She's trembling now, tears sliding down her cheeks. Please, I manage, voice hoarse. Tessa doesn't waste time. I'm on my way. She hangs up. No more questions, no scolding. Just like that, I have a thread of hope to hold on to. I slide the phone onto the counter and dare to approach Olivia again. She's fully crying now, chest heaving. Easy, I whisper, trying not to sound as unsure as I feel. Carefully, I slip an arm around her back and lift her from the seat. She weighs more than a baby would, but she's still so light compared to a grown adult. She scrambles, gripping my hoodie with small fists, tears dampening my chest. The softness of her hair tickles my chin. Shh, I mumble, patting her back like I've seen people do with kids. I have no idea if it helps. Her cries hitch, half stifled by my shirt. My pulse is a mess, throbbing in my ears. Everything feels unreal. The quiet penthouse, the city lights outside, this child calling for a mother who isn't here. I drift to the living room where the couch sits against a wall of glass windows. I lower onto the cushions, Olivia in my arms. She glances up, eyes wet, cheeks stained with tears. A pang of protectiveness slams into me, so fierce I can't breathe for a second. She's frightened, and I'm the only one here. The thought makes my chest coil with guilt. Shouldn't a father know exactly what to do? Anger at the anonymous note flares again. How could anyone leave her like this? But Olivia's sobs keep me anchored in the present. I look around helplessly. I have nothing. No snacks for a 3-year-old, no child's blanket, not even a single stuffed toy in this entire sterile apartment. I exhale slowly and tighten my hold, hoping my warmth is enough to calm her. Her crying slows, turning into soft hiccups. She sniffs, and I realize she's exhausted, face blotchy, eyes red. She curls into my chest, little legs tucked close. I feel each ragged breath. Minutes crawl by. My hoodie sleeve grows damp from her tears, but eventually her sobs ease. She lifts her head, blinking at me with wary curiosity. I try to smile, though it's more of a grimace. Olivia, I say, testing the name. I'm Declan. She wipes her nose on her sleeve, still quiet. She might not understand. 3-year-olds talk, but this situation is so far from normal. My mind jumps to random questions. Is she potty trained? Does she know how to feed herself? Does she have allergies? Frustration squeezes my lungs. I'm in over my head. My phone buzzes and I flinch. Tessa's name lights the screen. Relieved, I shift Olivia onto my lap. She clings to me like a lifeline and grab the phone with my free hand. You're downstairs? I murmur. I'm parking. Be up in 2 minutes? I manage a faint murmur of thanks and hang up. Another wave of tension releases from my shoulders. Tessa will know what to do. She's patient, great with kids. Used to babysit half the neighborhood if memory serves right. My chest constricts at the thought of her seeing me like this, rattled, clueless. But I have no choice. Pride doesn't matter right now. Sure enough, it's not long before I hear the elevator ding outside my door. I stand carefully balancing Olivia on my hip. She's calmer, but I feel her small hands gripping my hoodie. Her eyes dart around, anxious. My door camera feed shows Tessa stepping off the elevator, hair wild from rushing. She doesn't even wait. She knocks twice, urgent. I open the door to find her in leggings, a hoodie, sneakers scuffed at the toes. Her dark curls frame wide eyes as they immediately drop to Olivia. 1 second passes, then 2. She exhales, stepping inside and clicking the door shut behind her. "Oh my God," she breathes, setting her purse down. She peers at Olivia, who blinks back, eyes full of unshed tears. Tessa's voice is steady when she says, "She's older than I expected." That's all. No accusations, no judgment. She just meets my gaze. "What happened?" I glance at Olivia, then at Tessa. She was left outside my door. A note says she's mine. Each word tastes bitter, laced with guilt and disbelief. I had no idea. Tessa's lips part. It's clear she wants to bombard me with questions, but she pushes them down. Instead, she steps closer, hands gentle as she coaxes Olivia to look at her. "Hi, sweetheart," she says softly. "I'm Tessa. Can you say hi?" Olivia presses her face to my chest, but her crying doesn't start back up, which I'll count as progress. Tessa's gaze flicks to me. I see the swirl of emotions in her eyes. Concern, confusion, maybe anger that I somehow ended up in this situation. But she keeps her voice calm. Let's sit her down, see if she's hungry or thirsty. I carry Olivia to the couch. She clings tighter, refusing to let go. Tessa kneels in front of us, rummaging in her purse. I see a packet of tissues, a half-empty water bottle, and some candies. She offers one to Olivia, but the child just stares, uncertain. "It's okay," Tessa coaxes. "They're sweet, I promise." Olivia slowly reaches a small hand, takes the candy, and clutches it. She doesn't eat it, just holds it like a talisman. My chest feels tight again. She's so cautious, like she's waiting for someone to yank it away. Tessa's gaze flits around my Spartan living space gray sectional couch, glass coffee table, no trace of child-proof anything. She sighs. "She might need clothes, pajamas. Does she talk much? Did she say anything to you?" "She asked for her mom," I admit, voice low. I didn't know how to. I can't finish. Tessa's expression softens, and she lays a comforting hand on Olivia's knee. "Well, we'll figure this out," she says quietly. Right now, she might be hungry, tired, or both. She raises a questioning look my way. "Have you got anything she can eat?" I shake my head, frustration rippling. I live on takeout and protein bars. I wasn't exactly prepared. Tessa seems unruffled. "Then we start with the basics. Maybe a quick grocery run, snacks, something mild. If she's 3, she should be able to manage simple foods." She stands, phone in hand. "I'll see what's open. Maybe buy some pajamas, too." I nod, relief warring with a fresh surge of guilt. I'm an adult with a multi-million-dollar contract, endorsements, everything. Yet I can't even manage a child's meal by myself. My jaw clenches as Olivia shifts in my lap, the candy still in her hand. Her breathing remains shallow, and I feel her warmth through the hoodie. Tessa glances at me, her voice softer now. "I'll help, Declan, but you have to be patient with her. She's scared." "I know." The words come out like gravel. "Thank you. It's not enough, but it's all I've got right now." She makes a short list on her phone, snacks, pajamas, maybe a stuffed toy or blanket, then tells me she'll hurry to a 24-hour store a few blocks away. As she moves toward the door, I stand, still holding Olivia. My arms tense with the realization that Tessa is leaving me alone with this child, even if only for a short run. Olivia eyes Tessa, then tugs on my hoodie, burying her face against me again. Tessa pauses by the entrance. "You'll be okay, right?" She studies me, an undercurrent of worry in her tone. I nod, though my heart is pounding. "We'll be fine." I hope I sound convincing. She gives me a brief, reassuring smile before slipping out into the hallway. The lock clicks, and we're alone again. The penthouse swallows us in silence. Olivia's small voice breaks it. "Where'd she go?" Her words wobble. My pulse stumbles. She spoke clearly, and now I have to answer. She's getting you something to eat. I manage, my hand rubbing her back awkwardly. Her brow furrows. I want Mama. She sounds more plaintive this time. My chest tightens painfully. I search for a response that won't break her heart or mine. The truth is, her mother left her. The note proves it. But a child shouldn't have to face that, especially not in a stranger's apartment. I force a steady breath. I know, I whisper, easing onto the couch again. We'll find answers, okay? It's a useless promise, but it's all I have. She relaxes just a fraction, nestling closer. I cradle her carefully, feeling her small heartbeat against my ribs. Time grinds forward. The city lights gleam across the glass walls, reflecting off the black marble floors. This place used to make me feel powerful above it all, a silent fortress built to keep the world out. Now it feels cavernous and cold. Maybe I've been shutting out more than paparazzi and fans. Maybe I've been shutting out everything but hockey. And now here I am, blindsided by a reality that won't vanish when I close my eyes. My phone pings with a message, probably Tessa, or maybe a teammate checking in. I ignore it for now, focusing on Olivia. Her fingers cling to my shirt, and I rest one large hand on her back. Her eyes droop, exhaustion tugging her under again. She's had a long, scary night, left in a hallway like forgotten luggage. Fury churns in my gut at whoever could do that. But underneath the anger lies something more complex, an ache, a responsibility I never asked for but can't deny. After a few minutes, her breathing evens out. She's fallen asleep again. I adjust her carefully, leaning into the couch cushions to support her weight. Her hair smells faintly of some children's shampoo. My mind trips over the question. Was she bathed recently? Did her mother? No, I can't go there, not yet. A series of faint footsteps outside signals Tessa's return. The door swings open to reveal her juggling a couple of plastic bags, a small blanket draped over one arm. She shuts the door with a gentle click, then approaches, gaze flicking to Olivia's sleeping form. Still out? She whispers. I nod, and she sets the bags on the coffee table. I got apple juice, some crackers, a small plushie, just in case. A few things to tide us over tonight. Relief floods me. Thank you, I murmur, trying not to shift too much so Olivia stays asleep. Tessa unpacks the items, laying out pink pajamas, a toothbrush decorated with cartoons, a container of milk, and a small stuffed penguin. The sight of these child-sized things in my sophisticated living room is jarring, yet seeing them also eases the knot in my chest. Tessa glances at me. Do you have a spare room we can set up for her? She says it gently, but there's a certain finality to it, like we both understand she can't just leave once we give the girl a snack. This is bigger than a one-time favor. I clear my throat. Yeah, down the hall on the left I use it for storage, but it has a bed. I haven't stepped in there for weeks. It's probably dusty, barely furnished beyond a mattress. But it's something. Tessa comes around and carefully lifts Olivia from my arms. The girl stirs but doesn't fully wake. I feel the emptiness immediately, as if I lost the anchor keeping me grounded. Tessa's expression is focused and tender as she carries Olivia toward the spare room. I stand following a few steps behind, heart pounding at how natural Tessa looks holding a sleeping child. She's always been good with kids, I recall vaguely, babysitting the neighbors, volunteering at youth centers. Meanwhile, I never gave a second thought to the possibility of my own. In the dim glow of the hallway light, Tessa lays Olivia on the bed, tucking the blanket around her small body. The child shifts once, but settles quickly, the exhausted slump of her limbs telling me how drained she must be. I linger near the door, arms folded, feeling oddly protective yet out of place. My fortress, once a proud symbol of isolation, now shelters a 3-year-old girl and a woman I haven't let myself be close to for years. When Tessa finishes, she steps toward me, keeping her voice low. I'll stay tonight. We'll sort out the rest in the morning. There's quiet steel in her tone, like she's bracing for an argument or a refusal. But I only nod. Thank you, I say again. It's the one phrase that keeps leaving my mouth, and it still doesn't feel like enough. My gaze drifts to Olivia's sleeping form, small fists curled near her face. My daughter, if the note is true. Tessa's eyes follow mine. We'll figure it out, Declan. Whatever that takes. She reaches out, squeezing my forearm lightly. I stiffen, unused to the contact. But a beat later, I allow myself to relax, just enough to show I appreciate the gesture. Together, we stand there watching Olivia breathe, each inhale a reminder that none of this is a dream. My mind swirls with images of my father, distant, cold, never around to do more than criticize. Am I destined to repeat that pattern if she stays? Or can I rewrite the script? A swirl of guilt and determination tangles inside me. Tomorrow, the press will still be hunting for a story. The team will still demand my best. My father might call, or my sister might hear rumors. Life won't stop because I found a 3-year-old on my doorstep. But for tonight, at least, we can keep the chaos at bay. Tessa steps away, guiding me into the hallway and quietly pulling the door. I follow her into the living room where plastic bags and child-sized pajamas wait like a newly unearthed reality. She turns to me, exhaustion etched in her features but also resolve. I feel it echo in my chest. My phone buzzes, the screen lighting up on the coffee table. Probably a teammate or a friend. I ignore it. All that matters is this moment, Olivia asleep in the other room, Tessa ready to help, my own heart beating faster than I can remember outside a game. I rake a hand through my hair, letting the tension of the night surge and fade in a single breath. I'll make up the couch, I say gruffly, voice cracking. Unless you want the couch and I'll crash in my bed, doesn't matter to me. Tessa shakes her head, glancing around. We'll figure sleeping arrangements later, she murmurs, eyes flicking to the corridor. Her words hang between us, a reminder that everything has changed. No matter what tomorrow brings, the mother's sudden return, custody battles, or media firestorm, Olivia is here. And so is Tessa. The weight of it presses on me, a combination of apprehension and a strange sense of purpose. I step closer to the window, city lights shimmering below. My reflection stares back at me, tall and broad and uncertain, a man who spent his life perfecting a game plan on ice, but now fumbles in the face of real-life responsibility. I can't see Tessa's expression, but I sense her presence, steady and watchful. One shaky exhale later, I turn, meeting her gaze. Thank you, I say a third time, quieter, and in the hush, with Olivia's faint breathing drifting from the spare room, Tessa nods. We don't speak after that. We just stand there, the weight of this moment settling in, a silent vow formed between two people who never expected to find themselves on the brink of something so terrifying, so life-altering. I rub my nape, swallowing hard. My name is Declan Hayes, star defenseman for the Chicago Blades, disciplined, detached, notorious for shutting the world out. Yet tonight, I hold a responsibility I never saw coming. A 3-year-old daughter, asleep in the next room. And the only person I trust to help me is Tessa Blake, the woman I've kept at arm's length for as long as I can remember. It feels like stepping onto the ice without knowing the rules of the game. But I'm here, whether I'm ready or not, and I won't run. Not this time. Not with that little girl depending on me, on us. I push my hands through my hair again and let out a breath I've been holding for what feels like hours. One night at a time, Tessa said. Tomorrow, I'll face the rest. Tonight, I brace myself for a new reality, holding on to the faint hope that I won't fail her or fail Olivia in the process.
Chapter 2. Tessa. I stand by the window, the same one Declan hovered near moments ago. His sleek penthouse sprawls behind me, all muted grays and dark woods, lit only by the glow of city lights and a single floor lamp. My reflection stares back, A tired woman with hair escaping her ponytail, eyes filled with too many emotions to count. I should probably feel triumphant that Declan Hayes asked for my help, but instead, there's a hollow tightness in my chest. Somewhere down the hall, his 3-year-old daughter, maybe his daughter, lies asleep, unaware her entire life just changed tonight. Declan shifts near the couch, shoulders tense under his hoodie. He angles his head like he's about to speak, but hesitates. An echo of our conversation still lingers in the air. "We'll figure it out," I told him. "One step at a time," he'd said, voice raw. The apartment feels heavier now, silent except for the hum of the heating system. I try to center myself, but my thoughts keep drifting to the child in the spare room. Olivia, 3 years old, abandoned here with only a note. My stomach churns at the idea of anyone leaving a child on a doorstep in the middle of the night, but then I glance at Declan again, and my heart knots. He looks wrecked, hollow-eyed, every bit the silent fortress that never learned to ask for help, except he's forced to ask for it now. I take a slow step away from the window. "Should we talk about tomorrow?" My voice comes out quieter than I intend, echoing in the open space. I can't let us stand here in awkward silence all night. He drags a hand through his hair. I see a glimpse of the tattoos winding down his right forearm. Years ago, I thought they made him look intimidating, but I know they're pieces of his personal history, family tributes, symbols he never talks about. "Yeah," he mutters. "I guess we should." We converge near the coffee table, where plastic bags from my emergency store run sit half unpacked. A plush penguin peeks out from beneath a small pile of toddler pajamas. The absurdity of it almost makes me want to laugh. This is Declan Hayes, the star defenseman with the highest hits in the league, now contending with a stuffed animal in pink pajamas. But I choke down the urge, because none of this is funny, not even close. He motions for me to sit, and I do, settling onto the couch. He lowers himself onto the opposite end, knees apart, hands clasped. The position reminds me of those nights when we were younger, both of us sprawled on his parents' living room floor, playing cards or watching old hockey highlights. That was before I ruined everything by falling for him. Or maybe I was always in love with him, and I just got stupid enough to say it out loud 6 months ago. My chest twinges at the memory of that night, how I'd gathered the courage to confess, how he looked stunned, then pained, and finally said, "We can't." He mentioned Brenda, my best friend and his sister, and told me we'd never work, that he'd only ever see me like family. It gutted me, but I'd forced myself to accept it. Moved out of state for a while, tried to bury the pain under a busy schedule, and now, apparently, we're back in each other's orbit, whether we like it or not. I rub my palms against my leggings, focusing on the problem at hand. "First thing," I say, keeping my voice calm, "we need a DNA test. There are labs that handle discrete paternity results. We can make calls in the morning. Find a place that won't leak anything to the press." Declan nods slowly. "Yeah, I want absolute proof." A pang of sadness flickers in me. "She's yours," the note said. "She sure seems like she could be, given the mother's confidence in leaving her. But I can't blame Declan for wanting to be certain." "Once that's confirmed," I continue, "you'll need to get legal advice. If Olivia's mother reappears or tries to claim custody, this could get messy." He grimaces, a flash of anger tightening his jaw. "I don't know why she'd do this in the first place," he mutters. "Dumping a kid like that, at midnight. It's..." He stops, voice strained. I shift closer, compelled by the surge of protectiveness in his tone. "I know," I say softly. "It's awful, but we can't dwell on the why right now. Olivia needs stability, even if it's just for tonight." My gaze drifts toward the hallway. She's asleep, hopefully deeply enough not to overhear us. Declan's shoulders slump a little. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. He looks down at his hands, knuckles still raw from tonight's game. I just couldn't call Brenda. If she knows, my mom knows, and then my whole family. I don't want them or the media swarming me until I figure this out. I bite my lip. And you didn't think about calling anyone else? His eyes flick up, steel gray meeting mine. A faint tension lines his brow. No, he admits. It had to be you. You're the only one I trust not to throw me under a microscope or turn this into a circus. And you're good with kids. A small, humorless laugh escapes him. Better than me, anyway. My cheeks warm, partly from the compliment, partly from the reminder of how often we confided in each other back then. For a moment, I indulged the spark of pleasure that he chose me, but it's laced with old wounds. I push those feelings away, focusing on logistics. Okay, I breathe, leaning back into the cushions. So we do the test. In the meantime, I'll help keep her here discreetly. She needs clothes, food, a daily routine. 3-year-olds are more independent than toddlers, but they still rely on structure. He nods, swallowing thickly. How long do you think this might take? If it's a DNA test, plus lawyers, plus, I don't know, custody? A quiet tension settles between us. We both know that if Olivia truly is his daughter, this isn't a short-term situation. This is life-changing. I'm not sure, I say honestly. Couple weeks for test results, if we pay for an expedited process. Then there's more waiting, more paperwork. It could be months before you have a formal arrangement. Declan's jaw tightens. And you? He asks, voice hushed. How long can you stay? I know you have a life, a job, your own plans. I'm asking a lot. Yes, he is. The entire reason we haven't spoken in 6 months is because I told him I loved him and he shot me down. I was supposed to be moving on, building a new life away from the man who broke my heart. Instead, I'm here, sinking right back into his world. It's so reckless, but the thought of Olivia alone in some impersonal social services system makes my stomach twist. I can't abandon her. I can't abandon him either, apparently, no matter how much I've tried to forget him. I inhale slowly. I'll stay as long as I can, I tell him, keeping my voice steady. We'll figure something out. This is about Olivia. I won't walk away from her, a 3-year-old kid. I won't walk away from a kid like how my biological mother did. She's not mine, but she's a kid nonetheless. His gaze drops, relief etched into his features. As emotions flash in his eyes, I see the tension in his shoulders ease by a fraction. Thank you, he whispers like he's said 100 times already. It still sounds inadequate, like he's grateful and terrified all at once. I shift uncomfortably, brushing a stray curl behind my ear. You realize you can't keep her a secret forever, I say, a warning creeping into my tone. Eventually the world's going to notice. The league will notice. But maybe we can buy you time to get things in order. Declan's expression darkens. That's all I want right now. Time. I'll face the press, my family, all of it. Once I know for sure. Silence stretches, filled with unspoken truths. If this child is his, the persona he's carefully cultivated, bachelor, star athlete, no complications, will crumble. Part of me wonders if he's more afraid of fatherhood or the blow to his image. But I remind myself I've seen glimpses of him that the media never does. He's not heartless. He's hurt, guarded, and yes, stubborn. But I can't forget the way he held Olivia tonight. How quickly he reacted to her cries. He stands suddenly, crossing to the kitchen with tense strides, rummaging for a glass of water. I watch him from the couch, unwilling to follow. The overhead light grazes the broad set of his shoulders, highlighting the definition in his back under that hoodie. My mouth goes dry at how easily my eye trace his form. Even exhausted, he's painfully attractive. Big, solid, the kind of man who commands a room by his presence alone. It's infuriating how my pulse quickens, despite the hurt I harbor. He returns with 2 glasses of water, handing me one. Our fingers brush, a jolt of awareness passing between us. I force myself to meet his gaze, bracing for a rush of unwanted emotions. Instead, I catch the flicker of guilt in his eyes. He looks like he wants to say something about the distance between us, but instead he clears his throat. Here, he offers, indicating the water. You must be thirsty. I take the glass. Thanks. My voice comes out tight. All the words we didn't say 6 months ago crackle in the air. If we have any sense, we won't talk about it now. Not when Olivia's in the other room and we're both running on fumes. We should get some rest, I suggest softly. It's been a long night. Tomorrow I'll start making calls for the paternity test. Then we can figure out how to quietly buy more things she'll need. Maybe a real bed for her. Or we can convert that spare room into something more kid-friendly. He nods, glancing at the dark hallway. Right, I'll see about a furniture store that delivers quickly. Or maybe have my assistant do it. Then he grimaces. No, that'd be too obvious. She'll ask why I need kid stuff. I rub the chill out of my arms. We'll figure it out, one step at a time, remember? I smile, but it feels thin. Declan lifts a hand, like he might reach for me. It lingers in the air before dropping. Instead, he jerks his head toward the couch. You can take my room if you'd rather. I'll sleep out here. His voice is rough with fatigue. I shake my head. It's your place. I'll be fine on the couch. He doesn't argue. Probably too drained to press the point. I'll grab you some blankets. He heads toward a hall closet, rummaging inside. While he's gone, I tip my head back against the cushions, eyes sliding shut. The reality of everything hits me again. I left my own apartment at midnight, rushed over here, and found Declan cradling a terrified 3-year-old. I'm still numb from the shock, but beneath that is a tingle of something else. An echo of hope, maybe. Or the ache of an old wound threatening to bleed again. Being near him stirs up all the memories I tried so hard to bury. My confession, his rejection, the silence between us, and now this crisis. Tying our lives together once more. He returns with a stack of blankets and a pillow, placing them on the couch beside me. Here. His gaze darts to my face. Are you okay? I know this is a lot. I let out a weary exhale, forcing a small grin. I'll survive. Olivia's the one I'm worried about. She's the kid, after all. He nods, jaw tight. Then, as if some compulsion drives him, he casts one more look at the closed door down the hall. I can't believe she's asleep in there, he mutters. She was sobbing in my arms an hour ago. I reach up, touching his forearm lightly. His skin feels warm, solid. Kids are resilient, especially when they're that young, but she's going to have questions when she wakes up. We'll need to tread carefully. He stills at my touch, gray eyes flicking to my hand. For a moment, the air crackles with tension. I remember how it felt to stand close to him, heart pounding with the certainty of what I wanted, only to hear him say we couldn't be. My hand recoils slightly, but I keep it resting near his sleeve, hoping it conveys empathy more than longing. Okay, he murmurs. We'll figure out what to say. His stare lingers on me. Beneath the exhaustion, I catch a flicker of something unspoken. Regret? Curiosity? It disappears too quickly to decipher, and he tears his gaze away, shifting back a step. I should check on her one more time, he says. Make sure she's settled. I nod. I'll set up the couch, then maybe try to sleep. Sleep feels like a distant fantasy, but I'll at least close my eyes for a while. Declan hesitates, mouth opening as though he wants to say something else. Then he just gives me a small nod and moves down the hall on silent feet. I watch him go, heart in my throat. The man who broke me so thoroughly is now tangled in a crisis that demands every bit of my compassion. And damn it, I'm still here for him, no matter how hard I tried to walk away before. I shake out the blankets, smoothing them over the cushions. The city glitters beyond the glass, a stark contrast to the tangle of feelings lodged in my chest. Part of me wants to run, get an Uber, vanish. Let Declan handle this. But I can't. Olivia's face, tear-streaked and frightened, haunts me. She needs someone who can comfort her, and Declan needs someone who won't exploit his vulnerability. Against all reason, that someone is me. Footsteps signal Declan's return. He hovers at the edge of the living room, rubbing his neck in that nervous habit I've seen 1,000 times. "She's still asleep," he murmurs. "Seems okay." That's good. I fold my arms, suppressing a shiver of exhaustion. "We'll see how things go in the morning." He nods, eyes traveling over my makeshift bed. There's 100 unspoken questions in his expression. Will you really stay? Can I handle being a father? Will this destroy my life? I see them all, but I don't have the answers. Not tonight. I flick off the floor lamp. Now only the glow from the city outside bathes the penthouse in a soft ambient light. Declan stands near me for a moment longer. The shape of his frame silhouetted against the windows. Then he steps back, turning toward his room. "Good night," he says quietly, disappearing into the dark hall. I inhale a shaky breath, letting myself sink onto the couch. The plush cushions cradle me, but I'm too keyed up to relax. My heart hasn't stopped pounding since I walked through that door. Images swirl. Olivia's big eyes. Declan's terrified expression. My own raging confusion. I stare at the ceiling, letting the muted city glow dance across the paint. One night at a time. That's all we have right now. Tomorrow will bring more complications, more secrets we'll have to keep, and I'll be forced to navigate the unsteady ground between helping him and protecting myself from heartbreak all over again. I curl onto my side, hugging the pillow close. The silence of the penthouse feels oppressive, every sound amplified. In the background, the furnace hums. Farther away, a car horn blares faintly from the street. Somehow the quiet footsteps I've always associated with Declan's self-sufficiency now feel different, like we're no longer separate entities. We're bound by Olivia's needs, by the confusion her arrival has unleashed. Sleep tiptoes closer, and I close my eyes, forcing my body to relax. My mind drifts to a memory of Declan grinning at me when we were teenagers. Proud because I won a basketball game against some boys twice my size. That version of him felt untouchable yet safe. Now, I wonder if there's still something safe in him, some hidden well of care and loyalty he's never dared to express. Or maybe I'm clinging to illusions, the same illusions that made me confess my feelings 6 months ago. Either way, Olivia's presence changes everything. She deserves more than half-truths and hidden plans. If Declan is truly her father, then this fortress of his will never be the same, and neither will we. I force down a final exhale and let exhaustion drag me under. My last conscious thought is simple and terrifying. I'm still in love with him, and I can't afford to be, not again. But for Olivia's sake, I'll stay, and hope I don't lose myself in the process.
Chapter 3. Declan. Awake to a faint murmur of sound in the penthouse, clanking metal, a soft hiss of steam. My eyes snap open. For a second, I can't place the noise. Then everything from last night comes crashing back. Olivia asleep in my spare room. Tessa dozing on my couch after a marathon night of chaos. My lungs squeeze. This is my new reality. The clock on my phone reads 6:42 a.m. I drag a forearm across my face, adrenaline surging like I just stepped onto the ice. Normally I'd be up for a run or heading to morning practice, but today's different. I roll off my bed and push open my door, feet silent on the hardwood. The hallway's dim, lit only by the glow seeping in from the living area. A soft hum of Tessa's voice drifts to me, along with the smell of something cooking. My stomach clenches with a confusing swirl of hunger and nerves. She's awake. Did she sleep at all? Last I saw her, she was curled on the couch, refusing my offer to take the bed. Tessa never changes her mind once it's set, so I didn't argue. I figured she'd be exhausted enough to sleep until noon. I approached the living room and stopped short. She's in the kitchen, standing at the stove in a pair of leggings and one of my hoodies. Her dark curls are piled in a messy twist on top of her head, with a few strands brushing the back of her neck. She's humming under her breath as she flips something in a skillet. Heat trickles through me, pooling low in my gut. The woman in my kitchen is not some random friend doing me a favor. She's Tessa Blake, my sister's best friend, the girl who once confessed she loved me, and who I basically shattered with my rejection. My gaze lingers on the curve of her waist, the smooth angle of her jaw as she concentrates on cooking. I swallow hard, cursing the way I can't stop noticing how beautiful she is. Something inside me twists. I've wanted her for so damn long, even before her confession made it obvious. But after I told her we could never be together, I tried to bury all of that under a pile of bad decisions, hookups I barely remember, nights out that blurred, distractions. Shame scratches at my chest. She deserves better than a guy with a track record of running away from commitment. I press my lips together, forcing down the spike of guilt. I can't process anything else last night, but after sleeping it off and having her here in the morning, damn. Tessa glances over her shoulder, brow lifting in surprise. "You're up already," she says quietly, mindful of the closed door to the spare room. "I was trying not to wake you." My heart pounds a bit harder at the warmth in her voice. She keeps it soft, but I catch the undercurrent of uncertainty. We've been walking on eggshells with each other, maybe even longer than 6 months, if I'm honest. "Couldn't sleep," I mutter. I take another step closer, the smell of scrambled eggs and butter drifting through the air. What are you making?" Her lips curve in a hesitant smile. "Just eggs and toast. Something simple to tide you over until we get the day going." She shrugs. I figured Olivia might want something more than crackers this morning. If she'll even eat, she's probably still upset. She flicks her gaze to the hallway, and I follow her line of sight. I haven't heard any noise yet, but that doesn't mean Olivia's not awake, quietly confused about where she is. It feels like a hand squeezing my heart as I recall her tears last night. I still can't believe she's here, left by a mother who doesn't want her, or can't keep her. I don't know which is worse. Clearing my throat, I lean against the marble counter. "Thanks for doing this," I say. The words feel lame. I've been repeating them all night, but I don't know what else to say. My entire life is flipped upside down, and Tessa is here, stepping in as if it's the most natural thing in the world. She was always calm under pressure, but this is a whole new level. She accepts my gratitude with a brief nod, returning her attention to the stove. The overhead lights catch the brown gold flecks in her eyes. My gaze drifts lower, studying the curve of her cheek, the soft line of her mouth. This ache inside me intensifies. She's gorgeous in a way that makes my stomach clench. Always has been. It's not just her face, though. It's the way she holds herself, the way she doesn't back down from me when I'm at my worst. She deserves someone who'll give her the world, not a guy who's built a reputation as a womanizer who runs whenever relationships get hard, who has a baggage as tall as Mount Everest. "Hey," Tessa murmurs, pulling me from my spiral. "You okay?" I blink. "Yeah, just thinking." I cross my arms, hoping it steadies the flurry in my chest. "Did you sleep at all?" "Some." She shrugs, turning off the burner and moving the skillet aside. "Not sure how much. I kept listening for Olivia. She's quiet, though. Might be exhausted from crying. Her voice cracks on the last word, just a tiny bit, and it spears me with guilt. Olivia's tears must have reminded Tessa of her own childhood. I recall Brenda telling me once how Tessa's mother left when she was young. Tessa rarely talks about it, but I know it shaped her. It's probably why she's so determined not to abandon me and Olivia now, even after everything that went down between us. Before I can respond, the hallway door cracks open and a small voice calls, "Hello?" Olivia's uncertain tone wraps around me like a vice. Tessa and I exchange glances. She nods at me, wordlessly encouraging me to go. I head to the spare room. Olivia stands there, clutching a small stuffed penguin Tessa must have bought. She wears the pink pajamas from last night, hair mussed around her cheeks. Her eyes meet mine, brimming with confusion. I swallow. "Morning," I say, voice tight. "You sleep okay?" She nods, expression reserved. Then her gaze flicks over my shoulder toward Tessa in the kitchen. "I'm hungry," she whispers. My chest loosens in relief that she's not crying yet. "All right," I murmur, offering a hand. She hesitates before stepping forward. Her fingers wrap around mine, small and trusting in a way I'm not sure I deserve. This child might be mine, biologically anyway, and it hits me like a sledgehammer. I lead her toward the kitchen area, where Tessa sets plates on the counter. "Hey, Olivia," Tessa greets with a gentle smile. "I made eggs and toast. You like eggs?" Olivia nods, shifting from foot to foot. She looks so tiny, dwarfed by my furniture. Her wide eyes drift around, still trying to place this strange environment. I nudge a stool closer to the island, and she climbs onto it, stuffed penguin in her lap. Tessa plates a small portion of scrambled eggs, then cuts up the toast into bite-sized pieces. While Olivia stares at the food, Tessa slides me a plate, too. I murmur a thanks, still feeling like a damn intruder in my own home. We all eat in an awkward hush, the clink of forks the only real noise. Olivia pokes her eggs a few times, eventually nibbling at them. She doesn't say much, but she glances at Tessa occasionally, like she's trying to figure out if she's safe here. My chest aches anew. A child shouldn't have to question her safety this early in life. After breakfast, Tessa cleans up, insisting I sit with Olivia. I managed to coax out a few words about her stuffed penguin. She calls it Pengi, which coaxes the faintest smile from her. It feels surreal that I'm making small talk with a 3-year-old in the same penthouse I used to treat like my solitary castle. Everything has changed overnight, but I don't know how to handle it. Eventually, Tessa joins us, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "We should go soon," she says, glancing at me. "The pediatrician's office can fit us in at 10, and the lab for the DNA test is expecting us at noon. That cool?" I blow out a breath. The plan we hashed out last night at 3 a.m. now feels real. "Yeah, let's do it." My heart pounds, though. The DNA test could confirm that I really am a father. Or it could unravel this entire situation. Maybe she's not mine. But the mother sure seemed certain when she wrote that note. Anxiety knots my stomach. I get dressed quickly. Jeans, a black t-shirt that hugs my shoulders, plus a cap to hide my messy hair. Tessa helps Olivia into a fresh outfit we grabbed overnight. Stretchy black leggings, a pink shirt with a cartoon cat on the front. She looks surprisingly adorable, even though the shirt is slightly big. I watched Tessa tie Olivia's shoelaces, a tender expression on her face. A pang of something fierce and unnameable clenches around my ribs. Soon we're piling into my SUV, Olivia strapped into a borrowed booster seat I found in the building's lost and found. Don't ask me why it was there. I'm already making a mental note to buy a proper car seat if all this is permanent. My fingers grip the steering wheel too tightly as we drive through Chicago traffic. Tessa in the passenger seat, Olivia in the back. The hospital building looms taller than I remember. Usually I'm here for routine sports checkups or the occasional injury x-ray, not for life-altering DNA tests. We slip through a side entrance to avoid prying eyes. Tessa arranged the appointment under a fake name, part of our attempt at secrecy. Anxiety hums in my ears the entire time. The lab technician greets me with a hushed tone, leading us to a private room. He's professional, takes a swab from inside my cheek and from Olivia's, then informs me they'll expedite results, likely within 3 weeks, in person. He scribbles a number on a card and hands it to me. I tuck it away, my throat too tight to speak. Afterward, we head to the pediatrician's office. Olivia clings to Tessa, fussing that she doesn't want a checkup. Tessa soothes her by carrying her, whispering gentle reassurances. My insides twist at how natural Tessa looks with a child in her arms. She's only here because I begged, though. I have no right to feel comforted by her presence. We sit in the waiting room, me flipping through a battered children's magazine, Tessa holding Olivia on her lap. I find my gaze drifting to Tessa's profile, her smooth skin, the curve of her jaw, the way she bites her lower lip in concentration. Guilt claws at me. I was never good enough for her, so I pushed her away after her confession, said all the wrong things. Now I'm forcing her back into my life because I can't handle this alone. I loathe myself for it, but the alternative is letting Olivia fend for herself. Olivia sniffs, tears welling, demanding her mother. My heart splinters every time she whimpers mama. Tessa strokes her hair, quietly reminding her that we just want to make sure she's healthy. I stare at the floor, feeling powerless. Eventually, the nurse calls us. The pediatrician does a basic exam, checks her weight, height, ears, eyes. Olivia squirms and scowls, but Tessa keeps her calm. I stand to the side, arms folded, wishing I had the guts to offer the same kind of comfort. By the time we leave, it's almost noon. The city bustles with midday crowds, a far cry from the quiet tension in my chest. Tessa glances at my phone, which has been buzzing with calls from the team. My jaw tightens. I told Coach I needed time off, but apparently that's not an option. I answer one call, stepping away from Tessa and Olivia for privacy. "Practice starts in 30, barks Coach's voice. "We need you here." I grit my teeth. "Coach, I told you, I have a personal." "No more excuses. Show up or risk losing your spot in the lineup. Make it happen." The line goes dead. Frustration boils in my stomach. My entire life is in disarray, and the team expects me to function like everything's normal. Tessa notices my expression as I rejoin them. She lifts an eyebrow. "Everything okay?" "Practice," I mutter, raking my fingers through my hair. "They need me on the ice in half an hour." Her mouth forms a tight line and she nods. "Go, I'll take Olivia back to your place. We can figure out lunch or something." A pang of guilt stabs me again. "You sure?" I glance at Olivia, who's nodding off in Tessa's arms, drained from the checkup. "I don't want to dump her on you." Tessa's gaze is steady. "We have a plan, right?" "I'll handle it." "You do what you have to." I exhale, torn, but time is ticking, and I can't risk losing my starting position. "All right, I'll call you as soon as I'm done, I promise." Tessa nods and leads Olivia to a waiting ride share, carefully helping her into the seat. My heart twists as they pull away, leaving me on the curb, alone with 1,000 conflicting emotions. At the rink, everything grates on my nerves. I usually find relief in the slick feel of ice beneath my skates, the pounding adrenaline of practice. Today, I can't focus. My line mates notice, shooting me concerned glances as I fumble passes and lose track of plays. The coach's glare bores into my back. Tension coils in my shoulders. An opposing forward chirps at me during a scrimmage. Something about me losing my touch, maybe referencing my rumored slump. I snap. I slam him into the boards harder than necessary, practically roaring in frustration. The whistle shrills. Coach hollers at me to cool it. My teammates drag me back before a fight breaks out. Fury buzzes in my veins. I want to throw a punch. I want to break something. But a rational voice in the back of my head reminds me I have bigger problems now. A little girl at my apartment. Maybe my daughter, who needs me to keep it together. The coach benches me for the remainder of the scrimmage. I sit on the bench, breathing hard, pinned beneath a wave of guilt and shame. Everyone's watching me. My meltdown is one more sign that I'm unraveling. By the time practice ends, my muscles ache with exhaustion, but I haven't burned off the frustration. I shower quickly, ignoring concerned questions from the guys. I just want to get home, see if Olivia's okay, see if Tessa is still there. Part of me half expects her to bail after the way I jerked her around. When I finally step back into my penthouse, it smells different. A comforting mix of soap, maybe lemon cleaner, and something savory. My brows furrow. The place used to reek of stale air and leftover takeout. The lights in the entryway are softer than usual, the overhead replaced by a lamp Tessa must have turned on. I step forward, quiet, scanning the space. The living room is tidier. My random hockey gear is gone from the floor, stacked neatly in a corner. Olivia's booster seat, the borrowed one, leans against the wall. And then I see Tessa kneeling by the coffee table, wiping down the surface. She wears shorts that hug her curves, the same hoodie from earlier. She's bent forward, focused on scrubbing a stubborn spot. My pulse jumps at the sight of her long legs, the shape of her hips. Desire spikes, unexpected and fierce. I swallow, heart hammering. As if sensing me, she turns, pushing curls out of her face. "Declan," she says softly, standing. Her eyes skim my features, probably noticing the tension coiled in my jaw. "Rough practice?" I huff a laugh, dropping my duffel bag by the door. "You could say that." I glance around, searching for a small figure. "Where's Olivia?" "In the spare room," Tessa explains. "She fell asleep again. Must have been a draining day for her. I thought I'd tidy up. Maybe make dinner. I hope that's okay." A knot forms in my throat at how easily she stepped into this caretaker role. I rub the back of my head, trying not to stare at the way her hoodie slips off one shoulder. "You don't have to do all this," I mutter. "Cleaning, cooking, I don't expect." "I know." She cuts in gently, her voice firm. "I want to help. It's easier for me to keep busy anyway." I swallow against the sudden rush of gratitude and longing. She's standing here, in my home, looking like every dream I've ever had but refused to indulge. Her hair frames her face in a tumble of curls she's half pulled back, revealing the soft line of her collarbone. My gaze drifts, noticing how the hoodie skims the top of her thighs. Heat floods me. She's too tempting. I clench my fists, remembering my filthy track record, a revolving door of hookups, running away the minute things got complicated. Tessa deserves someone better, someone with a clean slate, not me. She steps closer, eyes searching my face. "You good?" She repeats the question from this morning, but this time I'm too raw to deflect. "Yeah," I lie, voice cracking. "Just everything. The test, Olivia, the team. My head's not in the game." She hesitates, then rests a hand on forearm, the simplest contact sending electricity through my system. "We'll figure it out," she says, echoing our mantra. Her tone is low, sincere. "Dinner's almost ready. I found some pasta in your pantry, didn't realize you had real food in there." I almost smile, but the weight of my desire tangles with shame. I can't keep looking at her like this. Every nerve in my body screams to tug her closer, crush my mouth to hers, drown in the solace she offers. But I can't. She's Tessa, and I'm me, broken, undeserving. Even if we hadn't destroyed our friendship 6 months ago, bringing her into my mess now is selfish. My voice comes out rough. "Thanks. You should eat too." That's the best I can manage, stepping away to put distance between us. She deserves a better man, someone who won't screw her over the moment he panics about commitment. She watches me, something flickering in her eyes, but nods. I take off my jacket, toss it on the counter, trying to ignore how she's watching me move. The tension in my shoulders throbs from practice, from the near fight I nearly started. I notice she's got the pot on the stove, gently simmering sauce. My stomach growls despite my turmoil. I step around the island, turning the burner down so it doesn't scorch. She stands beside me, close enough that I catch her faint scent. Jasmine, maybe. My heart lurches. I want to bury my face against her neck, breathe her in, forget that the world is falling apart. But I keep my composure, gripping the pot handle too tight. "How did it go with Olivia after the doctor?" I ask, trying to keep my mind off Tessa's mouth, which is far too close to mine. "She was fussy. Asked for her mom a couple times." Tessa's voice dips. I try to explain we're just helping her for now. She seems to accept that, but she's definitely confused. She fell asleep after lunch, so I let her nap. I nod, gaze fixed on the sauce. Makes sense. My voice is hoarse. Thanks for handling her. I'm sorry I had to bail. Don't apologize. She angles her body, leaning one hip against the counter. You have a job. I get it. I set the spoon down, turning slightly to face her. This can't be easy for you either, I admit, forcing myself to meet her eyes. I know what happened between us. Her lips press into a thin line. We don't have to talk about that now, she whispers, a tremor in her voice. There's enough going on. Something constricts in my chest. She's right. But the truth is, I've been thinking about it constantly. 6 months ago, I told her we could never be together, that she deserved more. Now here she is, stepping in like she always does. And I'm torn between gratitude and guilt. I clench my jaw. Still, I manage. It's not fair to you. She lifts a shoulder in a small shrug. Life isn't fair, Declan. I learned that a long time ago. Her gaze flicks away, probably remembering her own mother's absence. Then she squares her shoulders, focusing on the pot. We have dinner ready, so let's eat before it gets cold. I nod, swallowing the apology that hovers on my tongue. We move around the kitchen in a careful dance, dishing up pasta, pouring drinks. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife, but we pretend it's fine, glancing at the spare room door every few minutes in case Olivia wakes. My mind replays every look Tessa's given me, every time her fingers brushed mine. I want her, but I refuse to cross that line again, not until I fix the mess that is my life, if I ever do. We sit at the dining table, an elegant slab of glass that's barely seen use. Normally, I eat takeout on the couch or skip meals entirely, but Tessa sets out plates, silverware, napkins. My chest aches at how domestic it feels. The pasta tastes better than anything I've had in months, though. Maybe I'm just starved for normalcy. Good? Tessa asks softly, fiddling with her fork. Yeah, I manage, my throat tight. Thanks. I search for a distraction, anything to keep me from staring at her parted lips. I'll call the lab tomorrow to confirm the timetable for the results. They said up to 3 weeks, right? She nods. Expedited, but yeah. We'll probably get them around then. We should have a plan by the time they come in, like how you want to handle public announcements or telling your family. A heavy sigh escapes me. I can't believe I haven't told Brenda yet. Brenda, my sister, would flip out if she knew I was keeping something this huge from her. But I can't risk the meltdown that'd follow. Once I'm sure, I'll talk to them, just not now. Tessa reaches across the table and places her hand on mine, an unexpected gesture that squeezes my heart. You'll get through it, she murmurs. Her palm is warm, her touch a gentle pressure on my skin. Time seems to slow. I stare at her hand. My instincts scream to turn mine over, lace our fingers together, or maybe pull her across the table and kiss her senseless. But I don't. I just let her soothe me with that single touch. Eventually she pulls away, resuming her meal. We finish in a strained but companionable silence. After dinner, I help clean up, unable to stand the closeness of her for too long. My pulse is a riot in my chest. She's here, cooking in my kitchen, wearing my hoodie, still devastatingly gorgeous. And I'm stuck telling myself I can't have her. Not now. Maybe not ever. Because Tessa deserves someone who'll commit fully, who doesn't have an ugly track record of one-night stands and emotional avoidance. My father wasn't a shining example of fatherhood or fidelity, and I guess I inherited his worst traits. The shame is a constant, heavy stone in my gut. By the time the dishes are done, Olivia stirs in the spare room. We both rush to check on her. She's groggy, eyes puffy from sleep. Tessa picks her up, cradling her gently. My heart clenches at the sight. One fleeting thought crosses my mind. They look so right together. Then I crush it. I can't let my fantasies run wild. This is real life, not some fairy tale. Feeling okay? Tessa asks Olivia, who nods shyly. Want dinner? I guess, Olivia whispers, rubbing her eyes. Then she glances at me. Where, Mama? I force a calm expression. She's not here, I say, voice low. But I promise you're safe, okay? She just blinks at me, uncertain. Tessa carries her back toward the dining area, promising leftover pasta and maybe some applesauce. I linger behind, chest constricting. There's a helplessness to all of this that I can't stand. I'm supposed to protect Olivia, but I'm fumbling every second. I can't even handle my own chaos, let alone a 3-year-old's heartbreak. I slowly follow them, watching Tessa soothe Olivia into taking a few bites. My mind churns. Tomorrow is a new day, more challenges. I'll probably face more questions from the team, possibly from the press if they suspect something's up. Brenda might call. The weight of everything closes in. But then I catch Tessa's gaze across the table. She offers me a small, encouraging smile. My chest warms. For a moment, I let myself believe this might work out, that maybe I won't screw it up too badly. Then I bury that hope, focusing on Olivia's uncertain expression. I blow out a silent breath, reminding myself I'm Declan Hayes, the immovable defenseman who never backs down on the ice. Yet here I am, terrified by a child's tears and a woman's soft eyes. If that doesn't prove how unprepared I am, nothing will. Still, I can't abandon them now. Tessa's done enough of that in her own life. Her mother left her, and she's determined not to repeat that cycle. And I'm not my father. I refuse to be. So I stand by Tessa, gently rubbing Olivia's back while she sniffs at her dinner. This is how it's going to be for the foreseeable future. Me balancing a fragile child, a demanding career, and the impossibility of ignoring Tessa's pull. One slip, and I risk losing them both. But for once in my life, running doesn't feel like an option. Not when Tessa meets my gaze with quiet faith in me. Not when Olivia nestles closer, seeking comfort from a man she doesn't yet know. I swallow past the rock lodge in my throat, pressing a hand lightly on Olivia's shoulder. If I can survive the ice, maybe I can handle this. Another day. Another play. I focus on the warmth of Tessa standing next to me. The soft smell of homemade food, the hush of the city beyond these windows. One day maybe I'll feel worthy of it all. But for now, I'll do everything I can not to let them down.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 4. Tessa. I rinsed the last plate under hot water, the whir of the dishwasher blending with Olivia's soft giggles from the living room. It's mid-morning, less than a day since we took her to the pediatrician and rushed that DNA test. Declan's ready to leave, leaving me in this penthouse that feels too big and too quiet. But I can't deny there's an odd sense of comfort in filling the space. Last night after dinner, Olivia finally slept peacefully, and Declan retreated to his room, looking as if the weight of the entire city rested on his shoulders. This morning, though, he woke up early, pulled me aside, and said he'd arranged a quick meeting with building security to figure out how Olivia got in unseen. I hear him return, the door opening with a muted click. He calls my name, voice low to avoid startling Olivia, and I dry my hands quickly on a dish towel. When I enter the foyer, I find him standing with 2 security personnel. One I recognize as the evening concierge who's always polite, the other wearing a management badge. Their faces are grim, shadows under their eyes. "Miss Blake," the manager says, nodding toward me. He's a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair. Declan here asked us to review the CCTV from the night Olivia was found. I exchange a glance with Declan, who looks tense, jaw clenched. "And?" I prompt, crossing my arms protectively. The manager sighs. "It's strange. The footage from that exact time, around midnight or so, is missing. It's like the system glitched, or was tampered with." My stomach twists. "How is that possible?" He shrugs, frustration in his eyes. "We run a top-of-the-line system. We rarely have issues, but the recordings from that hour are corrupted beyond retrieval." Declan's voice drops into a near growl. "So there's no way of seeing who left her here?" "Not from our cameras," the manager confirms. Then he hesitates. "Also, one of our night guards resigned abruptly this morning, gave no notice. Could be unrelated, but it's suspicious." A chill slides through me. It's bad enough that someone abandoned a child at Declan's doorstep. Now it seems they knew what they were doing, ensuring no record exists. My thoughts race. Who would do that? And why? Declan rubs a hand over his face, the strain visible in the tension of his shoulders. "Thanks," he mutters to the manager. "Keep digging. Let me know if you find anything else." They nod, offering polite goodbyes before slipping out. I stand there, heart thudding in the sudden silence. Declan's eyes meet mine. Steel gray, guarded, yet beneath the surface, I see flickers of anger and worry. I step closer, lowering my voice. "You think Olivia's mother planned this? Tampered with the system?" He exhales a ragged breath. "Or someone else she knows. Either way, whoever did it wanted to vanish without a trace." My arms tighten around my middle. Olivia's mother left her here for reasons we don't understand, and now the building's footage is wiped. It's unsettling to think this might be bigger than a desperate mother. "That's intense," I whisper. Declan places a palm against the wall, leaning into it. "I'll talk to my lawyer. Maybe we can file a report, but there's no evidence." He drops his hand, expression flickering. "I have to get to practice. You'll be okay here?" My gaze darts to the living room, where Olivia hums contentedly, coloring in a book I found stashed in one of Declan's drawers, probably an old gift from Brenda. "We'll be fine," I say, injecting confidence I'm not entirely sure I feel. "Go. Focus on your game. I'll text you if anything weird happens." He nods, eyes lingering on my face for a beat too long. It's the same look I've seen before, a mix of gratitude and something else. something heavier. Then he swallows, mutters a soft, "Thanks," and heads out. The door shuts behind him, leaving me rattled by the conversation with security and the uncertainty swirling around Olivia's arrival. After lunch, Olivia and I settle on the couch to watch cartoons, but she grows restless quickly. I can't blame her. This penthouse, luxurious as it is, doesn't have much for young child. No bright toys, no yard. So I bundle her into a light jacket and decide a short walk would do us both good. We end up at a small park a few blocks away, not too crowded at this time of day. Olivia rushes to the swings, a grin lighting her face. My chest warms at the sight. She's so different from the scared little girl huddled in Declan's arms. When she squeals as I push her higher, my heart expands with a surge of protectiveness. Eventually, she slides off the swing, grabbing my hand and tugging me toward a cluster of trees. "Let's run," she giggles. I let her lead, laughing softly as we jog across the grass, weaving between benches. The city bustles in the distance, but here it's peaceful. Olivia's eyes shine until she suddenly stops, gaze locking on something across the park. Her small hand slips from mine, and she bolts forward calling, "No!" Alarm jolts me. I sprint after her, heart pounding. She's pointing at a cluster of bushes near the fence, face etched with fear. "Hey, hey!" I catch her by the shoulders. "What's wrong?" She trembles, tears welling. "It's the big bad wolf," she whispers, pressing her face into my jacket. My heart stutters. I glance around wildly, expecting to see some threat or suspicious figure lurking, but all I spot are a couple of moms with strollers and a jogger with headphones. "Olivia, there's no wolf," I assure, stroking her hair. "It's just—" She shakes her head frantically. "Mommy said he's always watching. He's bad. He'll hurt me." A surge of protectiveness and confusion floods me. "Sweetie, your mommy told you about a wolf?" I ask carefully, scanning the area again. There's no one near the fence. The jogger disappears around the corner, the mom still chatting obliviously. Olivia sniffles. She said if I ever see him, I should run." "Okay." I lift her into my arms, hugging her tight. My chest twists at the genuine terror in her eyes. "I promise there's no wolf here," I say, turning in a slow circle. Nothing. Nobody suspicious. Just normal park visitors. "But let's go, all right?" She nods, burying her face against my shoulder. My heart aches at how small she feels. I walk quickly out of the park, scanning every face. Was she just confused, traumatized by her mother's strange warnings? Or did she actually see someone? That evening, after Olivia's fed and bathed, I settle her into the spare room for the night. I leave the door cracked in case she calls out. Then, I slump onto the couch, replaying the park incident. Who's the wolf she's talking about? Why would her mother scare her with that story? Declan storms in, clearly fresh from a grueling practice. Sweat beads along his hairline, and he tosses his duffel on the floor. "You all right?" he asks, scanning my face. "No," I admit, voice tight. "Something weird happened at the park." I fill him in quickly, describing Olivia's fear, how she thought she saw someone. Declan's expression darkens, fists clenching. "She said wolf? Her mother warned her about him?" "Yeah," I rub my forehead. "I don't know what it means, but she was terrified. I had to calm her down." He mutters a curse, dragging a palm across his jaw. This is messed up. "Tell me about it." I exhale, leaning back against the cushions. "Declan, I'm worried. The security footage was tampered with, and now Olivia's talking about a bad wolf. What if someone's following her?" He sets his jaw, steel gray eyes flickering with anger. "No one's going to touch her." It comes out in a near snarl, protectiveness blazing. "I'll hire private guards if I have to." I nod, the tension in my mind loosening a fraction. His willingness to fight for Olivia steadies me, but before we can delve deeper, my phone buzzes. I glance at the screen. It's Kyle, someone I've casually been seeing for the past 2 months, though I've barely spared him a thought since stepping back into Declan's chaos. Declan notices my hesitation. Who is it? I hesitate, but there's no point lying. Kyle, I say quietly, swiping to answer. Hey, I greet, standing and stepping a few feet away. Sorry, things have been crazy. Tonight? He's asking if I'm still up for meeting at a bar. My stomach twists. I forgot we'd scheduled something. Suddenly, the idea of small talk and casual flirting feels so out of place. But part of me wants a break from the tension coiling around this penthouse. Declan's gaze burns into my back. I can practically feel the weight of his stare. My heart pounds. All right, I murmur into the phone. I'll be there soon. I hang up, clearing my throat. Declan crosses his arms, brow furrowed. You're going out? Yeah, I had plans. His jaw tightens. With that guy? I bristle at his tone. I forgot we scheduled this. I'm just going to meet him for a bit. Declan's voice edges with jealousy he has no right to. You sure you can trust him? I roll my eyes, anger flaring. Why do you even care? He steps closer, fists flexing at his sides. Because you're... He stops, swallowing. I'm just asking. Right. My blood sizzles at the hypocrisy. He's the one who always had a string of women who made it clear I wasn't an option. Now he's grilling me about seeing someone else? My heart twists. You're not my brother, I snap. You don't get to police my dating life. Silence drops, heavy and charged. Declan's eyes flash with something pained, but he draws a shaky breath. I'm sorry, he mutters finally, voice subdued. I stepped out of line. I press my lips together, regret prickling. No, I force myself to exhale. It's okay. I shouldn't have snapped either. We stand there, tension pulsing between us like a living thing. My chest aches with the weight of unspoken history. He clears his throat. Go ahead. I'll stay here with Olivia. I nod, feeling a swirl of guilt and defiance. Thanks. I grab my jacket, tossing a quick glance at the spare room door where Olivia sleeps. She's safe for now, in his care. Declan doesn't move, just watches me. The intensity in his gaze sets my nerves on edge, reminding me of all the feelings I'm desperately trying to bury. We had our chance. He made it clear we were impossible. So why does he keep acting like this? I slip out the door, heart thumping. In the elevator ride down, I try to steady my breathing, ignoring the pang of uncertainty gnawing at my gut. It's ridiculous that I feel torn leaving Olivia and Declan behind, even though part of me longs for a normal evening away from their drama. But as I step onto the sidewalk, phone in hand, I can't shake one thought. Declan claims he doesn't want me, but every time I try to move on, he bristles like I'm betraying some unspoken claim. And I hate how that flicker of jealousy in his eyes still makes my heart race despite everything. I inhale sharply, trying to clear my head as I hail a cab. Kyle's waiting, though I have no idea what I'll tell him about my abrupt disappearance from our casual arrangement. My mind remains tethered to the penthouse, Olivia's worried face at the park, Declan's smoldering frustration. The mystery swirling around that big bad wolf. I climb into the back seat, the city lights blurring past. I tell myself I'm allowed a life outside Declan's crisis, yet the hollow ache in my chest says I'm already too entangled to pretend otherwise.
Chapter 5. Declan. I slam the fridge door harder than I intend, the clang echoing across the penthouse. Olivia's crayons are scattered on the coffee table, and a random cartoon flickers on the TV screen, muted. She's asleep in the spare bedroom. I checked on her twice already, tiptoeing in to make sure she was breathing, clutching that penguin plush Tessa bought. Tessa. My stomach knots just thinking about where she went and with whom. She left about an hour ago. My gut churned watching her go, 1,000 protests trapped in my throat. But I had no right. I was the one who pushed her away. I told her we couldn't be together, told her all the damn reasons why it wouldn't work, and it didn't stop me from feeling like I'd been sucker punched the moment she left to see him. Kyle. That name crawls under my skin. I'm pacing the penthouse, eyes flicking at my phone every few seconds, torn between a desperate urge to call Tessa and a sliver of pride that says I have no right. She's not mine. I can't keep her from dating. Yet the jealousy twists in my stomach, hot and relentless. The image of her leaning across a bar table, maybe laughing at one of his jokes or letting him slide an arm around her waist, is enough to drive me insane. I take a shaky breath and sink onto the couch. I should be focused on Olivia. She's the kid, the innocent one whose life got flipped upside down. But all I can think about is Tessa in that dress. The thought of Kyle's hands on her sparks something dark and possessive inside me, something I have no right to claim. Finally, I can't stand the tension. I grab my phone, flicking through contacts until I reach Brenda's name. My sister is Tessa's best friend. She might know more about this guy. Maybe if I hear he's just some harmless geek, I'll calm down. My heart rattles in my chest as I press call. It rings twice before Brenda's voice crackles through. Declan, surprised to see your name pop up. You ignoring your big sister or what? I force a scoff. Been busy, I say tersely, eyes flicking toward Olivia's closed door. Listen, I, need Tessa's help with something, but I can't get a hold of her. A half-lie. I'm basically fishing for information. You talked to her lately? I know she's around. Brenda laughs lightly. Declan, you live in the same city as Tessa. Just call her. She sighs. But yeah, we texted a few days ago. She mentioned seeing this new guy, Kyle, a software engineer or something. They just started hanging out, but she sounded pretty happy about it. Software engineer, I echo, voice dipping. My jaw clenches involuntarily. She's happy? Brenda's tone turns teasing. He's apparently very sweet, quite handsome in a nerdy way. She said he's the type who opens doors, compliments her painting, stuff Tessa appreciates, you know? My knuckles whiten around my phone. Opens doors? Compliments her paintings? Probably whispers everything Tessa wants to hear, the smooth bastard. Huh, I manage. Why the sudden interest? Brenda asks, suspicion coloring her voice. My heart pounds. Just haven't seen Tessa in a while, I hedge, nearly choking on the lie. Need some help with, I'll figure it out. Thanks. Brenda snorts softly. Right. Listen, I gotta run, but let me know if you talk to Tessa. And hey, next time, don't wait so long to call your sister. She hangs up before I can respond, leaving me stewing in restless envy. So, Kyle's handsome, a sweet talker. Of course, Tessa would go for someone who treats her like a queen, someone who sees her worth without the baggage I bring. My jaw aches from grinding my teeth. I should be glad for her. She deserves someone decent. But it's like my chest is caving in, each breath tight. I set my phone down, glaring at it. The apartment feels oppressive, haunted by Tessa's absence. My foot taps relentlessly on the hardwood. Suddenly, the idea of sitting here, picturing her with that sweet-talking software engineer, becomes unbearable. Before my brain catches up, I'm snatching my phone again and pulling up Tessa's number. What the hell am I doing? She's on a date. If she picks up, I'll just sound pathetic. My thumb hovers over the call button. Don't do it, I tell myself, but the jealousy roars louder. Maybe I can say it's about Olivia. The moment I consider it, guilt clenches my stomach. Using Olivia as an excuse is low, but the desperation in my veins wins out. I press call. It rings, once, twice. My heart slams like I'm about to face off in the Stanley Cup. Then it clicks, and Tessa's voice filters through, a little breathless. Declan, is everything okay? Immediately, panic floods me. What do I say? Yeah, I stammer, cursing myself for calling. Look, sorry to bother you, Olivia. She's been fussy, crying a bit, I don't know. Tessa's tone shifts. She won't stop crying? Did something happen? I rub a hand over my face, cringing at how manipulative I sound. Maybe she's just restless, I hedge. I don't want to ruin your night. Sorry. She's already responding, voice firm. If she's upset, I'll come right away. Guilt flares, hot and sharp. No, it's fine. I backpedal, feeling like the biggest jerk on the planet. She's okay now, I shouldn't have called. Sorry. Her pause crackles over the line. I'll be there soon. Then she disconnects, not giving me a chance to protest. I drop the phone to the couch and stare at it, shame and relief warring inside me. Tessa's coming back. Because of a lie. I want to punch myself. 15 minutes later, the elevator pings in the hallway, and the door swings open. I stand in the kitchen, nerves strung tight. When Tessa steps in, my mouth goes dry. She's wearing a form-fitting black dress that hugs her curves in ways I can't ignore, hair loosely pinned, cheeks flushed, maybe from the rush of running up here. "Where's Olivia?" she demands, crossing the threshold with urgency. She's scanning the apartment like she expects to find my daughter wailing in a corner. Shame twists in my gut again, so intense I nearly can't speak. "She's sleeping," I manage, voice hoarse. "She's fine, Tessa." Tessa's eyes narrow, confusion flickering. "You said she was crying." She fussed a bit, but then she calmed down. It's a pathetic explanation, and we both know it. My gaze drifts to her dress, the slight sheen of sweat at her temple. She left her date to come here. My chest aches with conflicting emotions. She notices my stare, crossing her arms as if to shield herself. "So you called me for no reason?" Her voice is quiet, threaded with tension. I rub my nape. Sorry. I guess I panicked. With everything going on, I didn't want to risk her meltdown." Tessa's gaze flickers, anger mixing with worry. She sees right through me. I can almost hear her unspoken question. "Did you just lie about Olivia to get me back here?" Before she can demand more answers, I gesture to the wine bottle on the counter, newly uncorked. My mouth feels dry as I force out the words. "Look, you came all this way. Might as well have a drink." She hesitates, eyes still suspicious. Then, with a sigh, she sets her purse down. "Fine. One drink." I fetch 2 glasses, my hands unsteady. She moves to the living area, slipping off her heels, muscles taut with leftover frustration. I pour the wine, a red vintage I haven't touched in months. My heart rattles as I join her on the couch, handing her a glass. Her fingers brush mine, warm and soft, shooting electricity through my veins. We sip in silence. The hush is unbearable, broken only by the soft hum of the city outside. I can't tear my gaze from the slope of her neck, the slight rise and fall of her chest as she breathes. She's so beautiful, it's downright painful. I swirl the wine in my glass, searching for words. "You left your date," I manage, voice low. "Sorry." She sets her jaw. "Yeah, I did." Her eyes flick to mine, something vulnerable, hidden behind the anger. "You sounded worried, and Olivia's more important. Now you're telling me she's fine. Kinda messed up, Declan." Shame burns in my throat. "I know." I stare at my hands, nails digging into the couch cushion. "I'm sorry." Tessa exhales, taking another sip. She looks at me sideways. The tension tangles between us, thick and confusing. Guilt churns with jealousy. She was with Kyle, probably having a good time, until I yanked her back here under false pretenses. I'm a bastard. My mouth opens, an apology forming, but no sound comes. Instead, I set my glass down with a thud, leaning forward. "How was your night?" I ask haltingly, not sure if I want the truth. She arches a brow. "Why do you care?" My jaw flexes. He's good to you? I manage, forcing out the question. The words taste like acid. She shrugs, eyes flicking away. He's kind, smart, respects my time. We've been hanging out for a couple months. She lingers on that last sentence, as if reminding me I've been too wrapped up in my own mess to notice. Then she exhales, half laughing. But it's casual. Casual. The word does nothing to calm the hot coil of jealousy. My chest tightens. If you like him, I start, voice barely above a whisper. Why keep it casual? Tessa's eyes flash with anger. Maybe because the last time I confessed my feelings to someone, he shut me down so hard it broke me. I'm not making that mistake again. The quiet words slice through me. I inhale sharply, cursing my own cowardice. Tessa, don't. She holds up a hand. Her lower lip quivers, but she steels herself. You had your chance. You said no. Then you call me back tonight, lying about Olivia's tears? You have no idea how messed up that is for me. My defenses crumble. I reach for her hand, ignoring the voice in my head warning me not to cross another line. I'm sorry, I repeat, hating how inadequate it sounds. She's trembling, eyes stormy with frustration. I shouldn't be here, she whispers, trying to pull away. But my grip lingers and I shift closer, half desperate. I can't stand the thought of you with him, I admit, voice thick. I know it's not fair. I know I have no right, but I can't. She tenses, breathing uneven. Why? You don't want me? Her accusation snaps something inside me. Without warning, I lean in, capturing her mouth with mine. The kiss is a collision of fury, guilt, and longing, rough and ragged. Her wineglass tumbles from her hand, red liquid sloshing onto the floor. For a second, she stiffens, then melts against me, fingers curling into my shirt. A shock of heat courses through my veins. I deepen the kiss, cradling her face, tasting the wine on her lips. It's everything I fought against, all the pent-up desire raging free. My heart pounds with the realization that I've wanted this for so damn long. Suddenly, reality slams into me. Tessa deserves better than half-baked passion fueled by jealousy. She deserves a man who isn't always on the verge of running. I jerk back, breath labored. Her eyes snap open, confusion and hurt twisting her features. I struggle for words, my chest heaving. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. God. She slams her palm against my shoulder, not hard enough to really hurt, but enough to show her frustration. Why the hell did you do that? You keep yanking me around, Declan. You can't stand seeing me with someone else. But you don't want me yourself? Do you have any idea how that makes me feel? Her voice cracks on the last word and my stomach twists. Tessa, She stands abruptly, cheeks flaming with anger or embarrassment. Maybe both. Do you even realize how confusing this is? One second you're pushing me away, the next you're kissing me like I'm the best thing you've ever tasted. That's cruel. I reach for her, but she steps back, arms wrapped around herself. Tears shimmer in her eyes and my chest tightens painfully. I'm sorry, I whisper, the words woefully inadequate. I can't stop wanting you, but I can't give you what you deserve. She huffs a broken laugh. So you'd rather torture me? Great. Good to know. Her shoulders tremble, and my heart cracks at the sight. Before I can find a response, a small voice from down the hall calls, Tessa! We both freeze. Olivia stands in the hallway, blinking sleepily. She clutches her penguin, hair mussed. Tessa immediately softens, swiping at her eyes. Hey, sweet girl, did we wake you? Olivia nods, stepping closer. Why you mad? She whispers, voice small. Tessa's face crumples with guilt. We're not mad at you, honey. She glances at me, eyes filled with regret and leftover anger. Then she lowers into a crouch, holding out her arms. Olivia shuffles forward, letting Tessa hug her tight. My chest burns with shame. We woke a child from her sleep because we can't keep our own emotions in check. I take a step closer, wanting to reassure Olivia, but Tessa's protective stance warns me to stay back. "Let's get you back to bed," Tessa murmurs, guiding Olivia toward the spare room. I stand there helpless, stomach coiled in knots. A few minutes later, Tessa reemerges, shutting the bedroom door softly. She avoids my gaze, grabbing her purse off the couch. Wine stains darken the carpet near where she dropped her glass, but she doesn't even glance at it. "I have to go," she says, voice tight. "I'm needed at the gallery early tomorrow. They're hosting a morning preview, and I promised I'd help." Her eyes finally snap to mine. "I can't watch Olivia, so I'll ask Mrs. Myers, my neighbor, to do it. She's trustworthy, used to babysit kids all the time. I'll text you her info if you want to meet her first." My mouth feels like sandpaper. I want to protest, to plead for her to stay and talk this out, but the storm in her eyes warns me it's too late. "Sure," I say, my voice rough, "if that's what you think is best." She lifts her chin. I'm not sure what's best anymore. The words land with the weight of finality. She heads for the door, pausing only to glance at Olivia's bedroom once more. When she reaches the door handle, she turns halfway, eyes brimming with the same heartbreak I feel. "Declan," she starts, voice trembling. "You need to figure out what you want, because I can't keep getting crushed in the crossfire." My gut clenches at the raw honesty in her tone. I open my mouth to answer, but nothing comes. She waits a beat, then shakes her head and slips out, letting the door click softly behind her. I stand in the silence, pulse hammering so loud it drowns out my thoughts. The memory of her lips still lingers on mine, a bittersweet ache. I rake both hands through my hair, wincing as I look at the wine spill on the carpet. It's a perfect symbol of this entire night. Passion flared, then everything stained and ruined. Stepping forward, I grab some paper towels, half-heartedly blotting at the mess. My mind replays Tessa's words, the anguish on her face. I forced her to leave that date, kissed her senseless, then pushed her away again. She's right. I'm hurting her. But the alternative, opening myself up completely, risking all the demons that come with who I am, feels impossible. I toss the soaked paper towels, slumping onto the couch. My phone sits on the table, silent. I can't even call her to fix this. She won't pick up, not when she's this upset. My gaze drifts to the spare room where Olivia sleeps. I'm responsible for her now, maybe forever. The DNA results aren't even back yet, but my heart already feels bound to her. And Tessa's wrapped into this more than ever. I lean my head against the couch cushions, a hollow ache gripping my chest. I never wanted to be the guy who strings a woman along, but that's exactly what I've done tonight. If Tessa hates me for it, I won't blame her. I close my eyes, letting the guilt crush me, replaying how she looked as she fled. I'm sorry, I think again, words swirling in my head with nowhere to land. Eventually, I force myself to check on Olivia once more. She's fast asleep, soft snores escaping her parted lips. The sight tugs at my heart, a reminder of the innocence I'm supposed to protect. Get your act together, I tell myself, stepping back into the hallway. Because if I can't, I'll lose them both. Tessa, who's already halfway out the door, and Olivia, whose future depends on me not being a total mess. I glance at the empty living room. My reflection in the dark window looks hollow and tall, a man uncertain of every step. My father's voice echoes in my head, always telling me I wasn't good enough, that I'd never amount to anything off the ice. I clench my fists, pushing away the memory. I refuse to become him. But tonight, I sure as hell acted like a man incapable of love or honesty. The suffocating silence of the penthouse closes in, and I think about Tessa's last words. Figure out what you want. Do I want her? Everything inside me screams yes. Can I give her what she deserves? My blood chills at the thought of failing, of turning into my father who left me with scars I never quite healed from. But if I keep pushing her away, I'll just leave Tessa with her own scars. Maybe she already has them. I press my palms to my face, exhaling shakily. The city lights shine through the windows, a reminder that the night is still young somewhere, but in here, I'm drowning in regrets. Olivia stirs once in her room, and my heart clenches. She's the reason I can't run anymore. Tessa's the reason I want to try. For now, all I can do is swallow the guilt. I'll handle tomorrow's crisis, finding a nanny, dealing with practice, and figuring out how to keep Tessa in Olivia's life without torturing her. One day at a time, I remind myself. But as I sink into the couch, I can't escape the conviction that I've screwed up again, and this time, I might not get another chance to make it right.
Chapter 6. Tessa. I arrive at the gallery while it's still dark outside. The glow of the street lamps barely illuminating the sidewalk. My breath puffs in the crisp morning air as I let myself in with the key, pulling the heavy glass door shut behind me. I flip on the lights, revealing the hushed elegance of the main foyer. Gleaming floors, tall white walls, and the faint scent of fresh paint lingering from last night's touch-ups. "Good morning, Miss Blake," Janice, the gallery assistant, calls from somewhere behind a partition. Her voice echoes, bright with energy despite the early hour. I set my purse down at the reception desk. "Morning, Janice." My own voice sounds flat to my ears, still tangled in the aftermath of last night. I can't stop thinking about Declan. His kiss, his apology, the way he pulled away and left me feeling raw. Pushing that aside, I slip out of my coat and drape it over the back of a nearby chair. The day promises to be hectic. A private preview for a series of modern art pieces we've been preparing for weeks, plus a handful of potential buyers expected by lunchtime. No time to dwell on personal chaos. I pace through the open gallery space, checking the lighting for each painting, making sure the small placards are level, verifying the temperature is carefully regulated. My mind flits to Olivia unbidden, wondering if she's eaten breakfast yet, if Declan managed to get her to practice with him, or if he's left her with Mrs. Myers. He texted me once at dawn to confirm he'd handled childcare, but I haven't replied. I can't face him, not when my heart feels bruised from the whole fiasco. A tap on my shoulder startles me. "Tessa," Janice says softly, concern etching her features. "You okay? You look, I don't know, tired?" My mouth forms a half-hearted smile. "I'm good. Just a rough night. Let's focus on making this preview flawless, right?" She nods, though her eyes brim with curiosity. Thankfully, she doesn't press. We scatter to our tasks, me adjusting frames, her organizing the welcome table. Soon the hush of the gallery morphs into purposeful bustle. The caterers arrive, setting up petite pastries and carafes of coffee. A handful of staff join in, prepping final details for the event. I greet the first wave of attendees, mustering friendly smiles despite the knot in my stomach. As I guide a wealthy collector toward a set of sculptures, I hear myself describing the artist's vision in calm, measured tones. Yet my mind wanders to Declan's penthouse, to the warmth of Olivia's laughter. Then I recall the sting of heartbreak when he apologized right after kissing me, like it was a mistake. My chest tightens. I force myself back into the present, focusing on the collector's remarks about color theory. He nods appreciatively, and I move on, conscious that the entire day hinges on my ability to sell these pieces. If we don't bring in enough interest, the gallery's finances could falter. My boss relies on me for these smooth presentations. By midday, my feet ache in my heels, but adrenaline keeps me going. I step into the small staff lounge for a quick breather and find Kyle there, leaning against the counter with a gentle smile. My stomach lurches with guilt. The memory of ditching him last night for Declan's false alarm is fresh, and I haven't reached out to explain. He straightens as soon as I walk in. "Hey," he says, voice soft. He holds out a paper bag. "Thought you might be hungry. Brought sandwiches." My throat constricts. Kyle stands there, tall and lean, his hair perfectly styled, wearing that patient, earnest expression. He's always so considerate, but I can't help recalling how I left him in the middle of our date. "Thank you," I manage, stepping forward to peek inside the bag. "I really appreciate it." He shrugs. "Figured you'd be slammed today. No time to eat." He glances at the door, making sure no one's within earshot. Then, lowering his voice, he adds, "About last night, you ran off so fast. Everything okay?" Heat flares in my cheeks. I set the sandwich on a table, busying my hands so I don't have to meet his gaze. "Yeah, sorry. Emergency with a friend's kid. They needed me." He nods, eyes concerned. "Is the kid all right?" I swallow, a pang of guilt stabbing me again. "She's fine. Thanks for asking." Kyle reaches out, resting a hand on me. "You can talk to me if you need to. I won't pry, but I care, Tessa." My heart clenches because he does care. He's never been anything but kind. Yet every moment I spend with him, I'm thinking about Declan. "Thanks," I whisper, forcing a tight smile. "I'm okay, really." He nods, letting the subject drop, and we spend a few quiet minutes eating sandwiches together. The lunch is a welcome break, but guilt nags me with every bite. Kyle deserves someone who's not pining over another man, someone who won't abandon a date with no explanation. He's sweet, maybe too sweet. Eventually, the break ends. I thank Kyle for the food, and he squeezes my hand before leaving me to return to the gallery floor. I watch him go, chest heavy, wishing my heart wasn't so tangled in Declan's orbit. Maybe I should give Kyle a real chance, I think for the 100th time. But the memory of Declan's mouth on mine last night stands in stark contrast, a searing brand I can't erase. The afternoon rush comes and goes in a blur of conversation, small talk and art deals. By 5 o'clock, the gallery quiets. My boss congratulates me on a job well done, and I slip out, exhausted from the constant smiling. Stepping onto the sidewalk, I tug my phone from my purse. A single text from Declan. "We're good. Don't worry about Olivia." No mention of last night's kiss, no apology for yanking me around, just a short update. My chest tightens again, and I quickly pocket my phone. Mrs. Myers lives in the building next door to me, so I swing by on my way home. She's outside, tending to the small planters lining the stoop, humming quietly. At the sound of my footsteps, she looks up and brightens. "Tessa, dear." "Hi, Mrs. Myers." I exhale, relief washing over me at her warm smile. "I'm so glad to see you." She sets aside her trowel, dusting off her hands on a flowery apron. "I was just telling that handsome hockey player of yours, Declan, right, that I'd be happy to babysit his little one. She's such a darling girl." I swallow. "He's not mine," I mutter automatically, though the words sting. "Anyway, yeah, about Olivia." Mrs. Myers nods eagerly, clearly smitten with the child. "Declan came by this afternoon to introduce us properly. I watched her for a couple hours while he ran out to the rink. She's delightful, very polite, a bit shy." My heart warms at the thought of Olivia forging new connections. "Thank you for helping out. Declan's schedule is crazy, so we appreciate someone reliable." "Well, I can't do full-time," Mrs. Myers cautions, returning to her plants. "But for a few hours here and there, especially if you or Declan have appointments, I'm happy to help." He asked about a live-in arrangement, but I like my place too much to move. I told him no, but we'll figure something out. I nod, leaning against the railing. He's trying his best, even if he's driving me insane. Mrs. Myers smiles knowingly. "That's more than some fathers do. I can see how he looks at Olivia. He's protective. She's lucky." A swirl of emotion churns in my chest. Protective, yes. Enough to handle everything that's coming? I'm not sure. "Thanks again, Mrs. Myers. I'll let him know we talked." She waves me off cheerfully, returning to her gardening. I continue home, footsteps dragging. My apartment feels lonely when I step in, flipping on the lights and letting my purse slide to the floor. I flick through the mail, heart not really in it. Stale silence blankets the living room. A day ago, I wouldn't have cared. My place has always been quiet. But now, after Olivia's chatter and Declan's presence, it seems emptier than ever. I drop onto the couch, remote in hand, searching for some mindless show. But instead of old sitcoms, my TV lands on a sports network. An image of Declan flickers into view. He's in his jersey, face angled to the camera. My pulse trips. Is this an interview from last night's practice? A female reporter's voice. Rumors swirl around star defenseman Declan Hayes. Sources claim he's been spotted with Geneva Hale, the figure skating champion and daughter of sports sponsor Robert Hale. Witnesses say they dined together just last evening. My heart stutters, the remote slipping from my fingers. The screen cuts to a shot of Declan and Geneva in a restaurant, her glossy blonde hair pulled into a sleek bun, his arm loosely around her chair. They look cozy. Her hand touches his forearm, a bright smile on her lips. The headline beneath them, Hayes and Hale, new sports power couple. Ice floods my veins. This is recent. He was with me, kissing me last night, wasn't he? Unless he saw her after I left. What is happening? The footage cuts to a press conference snippet of Geneva laughing about enjoying good company, though she doesn't explicitly confirm a relationship. My stomach twists. Anger and hurt warring within me. This is how he's spending his free time? Cozying up to a sponsor's daughter who just happens to be a renowned figure skater? The reporter drones on, speculating about their compatibility. I mute the TV, pressing trembling fingers to my temples. A swirl of betrayal and confusion assaults me. He says he wants me, kisses me, then chases me off while he gallivants with a perfect ice queen. I stare blankly at the screen. My chest feels hollow, that old ache of being overlooked rearing its head. With a shaky breath, I power the TV off and toss the remote aside, tears pricking my eyes. This is what I get for letting him in again. Before I can crumble further, a knock rattles my door. I stiffen, wiping my eyes. Another knock, more insistent this time. I push to my feet, heart skittering. When I open the door, Kyle stands there, a paper bag of takeout in one hand and a bottle of wine in the other. He smiles. Surprise, he says, that soft warmth shining in his gaze. Figured you might need a pick-me-up. My pulse pounds, still raw from the Declan Geneva bombshell. I manage a small nod, stepping aside to let Kyle in. Hey, I wasn't expecting you. Didn't text, he admits, setting the food on my kitchen counter. I was worried you'd say no. He lifts the wine. I thought we could share a meal, talk. His presence is both comforting and suddenly overwhelming. I step away from the TV, not wanting him to see the paused screen of Declan's face. My voice trembles. Thanks. That's thoughtful. You didn't have to. He busies himself pulling out containers of Thai food, the aroma of curry and basil filling the room. I cross my arms, unsure if I can handle company right now, especially from someone I'm so ambivalent about. But rejecting him at the door feels cruel when he's gone to the effort. We sit at my small dining table, barely big enough for two. He pours wine into glasses, handing me one. I cradle it in my hands, appetite non-existent. My thoughts keep veering to that news clip. Declan leaning close to Geneva, her hand on his forearm. Kyle's voice breaks into my spiral. So, how's your day been? I force a smile, swirling the wine. Busy. The gallery preview was a success, though. He nods, offering me a plate of noodles. Glad to hear it. And that kid emergency? All good now? My throat tightens. Yeah, I think so. He studies me, brow furrowing. You seem off. Did something happen? Yes, something happened. Declan apparently has a new perfect girlfriend. Or at least that's the rumor splashed across sports networks. Pain flares in my chest, but I don't want to dump that on Kyle. He's done nothing wrong. I'm just tired, I say lamely, sipping the wine. He smiles sympathetically, reaching across to squeeze my hand. Let me help you relax. I nod, trying to muster genuine gratitude. We chat about trivial things, his day at work, some software glitch he solved. I pick at my food, stomach too knotted to eat more than a few bites. Kyle's voice becomes a soothing hum in the background, though my mind drifts to the image of Declan on TV. After dinner, Kyle suggests we move to the couch. I tense but agree, carrying my half-empty wine glass with me. He settles next to me, a bit closer than usual, one arm stretched along the back of the couch. You sure you're okay? He asks, voice dropping an octave. I try to keep my tone steady. I'm fine, just a lot on my mind. He shifts closer, placing his hand on my thigh. The gesture is more intimate than I'm used to from him. My pulse stutters. Kyle. He leans in, pressing a kiss to my temple, then sliding his hand higher. Unease skitters up my spine. Let me help you forget, he murmurs, brushing his lips along my jaw. I stiffen, setting my wine aside. Maybe not tonight. He frowns, fingertips digging into my leg. Tessa, come on. Don't you think it's time we took things further? My heart races. I told you I'm not ready. There's stuff going on. I can't. He forces a short laugh, eyes darkening. You're always pushing me away. Is it that ex? The hockey guy? Don't lie. Anger and panic churn in my belly. I try to shove his hand off. Kyle, I'm serious. Stop. He's not my ex. He doesn't move. Instead, he leans in aggressively, trying to kiss me. The smell of wine on his breath intensifies, making my stomach roll. My pulse spikes with alarm. Kyle, no. He grabs my wrists, pinning them. I'm tired of waiting, he says, voice ragged. You owe me at least a chance. I yank my arms free, heart pounding. Fear spikes, and I manage to scramble off the couch. I don't owe you anything. He rises, frustration twisted across his face. You keep playing with me, Tessa. My throat constricts. Get out, I command, my voice trembling. He lunges, trying to grab my arm again. I shriek, adrenaline bursting through my veins. Wrenching my arm free, I bolt for the door. My hands fumble with the lock, tears burning my eyes as Kyle's footsteps thunder behind me. I yank the door open, practically hurling myself into the hallway. Kyle snarls my name, reaching for my shoulder, but I slip away, sprinting to the stairwell. Suddenly, someone steps around the corner. Tall, broad. My breath catches when I recognize Declan's silhouette. He's dressed in a hoodie and jeans, a car key in one hand. I stumble into him, tears staining my cheeks. Tessa, he gasps, arms wrapping around me protectively. What the hell? Kyle bursts from my apartment door, fury etched in his features. The moment he spots Declan, he hesitates, but the momentum from his rage keeps him moving. This is none of your business, he barks. Declan's posture goes rigid, gaze locking on Kyle's menacing approach. He steps forward, shielding me behind his back. The hell it isn't, he growls. She screamed. Kyle's face twists. Stay out of it, Hayes. I'm just talking to her. I grip Declan's hoodie, tears still streaking my face. No, he tried. My voice breaks. In an instant, Declan's composure snaps. He lunges, grabbing Kyle by the collar. The height difference is staggering. Declan towers over him, fury in every tense muscle. You touch her again, I'll break your damn jaw, he warns, voice vibrating with barely contained rage. Kyle's eyes flare with fear, but he tries to shove Declan's hands away. She's mine. Declan slams him against the wall, not hard enough to truly hurt, but enough to assert dominance. I stifle a sob, heart pounding. She's not yours, you psycho. She said no, Declan snarls. Kyle, go, I manage, voice shaking. I'm done. He struggles for a breath, then finally, perhaps sensing Declan's unyielding fury, he wrenches free. You're crazy, Kyle spits, wiping his mouth. He shoots me a last hateful glare, then shoves past Declan, vanishing down the corridor. The echo of his footsteps fades away, and I realize I'm trembling head to toe. Declan turns, eyes still blazing. The hallway feels too bright, too cramped. My pulse thrums in my ears. He steps closer, resting a hand gently on my shoulder. Did he hurt you? He demands, voice taut with concern. Tears burn at the back of my throat. I shake my head, struggling to speak. I'm okay. I was so scared. Declan's expression softens, anger melting into relief. He wraps me in a hug, pulling me against his solid chest, and I let out a shaky breath. My mind whirls, adrenaline still buzzing. After a few moments, I notice headlights flickering through the glass front door downstairs. What are you doing here? I whisper, pulling back slightly. He hesitates, glancing toward the exit. I was in the neighborhood, he says softly. Olivia's in the car. She wanted to see you, but she fell asleep. I figured I'd swing by to check on you for a bit. His eyes trace my face. Then I heard you scream. Emotion shudders through me. Olivia's in the car? I repeat, voice cracking. He nods, glancing at my apartment door. You want to grab some stuff, or maybe come with me for a bit? Calm down? We can call the cops if you want. My head throbs. I squeeze my eyes shut. No cops, I murmur, too drained to file a report tonight. Can I see Olivia? Declan's gaze flicks down the hallway, concern etched in every line of his face. Of course. He keeps an arm around my shoulders as we descend the stairs, my legs still shaking from Kyle's assault. A swirl of emotions rips through me. Relief that Declan arrived. Confusion over his presence. Heartbreak from earlier. And overshadowing it all, a raw sense of vulnerability. Outside, the streetlights illuminate Declan's SUV parked at the curb. Olivia's silhouette is barely visible through the tinted windows. My chest constricts as I watch her small face, mouth parted in sleep. Declan opens the back door gently, revealing Olivia snuggled in a booster seat, a blanket haphazardly across her lap. Her penguin plush sits at her feet. His voice is quiet. She conked out halfway here. I didn't want to wake her. I blink back tears, reaching in to brush a stray curl from her forehead. The tension I'm holding in eases a fraction at the soft sound of her even breathing. Thank you, I whisper, for coming. He doesn't respond immediately, then quietly, I should have come sooner. Silence envelops us, broken only by the distant hum of traffic. I close the car door gently, not wanting to disturb Olivia. Declan and I stand on the curb, city lights reflecting off the asphalt. Every muscle in my body aches. What happened up there? He finally asks, voice gruff. I wrap my arms around myself, the chill of the night sinking in. He came over uninvited, brought food. Then he got pushy when I said no. My throat constricts again. I was so stupid to even let him in. Declan's eyes flash with protectiveness, but he tamps it down, stepping closer. You're not stupid. He's the one who crossed the line. His gaze flicks to the apartment windows above. If you need a place tonight, you can stay at my penthouse. I know we've got issues, but A tremor runs through me at the thought of going back there. I recall our heated arguments, the way he insisted we couldn't be together. Then the mention of that figure skater flares in my mind, and my chest tightens with fresh hurt. But I can't deny how safe I feel with him right now. I swallow. I might, just for tonight. He nods, relief mingling with uncertainty in his posture. Okay, I'll wait while you grab anything you need, if you can handle going back in. My heart stutters at the idea of stepping back into that apartment so soon, but I can't leave everything behind. I force a nod. Yeah, I'll pack a small bag, then we can go. His hand gently presses against my lower back in support. I climb the stairs again, unlock my apartment with trembling fingers. The space inside feels haunted by Kyle's presence, the air thick with leftover tension. I rush through, throwing clothes and toiletries into a duffel, barely processing what I'm grabbing. When I pass the living room, my eyes catch the blank TV screen. Images of Declan and Geneva flash in my mind. I grit my teeth, forcing it away. Right now, I just need to focus on staying safe. Anger and jealousy can wait. Back at the curb, Declan waits beside the SUV, one arm resting on the roof. He says nothing as I approach, just opens the passenger door for me. His silent steadiness is strangely reassuring. We settle inside, me in the front seat, Olivia dozing in the back. As he pulls away from the curb, I stare out the window at the passing headlights. My breath quivers, adrenaline slowly ebbing. Another swirl of guilt surfaces. I'm leaning on Declan again. After everything, I still can't resist his pull. He breaks the silence, voice kept low. Tessa, I'm sorry. About everything. I never meant... Don't, I whisper, hugging the duffel to my chest. Not tonight. He nods, jaw tightening, respecting my request. I glance over my shoulder at Olivia, her little hand curled around the penguin's flipper. The warmth of relief spreads through me, so potent I could cry. If Declan hadn't arrived, if Kyle had cornered me. I close my eyes, exhaustion pulling at every tendon. The city blurs past, neon signs and traffic lights streaking across my vision. At least I'm safe. Olivia's safe. For now, that's enough. Tomorrow, the chaos of Declan's rumored romance with Geneva might rear its head again, and the unresolved tension between us will demand confrontation. But at this moment, I cling to the quiet noise of the road, letting Declan's presence calm the jagged edges of my fear. We drive on, the clock ticking toward midnight, a sense of uneasy peace settling over the three of us. Outside, Chicago's skyline glitters like a promise of possibilities. Inside the car, I hold my breath, uncertain if I'm speeding towards salvation or another heartbreak. For now, I let the streetlights guide us forward, one turn at a time, with Olivia's gentle snores as a reminder that some things, like a sleeping child, are too precious to let slip away.
Chapter 7. Declan. I guide Tessa to my bedroom, Olivia balanced on my hip. The lights are dim, casting long shadows across the floor as I push open the door. My mattress feels massive and empty, but tonight, it won't be. Tessa is exhausted, her face etched with the strain of what happened, and there's no way I'm letting her sleep on the couch. Not after that close call with Kyle. She hesitates near the threshold, eyes flicking to the bed, and then back to me. Her duffel is clutched in her hand, knuckles white. I clear my throat, forcing gentleness into my voice. You can have my bed. I'll crash on the couch. She wants to protest, but she doesn't. Instead, she sets the duffel near the foot of the bed. Olivia stirs against my chest, eyelids fluttering. Tessa steps closer, brushing her fingers over Olivia's curls, and my pulse twitches at the sight of them together. I brace myself against the surge of protectiveness. Thanks, Tessa murmurs. Her voice is soft yet guarded, as if part of her is still reeling from earlier. I appreciate it. I nod, carefully shifting Olivia's weight. She's asleep, limp as a rag doll. Come on, I whisper to Tessa. We can tuck her in between some pillows. We manage to settle Olivia on one side of the bed, using spare pillows to section off a makeshift boundary so she won't roll off. Tessa kneels, smoothing a hand over Olivia's cheek. My chest tightens as I watch them, a fierce pang of guilt slicing through me. If I hadn't shown up when I did, would Tessa be safe right now? The thought churns my stomach. I step back, giving Tessa space to pull a blanket over Olivia. The stillness of the penthouse feels heavier than ever. Tessa finally stands, eyes meeting mine. The bruise of fear still lingers in her expression, even if she's trying to hide it. That bastard Kyle. The memory of Tessa's terrified voice echoes in my head, and I clench my fists, hating myself for not protecting her sooner. A shaky breath escapes me. I'll let you get some rest, I say, voice hushed. If you need anything, water, extra blankets, just yell. She nods, hugging her arms. Okay. A heartbeat passes, the air thick with unspoken words. Then she clears her throat. Good night, Declan. Night, I manage, turning away before I cave in and try to hold her. She doesn't need my touch right now, she needs safety. I close the door behind me with a soft click, my heart pounding as though I've just faced off in a playoff game. Sleep won't come. I spend the better part of an hour pacing the living room, occasionally checking on Tessa and Olivia. The couch mocks me with its cushions, but every time I lie down, my mind races. I keep picturing Tessa pinned by Kyle, that flash of desperation in her eyes. I grit my teeth, imagining all the ways it could have ended. The fact that I almost didn't arrive on time rattles me so badly, I feel sick. Eventually, I prop myself against the living room window, staring at the city lights. My phone buzzes once, some stupid promotional text. I ignore it, raking my fingers through my hair. My reflection glowers back at me in the glass, a tall man who can't keep his life from spiraling. The nightmares are piling up. Olivia's arrival, tampered CCTV, Tessa in danger. And now the media swirling rumors about me in Geneva. The thought adds another layer of shame. Tessa must think I'm hooking up with that figure skater. Great timing, tabloids. Exactly the kind of chaos I don't need. Hours pass in a blur of restless pacing. At some point, I think I drift off, half sitting on the couch, arms crossed over my chest. But the moment dawnlight creeps through the windows, I snap awake, neck stiff. My first instinct is to check on Tessa. I pad toward my bedroom door, pressing an ear against it. Soft breathing within suggests she's still asleep, or at least lying quietly. Good. The faint grumble in my stomach reminds me I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. I decide to make breakfast. Pancakes, the only thing I'm truly confident cooking. Brenda always teased me that if I messed up those, I'd be doomed as an adult. I rummage through the cupboards, finding flour, sugar, baking powder. My mind drifts back to childhood. Saturday mornings with Brenda, me flipping pancakes while she shouted instructions. The memory settles me enough to focus on each whisk of the batter, each crack of an egg. When the skillet sizzles with butter, I ladle the batter in perfect circles, the aroma filling the penthouse with something that almost feels like normalcy. I line up plates, syrup, fruit. My phone dings a reminder from the team about practice in a couple of hours. I exhale, flipping a pancake. Right, practice. Will Tessa mind watching Olivia while I'm gone? Or do I even dare ask after everything? Lost in thought, I don't hear the bedroom door open. But then a soft voice says, "That smells amazing." I whirl around, spatula in hand, heart jumping. Tessa stands there, hair rumpled from sleep, wearing one of my old t-shirts that must have been in the closet. The sight punches the air from my lungs. She looks so vulnerable, and yet heartbreakingly beautiful. "Morning," I manage, turning back to the pancakes so I don't stare too long. Hope you like them. I used Brenda's recipe. Tessa steps closer, a ghost of a smile tugging at her lips. Brenda's pancakes are legendary, so yeah, I'm definitely in. A hint of warmth flushes my chest at her smile. I slide the first batch onto a plate. Help yourself. I'll finish the rest. We settle at the island, Tessa taking the stool next to me. Olivia is still asleep in the bedroom, presumably worn out from her tumultuous day. Tessa picks up the bottle of syrup, tilting it over her pancakes. A thick stream pours out and she yelps softly. Oh, too much. A flood of syrup drips off the edge of her plate. Some splatters across her hand and lips. Without thinking, I reach to wipe a sticky droplet from her bottom lip. My thumb brushes against her mouth, sending a jolt of electricity through my entire body. She sucks in a breath, eyes widening, our gazes locking in a moment thick with tension. I can't tear my eyes away from the curve of her lip. My pulse thunders. I swallow hard and yank my hand back, heat flaming my cheeks. Sorry, I rasp, dropping my gaze. You had syrup? She licks her lip, her own cheeks dusting pink, and mumbles, Thanks. We both stare at the counter for a long second, the hum of the fridge amplifying the awkwardness. Clearing my throat, I force myself to break the silence. Olivia's still out, right? Tessa nods. Yeah, I peeked before I came in here. She's sprawled across the bed like she owns it. Her voice warms at the mention of Olivia. We can let her sleep a bit more. I bob my head, retrieving my own plate of pancakes. You okay? The question spills out, loaded with subtext. You okay after Kyle tried to hurt you? You okay after last night's tension? Her mouth twists into a wry smile. I'm alive. Grateful you showed up. She hesitates, glancing at her plate. But I'm still shaken. It's not easy to just forget. Guilt wells in me. I get it, I murmur, my appetite disappearing. I'm sorry. If I'd known. She raises a hand, cutting me off. Don't. We can't change what happened. She picks at a corner of her pancake, the syrup turning it soggy. What about you? That news segment about you in Geneva. I grimace. It's all nonsense. Trust me. She studies me for a beat, then nods, seemingly accepting my terse explanation. The tension lingers, but we both eat, an uneasy truce in the comfort of the pancake aroma. By the time Olivia wakes, blinking sleepily in the doorway, I'm gathering my gear for practice. Tessa is at the table, coaxing Olivia to try a small pancake with extra fruit. They exchange soft laughter, and my heart constricts at the domesticity of it. But I don't have the luxury to bask in it. Practice beckons, and my phone keeps buzzing with reminders from the team. I pull Tessa aside gently, voice hushed so Olivia doesn't overhear. I have to go. I'd skip it, but they're always on me about attendance. She presses her lips together, arms folded. For a moment, I think she'll refuse, but then she sighs. Fine, I'll watch her. Just don't be too long. Relief washes through me. Thank you, I murmur, swallowing a surge of gratitude. I sling my bag over my shoulder, heart clenching at the sight of Tessa's weary expression. I'll call if I'm late. She only nods, returning to Olivia. I step out, heading for the elevator, chest heavy with conflicting emotions, guilt, relief, and an undercurrent of longing that won't quit. At the rink, the usual chatter and scrape of skates on ice greets me. My teammates are in various states of warm-up, some stretching, others passing pucks along the boards. Coach prowls the sidelines, glare already fixed on me for being late. I exhale, shoulders tense. I plant my gear on the bench, starting to lace up my skates in tight, efficient motions. A couple of the guys notice me, exchanging a look before drifting closer. Landon, our left winger, smirks as he props a skate on the bench next to mine. Hayes, he drawls. Heard you're dating a figure skater. Fancy. My jaw tightens. Heard wrong. Mikhail, our backup goalie, snickers. You sure? There's pictures all over social media. Geneva Hale, champion ice dancer, sponsor's daughter. The press is calling you a power couple. He does exaggerated air quotes, and I fight the urge to punch something. I snap my laces tight, standing abruptly. That was months ago. Nothing serious. The media dug it up for clicks. My voice is controlled, but anger simmers beneath my skin. Landon shrugs, feigning innocence. Just letting you know, the rumor mill's in full swing. I shoot him a glare, stepping onto the ice, letting the chill snap me into focus. The rest of the team filters in, and we start drills. Usually, the repetitive rhythm of passing and skating calms me, but not today. My mind drifts to Tessa at home, to the betrayal in her eyes whenever she thinks about me and Geneva. I told her it's not true, I remind myself, but I'm not sure if that's enough. Practice escalates quickly, hard hits, speed drills, coaches barking instructions. My lungs burn, and sweat drips down my forehead beneath my helmet. I force my mind to stay on the ice, blocking the swirl of personal drama. The routine helps, if only for a short while. During a quick water break, I spot movement at the far end of the rink. Geneva Hale stands just inside the offices, her tall figure framed by the glass windows. My gut clenches. Why the hell is she here? Coach blows the whistle, signaling a break. While the others lounge on the bench, I yank off a glove and stalk toward the office corridor, ignoring my teammates' curious glances. Geneva meets me halfway, a brilliant smile on her face that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Declan," she purrs, brushing imaginary dust from her sleek jacket. "Can we talk for a moment?" I exhale, barely restraining my annoyance. "Make it quick." She arches a brow, unperturbed. "You've seen the headlines, right? People love the idea of us. A star defenseman and a famous ice skater. Perfect PR." Her gaze sweeps me from helmet to skates. "We could capitalize on that. Appear at events, sponsor deals, all the works." I scowl, crossing my arms. I'm not interested in playing pretend. Geneva's expression remains poised. It doesn't have to be pretend, you know. We did enjoy each other's company back then. She shrugs elegantly. A little arrangement wouldn't hurt your image either, especially with all the talk of slumps and secrets. Her words are calm, but they slice at my insecurities. A wave of anger flares. I'm not looking to fix my image by dating you. My voice drops, sharp. We had dinner months ago. Nothing came of it. Why bring it up now? She leans closer, lowering her voice. Because the world is eating up the rumors. Sponsors are calling me, excited at the prospect of us as a sports power couple. You could use that kind of positive attention, Declan. Her eyes flick with ambition. Think about it. Fame, endorsement deals, more control over your narrative. My jaw clenches. Tessa's face flashes in my mind, her softness, her unwavering loyalty. The idea of parading around with Geneva just for brand synergy turns my stomach. No, I say firmly, stepping back. I don't want that. It's best if you stay away from me. Geneva's facade cracks slightly, but she recovers fast. You sure? This could be big. Positive. I snap, turning on my heel. I'm done with this conversation. She mutters something behind me, but I don't bother to listen. I stride back to the ice, heart pounding. Geneva can spin her own stories. I'm not playing that game. The rest of practice goes by in a haze of aggression. My frustration leaks into every hit, every shot. I dodge questions from my teammates, ignoring their jibes about Geneva. Finally, Coach ends the session, admonishing me to keep my head straight. I pretend to listen, mind already drifting to Tessa and Olivia. Once in the locker room, I peel off my gear. My mobile buzzes in my bag, and I rummage for it. Tessa's name lights the screen. A sharp spike of concern hits me. She wouldn't call during practice unless it's serious. I accept the call, pressing the phone to my ear, tension coiling in my gut. Declan. Tessa's voice is laced with panic. I'm at the hospital. My heart seizes. Hospital? What happened? Is Olivia? She's okay. She's just sleeping. It's Mrs. Myers, Tessa explains, voice shaking. She was attacked in her apartment. I found her unconscious. There was blood. She trails off, choking on a sob. A mix of rage and fear surges through me. Where are you exactly? I'm on my way! She rattles off the hospital name and room number. Before she can finish, I'm yanking my sweatshirt over my head, nearly tripping over my bag in my rush. I'll be there as soon as I can, I promise, already sprinting for the exit. I drive like a madman, weaving through traffic, heart hammering. Tessa said Olivia's fine, but just imagining them witnessing that horror twists my gut. Kyle's face flashes in my mind, anger igniting all over again. Could he be responsible? After all, Mrs. Myers and Tessa are neighbors. When I burst into the hospital waiting area, sweat slicks my back. Tessa spots me immediately from a corner, Olivia asleep in her lap. She looks pale, eyes rimmed red. Relief floods her features when our gazes lock, and I cross the space in a few strides. I take in the scene. Tessa's duffel on the floor, her arms wrapped around Olivia. The harsh fluorescent lights making her look more fragile than I've ever seen. Tessa, I say quietly, crouching beside her. Tell me everything. She exhales shakily, cradling Olivia's head. After you left for practice, I needed to run errands. I tried calling Mrs. Myers to ask if she could watch Olivia for an hour, but she didn't pick up. I got worried, so I took Olivia with me to check on her. Her door was unlocked. Tessa swallows, tears brimming. I went in and found her on the floor. Someone bashed her head. She was barely conscious, Declan. My throat constricts. Jesus. Tessa's voice quivers. An ambulance came. The paramedics rushed her here. She's stable, but the doctors are monitoring her for a concussion. God, I don't understand why anyone would hurt her. I place a hand on Tessa's shoulder, the urge to pull her into my arms nearly overwhelming. Did you see anything or anyone? No, she whispers, shaking her head. But one of the neighbors said they glimpsed a man leaving in a hurry this morning. Described him. It sounded like Kyle's build. Short hair, dark jacket. Her fingers tighten around Olivia. I suspect him, but I have no proof. The neighbor wasn't sure. It was quick. Rage pulses in my veins. Kyle again. The bastard attacked Tessa, and now he might be after Mrs. Myers? My fists clench. That son of a... I stop myself, swallowing the fury. Right now, Tessa needs calm reassurance. We'll figure it out, I say, voice low. I'll talk to the police, hire security if needed. He won't get near you or Mrs. Myers or Olivia again. She blinks tears away, nodding, her grip on Olivia tightening. I feel so helpless. He's unhinged. I stand, sliding onto the chair beside Tessa, gently putting an arm around her. You're not helpless, I murmur. You got Mrs. Myers to the hospital. She's alive because of you. A shaky breath leaves her lips. I guess. She glances down at Olivia's peaceful face. I can't let anything happen to her. I won't let it, I say firmly, my own protective instincts roaring. First, let's check on Mrs. Myers. Then we'll talk to the doctors, see if they can let us know the extent of her injuries. Tessa nods, carefully transferring Olivia into my arms so she can stand. I hold Olivia against my chest, her small body heavy with sleep. The sensation tugs at my heart, reminding me that despite the swirl of chaos, this little girl needs us both, needs stability and safety. We approach the nurse's station, Tessa inquiring about Mrs. Myers' condition. A tired-looking nurse checks the chart, confirming Mrs. Myers is stable, but unconscious. They're running tests to ensure no internal bleeding. Tessa sags with relief, leaning against the counter. Olivia stirs, blinking up at me. Her voice is a drowsy whisper. Daddy? Tessa? Hey, kiddo, I murmur, brushing a hand over her curls. We're at the hospital, but everything's okay. She yawns, rubbing her eyes, confusion in her features. Is Mrs. Myers here? Tessa's eyes fill again. She's hurt, sweetheart. but the doctors are helping her. Olivia's bottom lip trembles, and I gather her closer, exchanging a look with Tessa. The heartbreak in Tessa's gaze is profound. I tuck Olivia's head against my shoulder, stroking her hair in what I hope is a soothing gesture. The doctor emerges from a doorway, scanning the waiting area. "Are you here for Mrs. Myers?" he asks gently. "Yes," Tessa answers, stepping forward. Can we see her?" He sighs. "She's still unconscious. We are monitoring her condition. You can sit with her if you like, but only one at a time. Family first if any arrives." Tessa's shoulders slump. "She doesn't have much family. I'll wait. Please let me know when she wakes." He nods, giving us a sympathetic glance before slipping away. Tessa stands there, arms folded, and I sense her spiraling frustration. "We have to call the police," she says quietly. "I did earlier, but they said they'd come talk to me later for a statement. Kyle might be out there. He's dangerous." I tighten my hold on Olivia, who's watching Tessa with worried eyes. "We'll do everything we can." I rub Olivia's back, my thoughts churning. Kyle nearly assaulted Tessa, and now Mrs. Myers is in the hospital. If the police don't handle it quickly, I might have to take matters into my own hands. Tessa glances around the stark hallway, exhaustion etched in her posture. "We should go. Olivia doesn't need to be hanging around here. I'll come back later, see if Mrs. Myers is awake." I nod, pressing my lips to Olivia's temple in a half-conscious gesture of reassurance. "All right, we'll head back to my place. Or do you need to go home?" Tessa hesitates, glancing at Olivia. "I don't feel safe in my apartment," she admits softly. "Not until they figure out if Kyle's behind this." Her vulnerability tugs at my heart. "Then stay with me. It's not even a question this time. I'll keep you both safe." The determination in my voice surprises even me. I might not have my life fully together, but I'll be damned if I let Kyle near them again. She nods, exhaling shakily. "Okay." We gather her duffel. She brought it along, likely not wanting to leave it at my penthouse, and I shift Olivia to my hip. The nurse at the station notices our departure, giving a gentle smile. "We'll call with any updates," she offers. Tessa mumbles her thanks, and we head to the elevator, hearts heavy. Each step echoes off the hospital corridor's polished floors as if underscoring the weight of this new crisis. Back in the SUV, Olivia's perched in her booster seat, quietly picking at the hem of her shirt. Tessa slides into the passenger seat, leaning her head against the window. Her eyes drift shut, and my chest aches at her exhaustion. "You okay?" I ask softly, starting the engine. She doesn't open her eyes. "Fine, okay," she murmurs. I feel numb, angry, scared, worried about Mrs. Myers, about Kyle, about everything. I grip the steering wheel. "I'm sorry." It's the third time in less than 24 hours I've said that, and it still feels inadequate. She just shakes her head, lips pressed tight. I glance in the rear view to see Olivia hugging her penguin, big eyes staring at the passing buildings. My mind reels with the idea that someone attacked an old woman who was kind enough to babysit. The city lights flicker by as we drive, each turn reminding me how quickly life can spin out of control. We reach my penthouse, the security guard waving me through with a concerned look. News of last night's fiasco and the tampered security footage must still have them on edge. I park, then help Tessa and Olivia inside, the hum of the elevator wrapping around us like a cocoon of tension. Once inside the penthouse, Tessa drops onto the couch, face buried in her hands. Olivia immediately crawls next to her, resting a tiny hand on Tessa's knee. My heart twists. I deposit our things by the door, locking it securely behind me, triple-checking that everything's secure. "I'll make some tea," I offer, shrugging off my jacket. "Or hot chocolate for Olivia. Something warm." Tessa peeks from behind her hands, nodding tiredly. "Sure, thanks." In the kitchen, I fill a kettle, my mind racing. Geneva's nonsense, Kyle's threat, Mrs. Myers in the hospital, Tessa living here. I welcome Tessa's presence, but the circumstances are nightmarish. My reflection in the microwave's shiny surface reveals a man torn between fury and fear. I can't lose focus. I have to protect them. When I return with steaming mugs, Tessa coaxes Olivia into sipping the hot chocolate. She murmurs a quiet, "Thank you," to me, eyes downcast. The tension in the air is thick, overshadowed by the day's horrors. I settle into an armchair across from them. My chest feels hollow, like it's bracing for another blow. Outside, the city buzzes on, oblivious to the storm in our lives. We sit in near silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts, fear, guilt, anger. Olivia stares at the swirling marshmallows in her cup, her expression too solemn for a child her age. Finally, Tessa meets my gaze, exhaustion carved into her features. "What if Kyle doesn't stop?" she whispers, voice trembling. "He might come after me or Olivia, or he'll finish what he started with Mrs. Myers." My jaw tightens, anger flaring anew. "He won't. We'll go to the police again and push for an investigation, maybe get a restraining order. I'll hire private security if I have to." I pause, trying to keep my voice steady for Olivia's sake. "He won't hurt you again. I swear." Her eyes glisten, a tear slipping free. She inhales shakily, wiping it away. "Thank you." Then she scoops Olivia into her arms, pressing a kiss to the child's temple. Olivia clings to her, confused but trusting. My heart constricts, wanting nothing more than to shield them both from the chaos swirling outside these walls. I glance at the clock. It's late afternoon, and the day has already been a lifetime's worth of disaster. My phone buzzes with a text from a teammate asking why I left practice in a hurry, if everything's okay. I ignore it, focusing on the two people who matter most right now. "Let's lay low," I suggest gently, standing. "I'll order some dinner. We can figure out our next steps once we have a plan." Tessa nods, relief edging her features. "Yeah, that sounds good." I cross to the kitchen area, phone in hand, scrolling for a takeout place that can deliver quickly. Over my shoulder, I see Tessa smoothing Olivia's hair, murmuring reassurance. The sight lands like a punch, reminding me how tangled we've become, how I can't imagine unraveling from them now, even if I'm terrified of letting them down, of turning out like the father who never showed me how to love properly. As I place the order, Tessa cradles Olivia, the atmosphere of the penthouse thick with unspoken questions. Will Kyle come again? What about the big bad wolf from Olivia's nightmares? The tampered footage, the guards, the fiasco with Geneva. The weight of it all presses on my shoulders, but I straighten, clearing my throat. If I can take punishing hits on the ice day after day, I can handle protecting Tessa and Olivia. I just need to keep it together. The rest, my messed up emotions, my guilt, my fear, will have to wait. I end the call for takeout, stepping back into the living room. Tessa peers up, eyes still tinged with worry. I manage a faint smile. Food's on its way. She breathes out a shaky sigh. "Thank you," she repeats, the sincerity in her voice tangible. I settle beside her on the couch, placing a hand on the small of her back. For once, she doesn't flinch. Olivia watches us with big eyes, tired but calm. We're not a perfect family, but for tonight, we're all each other has. The chaos may swirl outside, but within these walls, I'll keep them safe.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler, this story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. Chapter 8. Tessa. I fold Olivia's tiny socks into a neat pile, pausing to glance around the spare room, the same one that used to be crammed with boxes and unused sports gear. 2 weeks ago, Declan cleared it out and ordered a small bed for me, rearranging the space so I could live here without tripping over hockey memorabilia. A pastel area rug softens the hardwood, and a lamp with a floral shade sits on the corner table. It's not luxurious like his penthouse's master bedroom, but it's warm and it feels surprisingly homey. I never imagined it would be so easy to slip into a routine with him, under one roof. Each morning, I wake up to the faint smell of coffee from the kitchen. Declan's usually there, wearing sweatpants and a hoodie, whisking pancake batter, or scrambling eggs with his brows knitted in concentration. If he's not practicing early, he'll meet my eyes with a guarded half smile, as if he's still learning how to let me in. And yet, the tension that used to choke us has softened into something quieter, an awareness that we're in this together, even if we haven't labeled what this is. Olivia's day typically starts with a sleepy grin and a messy tangle of curls. She'll pad out of the spare room, my room now, clutching her stuffed penguin, eyes brightening when she sees Declan at the stove. She calls him Decky sometimes, a toddler's version of a nickname, and he never corrects her. He just ruffles her hair and murmurs a gruff, "Morning, kiddo?" I set the socks aside and check my phone, a quick glance to see if the hospital left a message. Mrs. Myers woke up 2 days ago, but she doesn't remember much about the attack. She said the assailant hit her from behind, and everything went dark. The police questioned her, But she couldn't identify Kyle or confirm if it was him. Worse yet, Kyle produced an alibi for that morning, making it impossible to pin him to the crime. The uncertainty gnaws at me, especially late at night when I recall how he lunged at me in my apartment. "Any news?" Declan's voice drifts from the doorway, pulling me from my thoughts. I look up. He leans against the doorframe, arms folded across his broad chest. His steel gray eyes flick to the phone in my hand, and I shake my head. "Nothing," I answer quietly. "Mrs. Myers is safe for now, but she doesn't remember anything new. It's frustrating." He nods, stepping into the room. The tension lines in his face tell me he shares my worries. We've been on edge ever since that night, Declan more so than he lets on. Every time he leaves for a game or practice, he double-checks the penthouse's locks, insists I keep my phone nearby, and sometimes even calls security to patrol the floors. I don't protest. I've seen the fierce protectiveness in his eyes, and I can't deny it steadies me. "Hey," he says softly, shifting closer. "Olivia's playing in the living room, and I'm heading out for groceries. You need anything?" A warmth spreads through my chest at the domestic normalcy of his question. More fruit maybe? She loves apples, and we're low on coffee beans." He nods, slipping his hands into his pockets. The t-shirt he's wearing hugs his shoulders, reminding me just how solid and tall he is. "Got it. I'll be back soon." I nod, smiling faintly. "Thanks." Our gazes lock for a moment, a brief spark of something deeper than gratitude flickering between us. Then he gives a half smile and turns to go. My heart stumbles. This is how it's been for days. Small moments that feel charged, as if we're both waiting for something to shatter the fragile peace or propel us forward. 2 weeks pass in a blur of careful routines. Declan juggles hockey practices, sponsor appearances, and fatherhood. I shuttle between the gallery, though I'm easing back, handling only the most critical tasks, and looking after Olivia. We visit Mrs. Myers in the hospital every other day, bringing flowers and reading her stories to lift her spirits. She's recovering well, though the bruise on her head is still vicious looking. Every time we leave her room, I feel the weight of not knowing who attacked her. Or maybe I do know, but can't prove it. The Kyle situation remains unresolved. The police keep telling me that unless Mrs. Myers remembers something concrete or a witness steps forward, they can't charge him. My stomach knots whenever I think about that man still walking around freely. Still, day-to-day life with Declan and Olivia feels unexpectedly good. We wake up and share coffee or orange juice for Olivia in the kitchen, discussing the day's plan. If Declan has an early practice, he's gone before we roll out of bed, but he leaves little notes on the counter. Back by 10, pancakes in the fridge. If I have a gallery meeting, I schedule it around his hockey obligations, so one of us is always with Olivia. She's adjusting beautifully, giggling whenever Declan swoops her up in his arms and play wrestles her on the couch. One evening, I catch him reading her a bedtime story, his deep voice rumbling through a silly fairy tale about a princess who tames dragons. Olivia's perched on his lap, eyes shining with wonder. The sight lodges a lump in my throat. He's a natural, even if he doesn't believe it. Seeing him embrace fatherhood so openly stirs emotions in me that I can't fully name. Admiration, tenderness, and the faint echo of longing for something more permanent. Then comes the day we've been anticipating, the DNA results. 3 weeks ago, we rushed that test, waiting for the lab to confirm what we already suspect. I guess a small part of me worried about the off chance it wasn't Declan's daughter, but deep down, Olivia's bond with him is undeniable. She's his in every way that matters. We gather Olivia in the living room that morning, waiting for a discreet lab courier to drop off the sealed envelope. Declan paces near the windows, tension radiating from his posture. I clutch Olivia's hand, her small fingers warm against mine. She doesn't understand the gravity of this meeting, only that something important is happening. At exactly 10 o'clock, the doorbell rings. Declan exhales sharply and moves to answer it. Olivia watches him, curiosity dancing in her dark eyes. I stand, smoothing my palms on my jeans, trying to calm the nervous flutter in my stomach. A few moments later, Declan re-enters, holding a simple white envelope. He closes the door, gaze flicking to me. "It's here," he says softly. I nod, urging Olivia to keep playing with her crayons. My pulse kicks up as Declan rips the seal. He unfolds the paper, scanning the text. The hush in the penthouse feels like a held breath. Then his shoulders slump, relief and acceptance mingling. He meets my gaze, voice barely above a whisper. "Positive. I'm her father." His throat works, eyes shining with an emotion I can't pin. 99.9%, no doubt. I swallow, a warmth flooding me. I knew the result, but hearing it confirmed stirs something profound. My gaze darts to Olivia. She's watching us with that serious expression she gets sometimes, as if sensing the significance. Declan kneels, holding out a hand. "Come here, kiddo." Olivia toddles over, crayons abandoned. Declan gently pulls her close, eyes brimming with that fierce protectiveness I've come to recognize. She peers at the paper in his hand, but it means nothing to her. All she knows is that she's with someone who loves her. My chest aches at the sight. "Everything okay?" she mumbles, frowning. Declan smooths a hand over her hair. "Yeah," he murmurs thickly. "Everything's okay." That night, we celebrate. Not in a grand, flashy way, just the three of us sharing a meal in the penthouse. Declan orders from a high-end restaurant, teasing me for never indulging in fancy takeout. Olivia giggles through bites of buttered noodles, clapping her hands when Declan attempts to balance a breadstick on his nose. There's laughter and warmth in the air. The weight of fear and uncertainty lifts. After we tuck Olivia into bed, she's dozing off mid-sentence, hugging her penguin. I slip into the kitchen to clear plates. Declan joins me, quietly picking up silverware. The hush between us feels charged. Each movement is heightened by the knowledge that we're alone now, truly alone. He sets the dishes in the sink, turns, and leans against the counter, staring at me. I feel his gaze like a physical touch, heart pounding. "I have a bottle of wine," he says, voice gruff. "Something expensive I've been saving. Thought we could open it." I swallow, nodding. "Sure." He retrieves the bottle, a fancy label I don't recognize, and pours 2 glasses. The lighting in the kitchen is soft, throwing shadows across his strong features. I take a tentative sip of the wine, savoring the full-bodied flavor. Declan watches me, eyes flicking to my lips as I swallow. I draw in a breath, swirling the wine in my glass. "So, fatherhood is official." My tone is light, but there's a deeper current beneath the words. His mouth curves, but it's not quite a smile. "Yeah, kind of mind-blowing, even though we already knew." He lifts his glass, studying the dark liquid. "I never expected any of this, but I'm glad she's here. I'm thankful." Emotion tugs in my chest. "I'm happy for you," I say softly, meaning every word. "Olivia adores you." He nods, exhaling. For a moment, we sip in silence, letting the day's triumph settle in. Then I catch the flicker of intensity in his gaze. He takes a step closer, setting his wine aside. My pulse jumps as the distance narrows. "Tessa," he murmurs, voice rumbling with an undercurrent of longing. "I can't stop thinking about you." He lifts a hand, brushing the back of his fingers across my cheek, warm and tentative. These past weeks, living together, it's been, I don't know how to describe it. Like I finally see what I've been missing. A tremble runs through me. I set my glass on the counter, heart thrumming. I feel it too, I admit, the words slipping out. Every time I see you with Olivia, or when you catch my eye across the room, it's like there's this gravity pulling us. He exhales, tension etched around his eyes. And I've tried to fight it for so long, but I can't anymore. My chest tightens with anticipation. Slowly, he leans in, gaze dropping to my mouth. I tip my head up, breath catching. His lips graze mine, soft at first, hesitant, like he's giving me the chance to pull away. But I don't. I lean into him, fingers curling around the collar of his shirt. A pulse of heat flares, and the kiss deepens. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 9. Declan. I stretch an arm across the sheets, fingers drifting over a soft, warm shape that definitely isn't a pillow. The realization jolts me awake, memories from last night slamming into my mind like a slap shot. Tessa, her silky skin, my hands tracing her curves, the closeness we finally allowed ourselves. My eyes blink open, adjusting to the morning light filtering through the blinds. I find her snuggled against me, hair spilling across the pillow in a wild tumble of curls. She's still asleep, lips parted in a soft exhale. A wave of something tender and fierce unfurls in my chest. Part disbelief that she's here, part relief that we finally stopped fighting what's between us. I lie still for a moment, every sense heightened. The hush in the penthouse wraps us up in an intimate cocoon, broken only by the distant hum of traffic far below. Normally, I'd be up at the crack of dawn, either heading to the rink or preparing a workout, but I can't bring myself to leave this bed, not when she's tucked against my side, breathing softly. Eventually, she stirs, lashes fluttering. Her eyes open, meeting mine with a momentary flash of uncertainty. Awkwardness flickers in her features. No doubt we're both thinking about how everything changed last night. But then she relaxes and a shy smile curves her mouth. My pulse thrums. "Morning," I say quietly, voice still gruff from sleep. She mirrors me, voice hushed. "Morning." Silence lingers, heavy with all the unspoken questions. Where do we go from here? Are we really doing this? I want to grab her, kiss her senseless again, reassure her that this wasn't just a mistake. But the faint knock of worry drums in the back of my mind, reminding me of all my baggage. Still, as she nestles closer, pressing her cheek to my chest, that worry fades beneath the warmth of her body. A small part of me wonders how long we can linger in bed. Reality, Olivia, exists beyond this door. But for a few stolen minutes, I let myself savor Tessa's weight against me, the steady cadence of her breathing, the press of her knee against my thigh. My life rarely offers such gentle mornings, so I cling to the moment. Eventually, we hear a muffled shuffle from the hallway. Olivia's footsteps, perhaps. Or maybe she's rummaging for crayons. Tessa seems to read my mind. She exhales a soft laugh and sits up, hair cascading around her face. I notice the faint red mark on her collarbone, left by my teeth last night, and desire flares again. She catches me staring, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. "We should get up," she murmurs, tugging the sheet higher. "Olivia might come in." The mention of my daughter tugs me back to reality. Yeah, my voice crackles. I'll, check on breakfast or something. Her mouth quirks. You're cooking? That's brave. I smirk, sliding out of bed. My entire body protests leaving her warmth, but the promise of a new routine, a new beginning, propels me. Watch me! I toss over my shoulder, grabbing my boxers from the floor and tugging them on. She laughs softly at my dramatic exit, and the sound sends a pleasant chill down my spine. 15 minutes later, I'm in the kitchen, phone propped against the backsplash, volume turned up. A YouTube video featuring some overly enthusiastic chef blares instructions on how to make the perfect French toast. I haven't tried cooking that in years. Pancakes are my usual go-to, but Tessa deserves something special. I want to show her I'm all in, that I'm not running from this, from us. Dip the bread quickly, ensuring both sides are coated. The chef's voice screeches, and I nearly drop the whisk in my rush to follow instructions. Then place it on a hot buttered pan. I rummage for bread, rummage again for the right spices. My spatula clatters to the floor and I huff in frustration. Meanwhile, the pan starts to smoke alarmingly. Crap, I mutter, lurching for the stove. I swirl the pan away from the flame, cursing under my breath. The smoke alarm might as well be waiting to screech. Calm, Declan. Calm. Behind me, someone clears their throat. I glance over my shoulder to find Tessa standing by the counter, wearing one of my big t-shirts again, lips twitching with amusement at the sight of me battling a smoking skillet. You okay there, chef? She teases, stepping forward to lower the heat. She flaps a dish towel at the faint wisps of smoke. What are you up to? I straighten, clearing my throat. Aye, French toast. My chest warms at her grin. Wanted to make something nice. Her eyes flick to the phone where the video is still blaring. And you chose YouTube for guidance? A sheepish laugh escapes me. Let's just say, pancakes are the only recipe I've mastered so far. Thought I'd expand my repertoire. She steps beside me, brushing my arm as she gently slides the bread into the egg mixture. Mind if I help? My heart stutters at her closeness. The awkwardness from earlier dissolves into easy adoration. She's right here, hair messy, eyes bright, wearing my clothes. She steals the whisk from my hand, setting it aside. I watch her with a soft ache in my chest, an ache that says this is how it should feel, how it can feel. Sure, I manage, swallowing. We work in tandem, coaxing the pan back to a reasonable temperature, carefully soaking each slice of bread. Olivia toddles in midway, rubbing her eyes. She sniffs the air. Smells funny, she announces, half accusatory. Tessa bursts into laughter, elbowing me lightly. Daddy's attempting a new recipe, Liv? I ruffle Olivia's curls. Hey, you'll love it, I promise with forced bravado, ignoring Tessa's smirk. Go get the plates, kiddo. She nods solemnly, scurrying to the cabinet. Tessa and I share a look, something glimmering between us that's more than a passing attraction. It's a shared comfort. We might not have spelled out what last night means, but everything feels different, softened, more intimate. Finally, we manage a decent batch of French toast. The slices look golden instead of charred, which I count as a major victory. I pile them on a plate, adding a dusting of powdered sugar. Tessa kisses my shoulder in silent praise, and my skin flushes with warmth. Breakfast is surprisingly smooth, and I only flinch once when Olivia nearly knocks her juice over. We settle at the table, Tessa across from me, Olivia beside her. Watching them tear into the French toast, Tessa with a quirked smile, Olivia humming with delight, sends a surge of pride through me. I made this happen. I didn't burn it all down. Halfway through the meal, Olivia sets down her fork, eyes shining. Can we go see the sea lions? She blurts. Tessa and I exchange quick glances. I arch a brow. Sea lions? Olivia nods, swinging her feet under the table. At Ocean Park, the big ones that do funny tricks. Oh, Tessa breathes. She must have seen an ad or something, or maybe Mrs. Myers told her about it. I shrug, meeting Olivia's hopeful gaze. The memory of Tessa's brush with danger, plus all the overshadowing stress we've had, looms in my mind. Maybe we need a break from the penthouse. Sure, I say, trying to inject enthusiasm. Ocean Park Sea Lions sounds fun. Tessa cocks her head. Are you sure? We can do it another day if you've got training or... I shake my head. No practice today. I'd planned to spend it with you two. Let's call it a family day. The moment those words slip out, the air thickens. Family day sounds bigger than a casual outing. It implies something real, something official. My heart thuds, but I don't backtrack. Instead, I hold Tessa's gaze, letting her see how serious I am. She blinks, a slow smile curving her mouth. Family day, she echoes quietly, nodding. I like that. Olivia beams, clapping. Family day, family day. I ruffle her hair again, swallowing an unexpected lump in my throat. Yeah, family. That's what we're becoming, right? Later, we bundle up, loading into my SUV. I tuck Olivia into her booster seat, Tessa in the passenger seat, and start the drive across the city. My stomach buzzes with a weird combination of nerves and excitement, like I'm stepping onto the ice for a major game, except this time the stakes are entirely personal. I want this day to be perfect. Ridiculous, maybe, but that's how I feel. On the way, Tessa hums along to the radio. Olivia pipes up from the back with an occasional, "Are we there yet?" or random stories about sea lions. I can't help sneaking glances at Tessa, marveling at how easily she fits here in my life. The tension that once weighed me down, fear of fatherhood, guilt over my past, hasn't vanished, but it's quieter, replaced by the promise of something good. We arrive at Ocean Park, a sprawling marine sanctuary/amusement park. The parking lot is already buzzing with families despite the midweek lull. I glance around cautiously, adjusting a simple black baseball cap low over my forehead, plus a face mask. I'm not exactly in witness protection, but being a well-known hockey player with rumors swirling about me and Geneva, plus a hidden daughter, has me on edge. I'd rather not end up splashed across social media. Tessa notices my awkward adjusting of the mask. She lays a hand on my arm, her expression understanding. We'll keep a low profile, she murmurs. Just enjoy the day. I nod, relieved that she gets it. Olivia tugs at my sleeve, pointing excitedly at a banner showing cartoony sea lions. We follow her lead, stepping into the park with the swirl of cotton candy scents, colorful signs, and excited chatter all around. For the next couple of hours, we explore the exhibits. Olivia gapes at the tanks full of tropical fish, pressing her nose to the glass. Tessa snaps pictures on her phone while I keep a vigilant eye on the crowds. I can't help smiling at the awe on Olivia's face, though. She squeals whenever a particularly big fish drifts by, or a stingray glides over the aquarium's bottom. Eventually, we reach the main event, the sea lion show. We file into the open-air amphitheater, finding seats near the back to avoid drawing attention. A trainer in a wetsuit steps out, introducing the sea lions, and Olivia practically vibrates with excitement. Tessa settles at my side, leaning into my shoulder with a comfort that sends warmth trickling down my spine. When the show starts, the sea lions waddle onto the stage, barking and balancing balls on their noses. Olivia gasps, eyes round as dinner plates. Tessa laughs, the sound light and musical. I slide an arm around her waist, the contact simple but electric. She snuggles closer, resting her head against me, and my throat tightens with an emotion I'm afraid to name. At one point, the trainer invites volunteers onto the stage. Olivia waves her hand wildly, but she's not chosen. She slumps back with a pout, and Tessa distracts her by whispering silly commentary about the sea lion's moves. I steal the chance to brush my lips against Tessa's temple, inhaling the soft scent of her hair. She shivers at the touch, turning to smile up at me. The mask obscures some of my face, but she sees my eyes, and that's enough to spark a connection. By the end of the show, Olivia is bouncing, clapping enthusiastically. My chest aches with the sheer joy of it. This is the first time I've taken her out in a crowded place as a real dad, not worrying about paparazzi or gossip. The potential threat still lingers in my mind, but being here, with Tessa's hand gripping mine, feels right. When the show disperses, we wander further, checking out a few smaller exhibits, playful otters, rescued seals. I snap pictures of Olivia squealing at the animals, Tessa crouching beside her, sharing the wonder in each moment. The day is bright, the air crisp. If I could freeze time, I might do it right now. We pause at a snack stand, Tessa fetching soft pretzels while I linger with Olivia near a fountain. She's enthralled by the water jets, poking a hand at the mist. "Decky," she calls, turning to me. "Look." She splashes a bit, giggling. I grin. "Watch out, you'll get soaked." She just laughs again, and I catch Tessa's reflection in the water, returning with pretzels in hand. She offers me one, and the smell of warm dough hits me, tangy with salt. My stomach growls. Tessa's eyes sparkle as she hands Olivia a smaller one, shaped like a dolphin, apparently a specialty for kids. We find a nearby bench, devouring the pretzels. Tessa sits on my left, Olivia on my right, both leaning against me in a comfortable sprawl. It's bizarre how natural it all feels, like we've been doing this for years instead of just weeks. I bite into the pretzel, glancing around to ensure no cameras are snapping away. Mid-bite, Tessa turns her face to me, a smudge of salt on her bottom lip. My heart hitches, remembering last night's closeness. Something reckless urges me to lower my mask briefly and press my mouth to hers. I glance at Olivia. She's busy nibbling her snack. Without overthinking, I lean in, catching Tessa's lips in a quick, stolen kiss. She inhales sharply, surprise flaring in her eyes. Then her expression softens and she kisses me back. It's brief, just enough to flood my veins with warmth. I pull away, adjusting my mask quickly, hoping no one noticed. But my pulse thrums at the thrill of it. Tessa's cheeks are flushed when she settles back, tucking a lock of hair behind her ear. Olivia remains oblivious, busily munching. I grin, satisfied, and Tessa elbows me gently, a smile dancing on her lips. We don't need to speak to confirm what just happened. The day might be loud and full of people, but that moment was ours alone. As afternoon deepens, we steer Olivia toward a small carnival area with rides. She's too little for most of them, but we find a slow-moving carousel. She insists on riding a seahorse while Tessa stands beside her, holding her steady. I hover a step away, mask tight on my face, scanning the area in case of trouble. Old habits die hard. But no paparazzi storm in. No suspicious figures lurk. This is just a family enjoying themselves. My phone vibrates in my pocket. I ignore it until we step off the ride. Probably a teammate, or maybe my agent with the latest sponsor drama. I can't bring myself to ruin this day checking messages. Instead, I slip it to silent, smiling faintly, when Tessa shoots me an approving glance. "Everything okay?" she asks, arching a brow. "Fine," I say, pocketing the device. "Today's about you two, not anyone else." She seems like she wants to kiss me again, but checks Olivia's position. Instead, she just presses her palm to my chest and murmurs, "Thank you." My chest tightens. For a split second, I imagine a future where every off day from hockey is spent with them, exploring the city, laughing at random attractions, building routines that revolve around us. The idea scares me, committing like that, but the fear is overshadowed by how right it feels. We wander through a gift shop on the way out, Olivia begging for a plush sea lion. Tessa tries to say we have enough stuffed animals at home, but I glimpse Olivia's hopeful eyes and relent. "One more toy can't hurt, right?" Tessa laughs, teasing me about spoiling Olivia, but I just shrug, handing over my credit card. Finally, loaded down with souvenirs, we make our way to the parking lot. The sun sinks low in the sky, painting everything in warm hues of orange and pink. I guide Olivia into her booster seat, helping her buckle in with her new plush sea lion. She yawns, exhaustion creeping in after an energetic day. Tessa lingers by the trunk, one hand on her hip, the other holding a small bag of postcards. She watches me with a soft expression I can't quite decipher. I pop the trunk, slip the rest of our stuff in, and join her, hooking a finger in her belt loop. "Good day?" I ask quietly, mindful of the hush in the warm evening air. Her answer is a whisper. "Really good." She leans in, letting her forehead rest against my shoulder. The simple gesture speaks volumes, comfort, trust. I slide an arm around her back, drawing her close. A slight breeze rustles her hair. I fight the urge to drop my mask and kiss her again, but Olivia's in the car, and we're in a public space. Instead, I rub slow circles on Tessa's spine, heart swelling with an unfamiliar contentment. We aren't perfect, problems still loom with Kyle, with the uncertain future. But for this moment, we're a family, and that's enough. Tessa eventually pulls back, dark eyes shining. She doesn't say a word, just tucks a stray curl behind her ear and heads for the passenger seat. I stand there a second longer, letting the reality settle in. If someone had told me a few months ago that I'd be here father to a 3-year-old living with the woman I've wanted for years, feeling halfway to happy, I'd have called them insane. But here I am, chest tight with longing to hold on to this day forever. I climb into the driver's seat, starting the engine. Olivia nods off almost instantly, plush sea lion clutched under her chin. Tessa reclines, gaze flicking between me and the darkening sky. My phone vibrates again in my pocket, but I ignore it. They can wait. Today is for us. As we pull out of the lot, I steal a quick look at Tessa. She meets my eyes, and a smile ghosts her lips. Neither of us speaks, but my thoughts echo with quiet certainty. I won't mess this up again. No matter the challenges awaiting us outside the bubble of this car. Media gossip, Kyle's lurking threat, my own insecurities. I'm done running from what we could be. Tessa's made me believe in something more, and I'm holding on come hell or high water. Shifting gears, I guide the SUV onto the main road. Tessa's hand finds mine, warm and sure, resting on the console. I give it a gentle squeeze, letting the nighttime city lights blur around us as we drive home to the penthouse. Home to a new kind of family that I never saw coming, but can't imagine losing. And that's enough to carry me through the night, wearing a quiet smile beneath my mask, Tessa's fingers entwined with mine as we slip forward into whatever tomorrow brings.
Chapter 10. Tessa. 3 days have passed since that night, when Declan and I finally crossed the barrier we'd spent years pretending didn't exist. 3 days of living under the same roof, sharing intimate glances and playful touches when Olivia isn't looking. 3 days of waking up in his bed, some mornings with him already gone for practice, other mornings with him still half asleep, wrapping an arm around my waist and burying his nose in my hair, like it's the most normal thing in the world. Neither of us calls it love or a relationship, not directly. But his actions feel like confessions in their own right. He's sweeter, more open. Sometimes, while I'm prepping breakfast or folding laundry, he'll come up behind me, warm hands sliding around my waist, pressing a soft kiss to the curve of my neck. My heart flips every time. I want to bask in these moments, even though a quiet voice inside warns it might not last. During these past few days, we've also talked to the police about Mrs. Myers' attack. They ruled it a random assault, though I'm not entirely convinced. The official line is that a vagrant slipped in and robbed her. Kyle has an alibi, so the police can't pin anything on him. It leaves me uneasy, but Declan insists I stay in his penthouse for now, far from my own apartment. I agreed, because I can't face the idea of going back alone, not yet. Despite the uncertainty, there's a weird comfort in staying with him, with Olivia. And now here we are on game day, one of Declan's important matches, a must-win scenario for the Chicago Blades. He surprised me at breakfast by casually suggesting, "Why don't you and Olivia come watch the game tonight?" The delight in his eyes told me he really wanted us there, but then his voice wavered. We'll have to pretend Olivia's your niece. The request stung, but I swallowed the protest. He's not ready for the world to know he's a father. That's the trade-off for living in this hush-hush bubble. So now I'm in the VIP box, wearing a Blades jersey over my sweater. Olivia perched next to me in a child-sized seat. She's bouncing with excitement, whispering, "Decky's playing." I force a smile, ruffling her curls. Every time she starts to call him Daddy, I see her lips falter, remembering his instruction to keep it quiet. It twists my stomach in knots, but I paint on a cheerful face for her sake. The rink is alive with noise, fans chanting, vendors hawking popcorn and beer, a low hum of anticipation crackling through the arena. I can't help feeding off the energy, nerves fluttering in my belly. It's an important game for the team standings, and I know Declan's been hyper-focused all week. I settle Olivia with a juice box, scanning the ice. As the players spill onto the rink, clad in their black and red jerseys, I spot Declan easily. Tall, muscular, broad shoulders carrying the weight of the defensive line. My heart beats faster. The moment the announcer calls his name, a roar erupts from the crowd, and something proud and fierce surges inside me. He's mine, I think, a heady rush of emotion, even if we're hiding it from the world. From our vantage point, I watch the puck drop. The game explodes with speed and tension, an aggressive style I recognize as trademark Declan. He moves with a lethal grace, sending opposing players crashing into the boards, blocking shots with a fearless precision. My breath catches every time he slams someone, or the puck ricochets too close. Olivia squeals in delight whenever the blades streak across the ice. She might be too young to fully grasp the rules, but she senses the excitement. Halfway through the second period, the Blades score their second goal. Pulling ahead, I jump to my feet, cheering, forgetting for a moment that I'm supposed to be calm and discreet. But the rush is overwhelming, everyone around me leaping and screaming. Even Olivia bounces in her seat, clapping her little hands. A flush of happiness warms me. It feels like I'm part of something bigger, rooting for Declan in the midst of thousands of cheering fans. The game stays tense, the other team retaliating with a sneaky goal in the final minutes. Tied 2-2, my nerves fray. Overtime looms. I see Declan on the bench, helmet off momentarily as he gulps water. His expression is grim, sweat slicking his dark hair. I wonder if he's scanning the crowd for us, if he's thinking about Olivia and me. A flutter of hope ripples through me. Maybe he's pushing himself to win for us, for the family we're trying to be. In the final stretch, with seconds on the clock, the Blades launch a desperate offensive. Declan intercepts a pass at the blue line, firing the puck toward the net. His teammate deflects it skillfully. Goal. The buzzer blares, and the entire arena erupts in thunderous applause. I scream, my voice lost in the roar. Olivia hops up and down, squealing, "They won! They won!" My heart feels like it might burst. In the VIP area, sponsors and families flood the corridor to congratulate the team. I glance around, uncertain how to navigate this world of suits and high-profile guests. I'm just a friend here after all, no label. My excitement dims a bit at the reminder. Nonetheless, I hold Olivia's hand, edging toward the exit in hopes of finding Declan. He texted me earlier, saying to meet him by the players' lounge after the game. We managed to slip out of the suite, taking a private elevator down to a restricted hallway. People mill about, hugging their players, snapping photos, patting each other on the back. I crane my neck, spotting Declan's broad form near the locker room entrance. Relief floods me. I start guiding Olivia through the throng, my pulse humming with pride. He did it. But as we approach, a handful of well-wishers surround him. Coaches, some family members of teammates, staff. I slow my pace, not wanting to intrude. Olivia clutches her plush sea lion, a gift from last week's aquarium trip. eyes shining. Declan sees us, a spark of recognition lighting his gaze. My chest warms. Maybe he'll wave us over, introduce us in some way that matters. Instead, he steps aside, enveloping me in a one-armed hug, mindful of the watchful people around us. "Hey," he says low, his breath fanning my hair. My heartbeat skitters at the gentle rasp in his voice. He bends to pat Olivia's head. "You like the game, sweetheart?" She nods enthusiastically. "Yes, you were so fast." He chuckles, messing her hair. But then someone else steps in, a retired player, maybe an old friend, slapping Declan on the back. "Hayes, that was an insane goal setup. Who's your friend?" the man asks, grin wide. Declan stiffens slightly. My entire being tenses, waiting for him to claim me as something more than a friend, or at least give a hint that we're close. But he clears his throat. "Oh, this is Tessa, Brenda's best friend," he says smoothly. "And Olivia is Tessa's niece." Everything inside me withers. I force a bright smile, swallowing the sting. "Nice to meet you," I manage, shaking the man's hand. As he turns away to greet someone else, Declan gives me a quick apologetic nod, but then more people crowd around. I hover on the periphery, watching as the moment to claim me passes by. He's wrapped up in celebratory chatter. Sponsors approach, grinning, congratulating him. He handles it with a mix of polite nods and forced conversation, occasionally flashing me a glance that seems to say, "Hang on, I'll come back." But the longer I stand there, the more alien I feel. A friend, just a friend. Olivia tugs on my sleeve. "Are we going home now?" she asks, rubbing her eyes. She's tired. I want to get her out of this chaotic hallway, but I also long for Declan to finish and acknowledge us properly. Before I can decide, a familiar voice rings out. "Declan," Geneva Hale, with her perfect posture and immaculate blonde hair, glides through the crowd. I stiffen as I stare at her. She's all bright smiles, carrying a bouquet of roses. My stomach clenches with dread. She walks straight up to him, leaning in, planting a lingering kiss on his mouth. Right there, in front of everyone. Cameras, sponsors, teammates. I see Declan stiffen, eyes going wide. For a split second, he looks shocked, as though he wants to push her away, but he doesn't. Maybe he's paralyzed by the attention, or worried about the sponsor implications. The cameras flash, capturing the moment. Her lips move against his and he just stands there. I feel my heart splinter. Inside, a storm of hurt and betrayal roars. He's letting her do that? Maybe he's caught off guard, but he isn't doing anything to stop it. The sponsors beam, snapping photos, probably loving this romance storyline. I can't bear to watch another second. Tears sting my eyes. I glance at Olivia. Her innocent gaze is glued to them too, confusion creasing her brow. I scoop her up, choking out, "Let's go, sweetheart," and pivot on my heel, pushing through the throng. My chest is tight, breath shaky. I should have known. I'm just a friend, a secret bed partner, while he publicly plays the perfect bachelor for sponsors. Behind me, I sense Declan's alarm. I imagine him trying to extract himself from Geneva, but it's too late. I'm already weaving through the corridor, Olivia clinging to me with a small whimper. My mind races. Why did I think this would be different? I stumble into a side hallway, heart pounding. People glance curiously at me, but I keep my head down, determined to escape. I can't see where I'm going through the blur of tears. Olivia sniffles, clearly sensing my distress. My only thought is to get outside, to breathe. Declan's voice echoes somewhere calling, "Tessa!" But I don't stop. I won't let him see me crumble again. Once I reach the arena's side exit, I push the door open, stepping into the brisk night air. I shudder, pressing my lips together to stop the sob threatening to spill out. Olivia clings to my neck, burying her face in my shoulder, her body warm and trembling slightly. "Tessa," she murmurs. "Where's Decky?" My heart wrenches. Decky? Daddy. But he told her not to call him that in public. He told the world, I'm just a friend, and that Olivia's not his. He let Geneva kiss him like it was nothing. I bite down hard on the inside of my cheek, forcing myself to steady my voice. "It's okay, baby," I whisper. "We're going home." I hail a cab, sliding into the back seat. The driver eyes me briefly, but I keep my gaze on the window, praying he won't make small talk. He must sense the tension, because he just punches the meter and drives. My stomach roils with every passing streetlight, guilt and fury tangling in my gut. How stupid can I be? Olivia drifts off in my arms, exhausted by the excitement of the game and the sudden rush out. I hold her close, tears slipping silently down my cheeks. The bright billboards and neon signs pass outside, a mocking reminder of the spotlight Declan thrives in. The public persona he defends. It's always been the same. He can't risk the distraction of relationships. The memory of him pushing me away for years resurfaces, acid burning in my chest. Yet I let him in, believed we were building something real. By the time we pull up to Declan's building, I hesitate, heart hammering. Do I really want to go back there? But my keys, my clothes, everything is inside, and I have no plan for where else to stay with Olivia. The guard at the entrance greets me politely. I duck my head, rushing into the elevator. My reflection in the polished walls looks wrecked, eyes puffy, cheeks flushed. I can't let Declan see me so shattered. In the penthouse, I tiptoe to Olivia's bedroom, once mine, but we switched after I wanted her closer to me at night, and lay her gently on the bed. She stirs, half mumbling, "Where's?" but falls asleep again. I press a kiss to her forehead, tears welling anew. I brush them away roughly, focus on her. She's what matters. Now what? My instincts scream to pack a bag and leave before Declan returns, but an equal part of me feels stuck, uncertain if I'm overreacting. He was caught off guard, right? Geneva ambushed him. Or maybe he's known all along that this is how it would go, that in public, he'd maintain his bachelor image, letting the press think he's single or entangled with a sponsor's daughter. I drift to the living room, arms wrapped around myself. The place feels cold without him. Every piece of furniture, a reminder of our shared routines. I recall how he hugged me from behind just this morning, pressing a teasing kiss to my neck. My chest clenches, rage and heartbreak mingling. 3 days of sweetness, and it all crumbles because he can't stand up to Geneva? Because he can't own up to who we are? The door handle rattles. My pulse spikes, shame flooding me. I dash away the tears, straightening my spine. The door swings open. Declan steps in, breathless, still in partial uniform, a track jacket with the team logo. His gaze zeroes in on me, panic etched into his features. "Tessa!" He sounds frantic. I couldn't break away. Geneva. He runs a hand through his damp hair, clearly looking for words. I stiffen, lips trembling with residual hurt. "You let her kiss you," I hiss, voice low to avoid waking Olivia. "In front of everyone, and you said nothing to stop it." He exhales, agony flickering in his steel gray eyes. It happened so fast, I was stunned. The cameras, sponsors. God, I didn't want to create a scene, but I shake my head, tears threatening again. "So you let her, after telling Olivia and me to hide who we are? You introduced me as just a friend, and her as my niece, and then you stand there letting Geneva put on a show?" My voice cracks. "You made me look like a fool, Declan." He steps forward, eyes pleading. "I never meant..." I back away, hugging my arms. "I'm tired of hearing what you never meant to do. My heart hammers so loud I can hardly breathe. You asked me to hide Olivia and me, and then you let that woman kiss you like it's normal? His face twists with regret. Tessa, please, let me fix this. Geneva ambushed me in front of everyone. I hate it, but I froze. My agent's been on me about brand image, sponsors. I panicked. Tears slipped free, hot and unrelenting. So what am I? Some dirty little secret? You'd rather keep a sponsor happy than claim your own daughter. And me? He shakes his head violently. No, that's not it. I swear, this is complicated. Of course it is. My voice wavers. I swallow the sob building in my throat. I won't do this, Declan. I won't be the woman you hide. The words come out raw, trembling with the pain I tried to bury. Olivia deserves better than to be called my niece. He reaches for me, voice breaking. Tessa. I step back, tears blurring my vision. Not tonight, I whisper, hugging myself tighter. I need time. I need to think. His face crumples. At least stay. Don't leave tonight. Let me explain. I swallow, swiping angrily at my tears. Olivia's asleep. I'm not sure how to face you right now. My voice falters. He opens his mouth like he wants to argue, but something in my expression must stop him. Instead, he bows his head, swallowing a crestfallen sigh. Okay, I'll crash on the couch. But Tessa, I'm not giving up on us. I can't even respond, my throat too tight. I turn away, heading toward the spare bedroom. Olivia's room. My footsteps echo in the silent penthouse, each one landing like a finality I'm not sure I can bear. Once inside, I lean against the closed door, tears burning down my cheeks. This is what happens when I believe I can have him without consequences. Olivia stirs in her bed, and I move to sit beside her, stroking her hair. She sleeps on, oblivious to the storm brewing outside. My tears drip onto the pillow, and I hunch over, muffling the sob that tears from my chest. How stupid can I be? I fell for his whispered promises, for his gentle touches, for the idea that maybe, just maybe, we could be together, publicly. Instead, I'm stuck in the shadows, watching him play the perfect star athlete for everyone else's sake. It hurts more than I can describe. Eventually, the tears subside, leaving me hollow. I stare at Olivia's peaceful face, trying to find comfort in her soft breathing. Tomorrow will bring new complications, new demands from Declan's career. Geneva's stunt will swirl through the media, painting them as a glamorous couple. And me? I'll be the nameless woman waiting in his penthouse, forced to swallow my pride and guard his secrets. A shaky breath escapes me. I can't keep doing this, but I can't just walk away tonight either. Not with Olivia asleep and confused, not with the lingering flicker of hope that maybe Declan truly wants to fix this. I brush my lips over Olivia's forehead, letting my tears fall silently onto the covers. The night stretches long and daunting, and I can't see a clear way out of the heartbreak strangling my chest. Outside, the penthouse remains still. I imagine Declan pacing the living room, cursing himself. Or maybe he's sitting on the couch, head in his hands. The thought of him hurting twists my heart anew. I don't want to hurt him, but I can't let him hide me anymore. I gather Olivia closer, letting her small warmth anchor me against the tide of bitterness. Tomorrow, I vow, tomorrow, I'll figure out what to do. But as I close my eyes, the image of Geneva's lips on Declan flashes again, and the ache deepens. I press my face into the pillow, stifling another sob. How I wish I could turn back time. Or better yet, rewrite this entire night. Instead, I'm left with heartbreak in a luxurious penthouse, feeling more alone than ever despite sharing a roof with the man I love.
Chapter 11. Declan. I wake up the next morning on the couch, my back stiff and mind throbbing with the aftermath of last night's disaster. The quiet of the penthouse is unsettling. Normally I'd hear Olivia's chatter or Tessa rattling pans in the kitchen. Today only a hollow hush greets me. My eyes drift to the clock on the wall. It's already mid-morning, later than I'd ever normally sleep. But I spent half the night staring at the ceiling, reeling from the image of Geneva kissing me while cameras flashed and Tessa ran off in tears. The memory shreds me all over again. I groan, sitting up, muscles protesting. My phone sits on the coffee table, silent. A dozen messages from my agent have popped up overnight, plus social media notifications I don't dare open. The Geneva stunt hit the news fast. I can feel it in my gut. The entire city's probably buzzing with gossip. With a heavy sigh, I stand and make my way toward the spare room, Olivia's room where Tessa stayed. My heart bangs against my ribs. Please let her still be here. Because even though I deserve her anger, I don't think I can face an empty penthouse without her or Olivia. I knock softly, no immediate response. Swallowing the urge to panic, I try the handle. It's unlocked. Inside, I find Tessa sitting on the floor, Olivia curled next to her with a coloring book. The TV murmurs with cartoons, but Olivia's eyes aren't really on the screen. She's scribbling listlessly, a frown pinching her face. Tessa lifts her gaze when I enter, expression unreadable. "Morning," I venture, voice hushed. Tessa looks away, focusing on Olivia's hair, smoothing a stray curl. Olivia barely glances at me, mumbling a quiet, "Hi." My stomach twists at her subdued tone. Usually she's bright and bouncing, but now she's as tense as her mom. No, Tessa, whom she sees as her mom figure. And I'm the one who caused all this friction. I scratch my neck, clearing my throat. "You two had breakfast yet?" Olivia shakes her head, crayons tumbling from her hand. Tessa, still not looking at me, says softly, "We're not hungry." The ache in my chest flares. We're not hungry. That's how bad things have gotten. I set my jaw, stepping closer until I'm near enough to see the shadows under Tessa's eyes. Her silence is a punch to the gut, but I get it. After last night, she's got every reason to ice me out. I crouch down, gently resting a hand on Olivia's shoulder. She peeks up, cheeks puffing with a half-pout. "Hey, kiddo," I whisper. "I'm sorry for what happened last night. I messed up." My throat tightens. "Will you let me talk to Tessa for a bit?" She nods, teeth worrying her lower lip. Tessa nudges her gently and Olivia climbs to her feet, gathering crayons. "I'll go watch the cartoons in the living room," Olivia murmurs, slipping past me. I watch her go with a pang, wishing I could fix her sadness as easily as flipping a switch. Now it's just Tessa and me, kneeling on the floor, inches apart, yet feeling miles away. She sighs, standing. "Fine," she mutters, stepping into the hallway, arms folded protectively over her chest. I follow, nerves prickling. We end up in the kitchen, out of earshot from Olivia. Sunlight pours through the glass windows, bright and harsh, illuminating every raw edge of tension in Tessa's stance. She leans against the counter, eyes fixed on me. I swallow hard. "Tessa, She holds up a hand, voice clipped. "Don't give me excuses. I've heard them all." I drag a palm over my face, heart thudding. I'm not. I screwed up. Big time. Geneva ambushed me. I froze. She kissed me before I could react, and the cameras, her lips twist in bitterness. And you just stood there, letting her, in front of everyone, while I'm hiding Olivia and pretending to be some random friend. Anger crackles in her voice. Do you know how humiliating that was? A wave of shame washes over me, stomach knotting. I know, I murmur. God, I feel awful. I never wanted to hurt you. She presses her lips into a tight line, trying to rein in her emotions. You keep saying that, but your actions speak louder. You told me to hide Olivia, to lie about who she is, and then you let Geneva do that publicity stunt. How am I supposed to trust you won't do it again? Tears threaten behind her fierce gaze, and I ache to hold her. But I can't just fix this with an embrace. I need to make her believe me. Stepping forward, I risk placing my hands on her arms. She doesn't jerk away, which I take as a small mercy. "Tessa," I say, voice trembling. "I swear I never wanted any of this. Geneva's using me for her brand. The press is eating it up. My agent's been pushing me to keep a good public image, avoid drama." When she kissed me, I panicked, thinking if I shoved her off, it'd become a scandal. And that's the last thing I want. Her eyes flash, tears brimming. "You'd rather scandalize me in private?" She snaps, voice catching. A shaky breath leaves me. "No, I want you. I've wanted you for so damn long. I falter, swallowing a knot of self-loathing. "I'm not good at this. I'm not someone worthy of you, Tessa. I've got baggage, my father's issues, the pressure of the league, the fear of screwing up as a dad. I've run from real emotions because I'm terrified I'll fail. But you..." My voice cracks. "You make me want to try, even if I don't know how." Her shoulders loosen slightly. The anger in her gaze softens into something else. Hurt, yes, but also empathy. "Declan," she whispers, "I'm tired. Tired of the push and pull. Tired of you hiding us when it's convenient. But I still..." She looks away, tears slipping down her cheeks. "I still love you. I can't turn that off." Her admission knocks the air from my lungs. She loves me. The words resonate in my chest, warm and overwhelming. She told me she liked me, but to hear the words of love from her. I pull her closer, pressing my forehead to hers. She's stiff at first, but gradually yields. "I love you," I whisper, voice shaking. It's the first time I've said it so plainly, and it pours out with raw honesty. "I've been an idiot, pushing you away, thinking I could handle life alone. But I can't imagine losing you now. I'm so sorry for all the pain I caused." She sniffles, hands clinging to my arms. "Then prove it. Stop letting people like Geneva run your life. Stop hiding Olivia. Tell them who I am. We deserve better." I nod, heart pounding. "You're right. I'll talk to Geneva, set her straight. Tell the press we're not together." My jaw sets. I want the world to know I'm done with that, and about Olivia. I'll figure out how to introduce her. Gradually, though, okay? The media can be savage, and I'm not ready to throw her into that storm overnight. Tessa exhales, eyes flicking across my face. I see the worry there, but also hope. "Gradually," she echoes softly. "As long as it's not forever. I won't let you hide her indefinitely." "I promise," I say firmly. "I'll make it right. Just trust me a little longer." She closes her eyes, tears glistening. Then she leans in, pressing her mouth to mine in a desperate, trembling kiss. It's not just a kiss. It's forgiveness, a second chance. I cradle her cheeks, pouring everything into that moment. Apology, promise, devotion. When we finally break apart, my head spins with relief and lingering guilt. A beep from my phone on the counter snaps us back to reality. I glance at the screen, my agent calling again. Damn it. I scoop it up, tension knotting my shoulders. "I need to talk to him," I mutter. "We have to manage the aftermath of Geneva's stunt." Tessa nods, wiping her cheeks, trying to regain composure. "Take it. I'll check on Olivia." I brush a kiss against her forehead before answering the call. My agent's voice rings out, half panicked, half giddy. "Declan, the press is going wild. Geneva's kiss boosted your social media presence. We have brands clamoring for you two to do joint endorsements. You gotta get down to the office, talk strategy. I've set up a meeting for noon." My stomach churns. "Fine," I say, voice clipped. "I'm coming in, but I need to clarify some things about Geneva." He sounds distracted. "Whatever, we'll handle it. Just hurry. The sponsors want a statement." He hangs up without waiting for a response. I slam the phone down, cursing under my breath. Tessa re-enters, gaze worried. I force a smile, wrapping my arms around her waist. "He wants me at the office. I'm going to set things straight about Geneva. Tell them I'm not doing any fake relationship. She searches my eyes, anxiety evident. Be careful with how you say it. The press can twist anything. I nod, brushing my lips to hers. I know, but I've made up my mind. Will you wait for me here? She glances away, biting her lip. You'll come back? My heart squeezes. Always, I promise, stroking her hair. I need you, Tessa, and Olivia. She stands on tiptoes, offering me one more kiss, lingering and sweet. When I step away, I find Olivia in the living room, hugging her stuffed sea lion. I kneel, ruffling her curls. Hey, kiddo, I'm sorry I made Tessa sad. She peers at me solemnly. You messed up, she states, childlike bluntness. I did, I admit, swallowing guilt. But I'm going to fix it. She tilts her head, then places a tiny hand on mine. Promise? Promise, I whisper, pressing a kiss to her forehead. I love you. She gives me a tentative smile, letting me pull her into a brief hug before I stand, heart heavy and determined. With a final glance at Tessa, her eyes shining with cautious hope, I head to the door, mind set on confronting the chaos that's overtaken my life. The offices of my agent's firm occupy a sleek tower downtown. Normally, I'd breeze through the lobby with a baseball cap, avoiding too much fanfare. Today, paparazzi lurk outside, cameras clicking the moment they spot me. My gut twists. This is all because of Geneva's little show. I push through, ignoring shouted questions like, Are you and Geneva engaged? And is the wedding soon? Ridiculous. I ride the elevator up, jaw clenched. Inside the office, I'm greeted by the receptionist, who gives me a bright smile that instantly dims when she sees my scowl. Mr. Hayes, they're in conference room C. They said to bring you right in. I mutter a thanks, striding down the hall. My phone doesn't stop buzzing in my pocket. Likely more sponsor messages. Screw them, I think. Adrenaline spiking. I'm not letting them push me around anymore. When I open the conference room door, a small crowd sits around a polished table. My agent, a couple of brand reps I recognize, and Geneva. She's perched at the far end, flipping through her phone with a satisfied smirk. On the wall, a local news station is playing, showing B-roll footage of us kissing after last night's game. My stomach roils. One of the brand reps stands. Declan, great to see you. We've arranged a quick press conference in the next room. The public is clamoring for more details about you and Miss Hale. I level a glare at my agent, who half shrugs, fidgeting with his tie. Didn't want to blindside you, man, but management thought it'd be best to capitalize on the momentum. Capitalize! I echo, voice low and furious. Are you kidding me? Geneva sets her phone aside, standing with that graceful poise she always exhibits. Declan, darling, I had no idea you'd be so upset. I assumed you enjoyed our spontaneous celebration. The corners of her lips tilt in a mocking smile. My blood boils. I pull my agent aside, ignoring the brand reps. What the hell is this? I hiss under my breath. I told you I want no part of this fake relationship crap. He tries to placate me with a raised hand. Calm down, man. Sponsors are going nuts. The public loves it. We can ramp up your brand, get you more deals. Think of the money, the exposure. I'm not in it for the money, I snap, voice tight. I'm an athlete, not a celebrity. I've got enough. I'm done letting you or Geneva manipulate my life. From behind me, Geneva clears her throat. Declan, can we talk privately? Her tone is sweet poison. The brand reps politely file out, sensing tension. My agent lingers, but I jerk my head. Give us a minute, I growl. He grimaces, stepping away. Now it's just me and Geneva in this cold, glossy conference room. She saunters closer, crossing her arms. You don't have to be so hostile. We used to get along well enough. I clench my fists. That was months ago, a couple of harmless dinners. You're spinning it into this big romance. Enough is enough. Her eyes flick with annoyance. You don't see the bigger picture. Our pairing is a PR gold mine. Sponsors are swooning over the idea of a figure skating champion and star defenseman. We'd be unstoppable. My stomach churns with disgust. I don't care about that. I'm not lying to the world about us. She arches a brow, then pulls out her phone. Without a word, she scrolls and turns the screen toward me. My blood runs cold. Photos. Pictures of me at Ocean Park with Tessa and Olivia. Not just basic snaps. Close-ups of me holding Olivia's hand, leaning in to kiss Tessa, all from angles that suggest someone's been following us. My breath hitches. This is blackmail territory. What is this? I bite out, voice shaking. Geneva's lips quirk in triumph. Insurance. I had a feeling you might try to bolt, so I hired a discreet photographer. You see how cozy you look with that woman and the kid? The media would have a field day if these got out, especially since you've publicly denied having a family. Sponsors might question your honesty, and you, dear Declan, might lose your precious endorsements, and you're going to pay a hefty price. This will bleed you dry. My heart slams against my ribs, fury and terror warring inside me. Tessa's face is so clearly visible in one shot, Olivia smiling up at me in another. Geneva's been stalking us. You can't release these, I snarl, voice shaking with rage. Olivia's just a child. That's low, even for you. She shrugs, not a hint of remorse. If you want to keep your private life private, you'll cooperate. Today we go through that interview. Smile for the cameras, confirm we're exploring a relationship. Then you can do as you please in the shadows. I flinch, remembering Tessa's pleas. No more hiding. But now this woman is threatening to expose my daughter if I refuse to play along. My chest constricts. Damn it. If these images get circulated, it'll blow Tessa's trust apart. She gave me a second chance this morning, believing I'd set the record straight, but I didn't expect blackmail. I rake a trembling hand through my hair. This is insane, I whisper. You're blackmailing me with photos of my own family? Geneva's expression hardens. Don't act so shocked. Everyone's playing the same game in this industry. Besides, you do best to keep that child hidden, right? We both know how easily a story can twist. This way? I get my power couple storyline. You get to preserve your secrets. My fury ignites. Tessa will never forgive me if I do this. But if I don't, Geneva exposes Olivia, exposes Tessa. The brand reps are probably waiting outside with cameras, scripts, and endless questions. My mind whirls. I recall Tessa's face this morning, tear-streaked but hopeful as she said she loves me. I promised to fix things. Now I'm trapped by this snake holding incriminating photos. Is it worth lying again? The thought makes me ill. But if I come out swinging, telling the press, no, I've got a daughter and Geneva's a liar, Geneva might retaliate instantly, splashing Olivia's pictures everywhere. That's not how I want Tessa's and Olivia's lives revealed. I stare at Geneva, hate boiling in my veins. Fine, I say hoarsely, the word tasting like poison. I'll do the interview. But you release a single photo of Tessa or Olivia, and I swear I'll bury you. She smirks, lifting her phone like a trophy. Such drama. Don't worry, darling. Do your part, and I'll keep these safely locked away. I close my eyes, disgust twisting my gut. I have no choice. But Tessa, she'll find out. She'll see me lying on camera again, letting Geneva spin our romance. The heartbreak on Tessa's face from last night replays in my mind. God, let her not watch. Let me find a way out before she sees. Geneva sweeps out of the room, phone in hand, presumably to finalize the interview details. I lean against the conference table, heart pounding. This is the worst possible scenario. My agent slips in, cautious. Hey man, they're setting up the cameras. You ready? Ready? I echo, laughter tinged with hysteria. No, I'm not ready. His gaze flicks to the door where Geneva left. Look, just play along. We'll spin it however you want later once the buzz dies down. You can focus on your real life then. But for now, we can't piss off these sponsors. My fist clenches, nails digging into my palm. Screw the sponsors. I'm doing this because she's blackmailing me. His eyes widen. What? I glare. Never mind. My shoulders slump in defeat. Let's get this over with. I send Tessa a quick text, telling her to wait for me at home and I'll explain everything. He pushes open the door. The hallway beyond teems with camera crews, brand reps, a makeshift interview set. Geneva stands center stage, greeting a local sports anchor with a dazzling smile. Lights shine, reflecting off her blonde hair like a halo of manipulation. My chest feels hollow as I step forward, the camera swiveling to capture my entrance. Tessa, if you're seeing this, please understand. I'm trying to protect you and Olivia, but the dread pounding in my veins tells me I'm about to shatter Tessa's fragile trust anyway. The anchor gestures me over, voice loud and cheerful. Here's the man of the hour, Declan Hayes. Congrats on last night's win. And we hear you celebrated with a special someone. He winks, panning to Geneva, who slips her hand through my arm possessively. I stand there, forcing a stiff smile, heart screaming in silent protest. I have to lie again. The camera lens looms, capturing my uneasy face. My agent signals from the side, urging me to smile. Geneva's nails dig into my forearm in a silent warning. The anchor fires off a question about how Geneva and I became the perfect couple. I swallow, fists trembling behind my back. I recite bland, non-committal answers, feeling my soul bleed with each word. Geneva chimes in, painting a picture of two star athletes drawn together by passion for sports. I have the urge to vomit at the hypocrisy. All I can think about is Tessa's eyes filling with tears when she sees this. My vow to fix things crumbles under Geneva's threat. I imagine Tessa at home, phone buzzing with headlines. Perhaps she's sitting on the couch with Olivia, maybe flipping channels, and this press conference flashes on the screen. Geneva draped on my arm, spinning a romance fantasy. My heart throbs. Don't watch, Tessa. Don't watch me break your heart again. The interview drags on, brand reps beaming, the anchor lapping up every cheesy line. Geneva milks the attention, leaning into me like we're oh so cuddly. I respond automatically, stiff and wooden. My agent tries to prompt me from the side, urging me to show more warmth, but I can barely muster a polite nod. Inside, a war rages. Is this worth it? Tessa's going to hate me. But if I blow this up, Geneva releases pictures of Tessa and Olivia, exposing them both. That's even worse. Panic beats through my veins. I just need time to figure out how to neutralize Geneva. Then I can go public with Tessa and Olivia on my own terms. Finally, the anchor wraps up with a flourish. Cameras linger on us, snapping photos. Geneva turns to me, all smiles, pressing a hand to my chest. Every muscle in my body screams to shove her away, but I lock my jaw, letting her have this final pose for the cameras. As soon as the lights drop, I jerk back, stepping away from her. Her smug grin doesn't waver. Well done, darling, she purrs. Let me know when you want to schedule our next public outing. My head pounds with rage. I'm done being your pawn, I hiss, turning on my heel and storming out, ignoring my agent's frantic attempts to follow. Once in the hallway, I jam my phone to my ear, calling Tessa automatically, desperate to warn her or explain. Please pick up. It rings endlessly, no answer. My heart sinks. I leave a voicemail. Tessa, please, I had no choice. She's blackmailing me. Let me explain, please. Don't. Just wait for me. I'll come home soon. My voice breaks on the last word. I hang up, slamming my fist against the wall. God, what have I done? Cameras still lurk near the elevator, so I slip out a side door, heart in my throat. I need to get back to Tessa, to hold her and vow that I'm not betraying her again, even though it sure looks like I am. As I hurry down the back stairwell, guilt and desperation surge in tandem. I promised her I'd fix this. Instead, I just lied again, in front of the entire city. As I burst onto the street, the cold air hits me, but it does nothing to quell the fire of self-loathing inside. My phone buzzes with notifications, media outlets tagging me, fans cheering for the romance or condemning the sudden pairing. It all feels meaningless. Only one opinion matters. Tessa's. And I have a horrible feeling I might have lost her for good by pandering to Geneva's threats. Stepping into my car, I gun the engine, heading back toward the penthouse. My mind replays Tessa's tearful eyes, her whispered "I love you," my vow to protect her. Now I've broken that vow in the most public way. Unless I find a way to stop Geneva's blackmail, this charade could drag on, each day driving me further from the life I truly want. I grit my teeth, weaving through traffic. I'll figure something out. I have to. Tessa gave me a second chance. I can't let a manipulative sponsor's daughter tear it all apart. But right now, all I see is the ruin left by this interview. The heartbreak that's waiting at home, if Tessa's even still there. As I press down on the accelerator, a knot forms in my gut. Hold on, Tessa. I swear I'm going to fix this. Just don't vanish on me before I can tell you the truth. But deep down, a creeping dread whispers that maybe this time, my desperate promises won't be enough.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 12. Tessa. I stand in front of the large TV in Declan's living room, the morning sunlight casting cold stripes across the screen. My stomach churns as I watch a live broadcast of a press conference. The image is clear, showing Geneva leaning on Declan's arm, her perfectly coiffed blonde hair catching the studio lights. His posture is stiff, but he's still right beside her, forced smile and all. The camera zooms in on them, and my heart seizes. I've been trying to ignore the social media frenzy all morning, but snippets kept popping up on my phone. #Geneva and Declan, #sports power couple. They're so perfect together. My chest tightens with every mention, remembering how he said he'd fix everything, how he looked me in the eye and promised I wasn't a secret anymore. The anchor gushes about how this is the couple revelation of the season, praising Declan for confirming his romance with Geneva in front of the cameras. My stomach roils. Romance? He said he'd clarify. This is not clarifying. It's only fueling the narrative that they're an official item. I feel like a fool all over again. A small hand tugs on the hem of my sweater. I look down to see Olivia, eyes wide with concern. Tessa? Why are you crying? Her voice wobbles, big brown eyes searching my face. I lift a trembling hand to my cheek, realizing tears have been spilling silently. I force a wavering smile and scoop her up, pressing my forehead to hers. I'm okay, I lie, voice raw. Just watching a sad show. She's 3, but she's not stupid. She pats my shoulder. Don't cry, she whispers. The sincerity in her gaze almost crushes me. I sniff, swallowing the sob caught in my throat. My vision blurs again, and I cling to Olivia, inhaling her sweet little kid smell. How am I supposed to leave her? I'm sorry, I whisper, voice shaking. I have to go soon, sweetheart. She frowns. Why? She glances around the penthouse, confusion painting her features. Where's Decky? The mention of his name stings. He'll be back, I say, my throat tight. I just can't stay anymore. A flicker of worry crosses her face. Don't go. She clutches at my shirt, eyes filling with tears. It kills me to see her so anxious. I force a steady breath, heart fracturing. I have to, baby girl, but you won't be alone, okay? Aunt Brenda is coming to see you. She sniffs, nodding reluctantly, bottom lip trembling. My insides twist with guilt, but I can't remain here after witnessing Declan stand beside Geneva, effectively confirming their so-called romance for the cameras. He lied to me again. Or maybe he didn't get a choice, but the result is the same. I can't watch them plaster the tabloids with pictures while I hide in this penthouse. I reach for my phone, tears stinging my eyes again. My thumb hovers over Brenda's contact before I press call. The phone rings twice, then Brenda's familiar voice answers, laced with concern. Tessa, hey, everything okay? My throat constricts. No, I manage, voice wobbly. I need your help, please. Can you come to me? Where are you? She demands. I bite back a sob, ignoring the confusion tumbling around in my head. I'm at his penthouse, I admit, hearing Brenda suck in a sharp breath. Long story. I'll explain when you're here, okay? Brenda curses under her breath. What did Declan do this time? Did he hurt you? I swear I'll kill him. She exhales loudly. I knew something was up when Declan called me about you a while back. That idiot. 10 minutes, Tessa. Don't you dare leave without me. I'll be right there. She hangs up, and I stand in a daze, phone still pressed to my ear. Olivia watches me, eyes shining. I set her down gently, stroke her hair. Brenda's coming for you. It'll be okay, I whisper, forcing a bravado I don't feel. Exactly 10 minutes later, there's a firm knock at the door. Olivia clings to my leg, and I lead her to the entrance, heart pounding. When I open it, Brenda stands there, cheeks flushed, hair windblown. She looks furious, brandishing a folded piece of paper, likely a speeding ticket or two. Tessa, she says, voice tight. What the hell is going on? I swallow the lump in my throat and step aside to let her in. Everything's messed up. My tears gather again, but I refuse to break down in front of Olivia. Brenda's gaze darts around until it lands on the little girl at my side. Her eyes widen. Who's? But before she can finish, she notices something in Olivia's features, and her voice catches. Slowly she crouches, meeting Olivia's uncertain stare. Oh my God, Brenda's words tumble out softly. Baby girl, come here. Olivia steps forward hesitantly, and Brenda pulls her into a gentle hug, blinking rapidly. She looks up at me, shock and realization colliding in her face. She knows. She knows her niece is real, that Declan has a daughter. I can't handle the emotions swirling between them, so I take a shaky breath and say, Brenda, I can't stay. I need to leave, and I need to God. My composure cracks. Brenda stands, her expression torn between a million questions and an urge to comfort me. She lifts her hands, then drops them again. Tessa, talk to me. What's going on with you and Declan? Are you in danger? You didn't tell me everything about that, Kyle. I have to hear from someone else. I rub my palms over my jeans, swallowing tears. Not physically, but I can't do this with Declan anymore. He's lying to everyone, including me. Geneva kissed him for the press. He let it happen. It's all over social media. My voice quivers, fury and grief melding. I need to go, and I can't stay with Olivia anymore. She belongs here, with her father. Brenda's jaw sets. Damn him, she hisses. She glances at Olivia, blinking back tears. I'll watch her, Tessa, or figure something out. I'll take care of her. Olivia tugs on Brenda's sleeve. Where's Tessa going? Her small voice trembles. Brenda's lips thin, and she glances at me. I force a broken smile for Olivia. I have to go home, sweetheart. My eyes flick to Brenda, who nods, though she looks like she has the urge to argue. In a flurry of movement, I grab my duffel bag and a few belongings. My heart shreds with every second. Olivia clings to Brenda's hand, looking terrified. I pause at the door, tears flooding my vision, wanting to run back and scoop her up. But I can't. My chest heaves, mind spinning with regrets. Brenda's gaze wavers. She opens her mouth, maybe to ask more, but eventually settles on a terse, "Call me, we'll talk." I nod, lips trembling, then pivot and walk out of Declan's penthouse. Each step feels like stepping off a cliff, leaving behind a piece of my soul. God, I hope Olivia will be okay. The drive to my apartment is a blur of tears and quiet sobs. By the time I pull into my parking spot, I'm numb. My place feels strange, like I haven't been here in a century instead of just a few weeks. I shuffle inside, dropping my bag by the door, the silence pressing in around me. I glance around the living room, half expecting to see the ghost of my old self, a woman who never let Declan get too close. How can everything change so fast? My knees buckle, and I slump onto the couch, burying my face in my palms. Sobs rack my body, unleashed now that I'm alone. Why? I choke out, tears running hot and steady. Why does this keep happening? I recall Kyle's betrayal, Mrs. Myers' attack, the secrecy around Olivia, and now Declan's public fiasco. It all feels like a twisted nightmare. I rock back and forth, feeling more alone than ever. A harsh knock on the door startles me from my grief. I freeze, heart leaping to my throat. Declan, is he here? Did he come after me? Part of me hopes it is him, ready to explain, to fix everything. Another part of me dreads facing him. I wipe my cheeks, stumbling to the door. My eye presses to the peephole, glimpsing a man in a cap, wearing a delivery uniform. What the? I didn't order anything. My pulse spikes. Maybe it's a mix-up. I unlock the deadbolt, opening the door a crack. I didn't. But before I can finish, the man shoves the door wide with a powerful thrust, sending me stumbling back. Fear slams through me. Hey! I scream, but he seizes my arms and forces me inside. I crash against the side table, pain exploding in my shoulder. My cry turns raw as the man backhands me, a brutal smack that snaps my head sideways. Stars burst in my vision, and I slam against the table corner, the impact sharp against my temple. Wetness trickles down my cheek. A cut, maybe. My head spins, dread roaring through my veins. What? I stammer, trying to steady myself. The intruder's face is twisted with malevolence, eyes dark. He glances around my apartment, voice low and furious. "Where's the kid?" he demands, stepping closer, fists clenched. "Kid?" My heart stalls. "Olivia! He's after Olivia!" I scramble backward, pressing a hand to the bleeding wound on my head. I don't know what you're talking about," I gasp, trying to keep my voice from shaking. He paces around, nostrils flaring. "Don't lie. I saw you at that penthouse with the kid. That brat." He sneers. "You think I didn't track you here? I attacked that old neighbor lady, Mrs. Myers, looking for the brat last time, but they were not together. Now you'll tell me, or I'll make you talk." My stomach lurches. I stare at him, committing his face to memory. This is the man who hurt Mrs. Myers? He's not Kyle. Kyle was a different threat. So who is he? My throat constricts. I don't have her, I manage. "She's not here." He glares, suspicious. "Where is she? Is she in that penthouse? That man don't let her go anywhere." I swallow, forcing myself to stay calm. mind racing. He's obviously dangerous, not just some random thug. I don't know, I whisper. Please, she's only a child. He snorts, pacing again. That's exactly why she's valuable. Athlete daddy's probably loaded, right? I can get a nice ransom for the kid. Ransom. My heart pounds, fear pounding in my skull. He must have followed me from the penthouse, thinking Olivia would be here. He notices my phone lying on the coffee table, snatches it up. I gasp, but he levels a threatening glare. As he's about to toss it aside, the screen lights. Declan's name appears. An incoming call. The man, curious, taps the speaker button. Immediately, Declan's voice fills the air, raw and desperate. Tessa, please pick up. I'm sorry. Geneva forced me to do that interview. I made a public statement just now, telling everyone we're not together. I told them I have a daughter. I told them you're my partner. I don't care if sponsors drop me. I just want you home. I love you. Tessa, please call me back. My chest shatters at his words, tears welling anew. He did it. He broke the lie. But the man stares at the phone with a predator's smirk. So you're the Star's woman, huh? He murmurs, glancing at me. Interesting. I scramble upright, pressing my palm against the throbbing cut on my head. Please let me go. He'll pay you or whatever. Just... He steps closer, grin widening. Oh, I'll get my money. Now that I know you're special to him, maybe kidnapping you is even better than the brat. I can use you to get him to cough up. And if the kid's not here, maybe he'll bring her out of hiding if I threaten you. My blood runs cold. He's going to use me as leverage. My vision wavers, panic crashing in. No, please. He lunges, grabs my arm, hauling me toward the door. I yank back, but he twists my wrist painfully. Shut up, he growls, eyes flashing with menace. One word, and I'll put a bullet in you. Got it? A sob rattles in my chest, fear gripping me. I stumble along, no choice but to comply. God, no. My mind races with images of Declan and Olivia, the fragile peace we had, now shattered by this psychopath. He drags me out into the hallway, pressing something cold and metallic into my side. A gun, presumably. My heart pounds like a drum, tears welling. I can't fight him, not like this. My head throbs from the hit, blood still trickling down my cheek. He forces me to lock my door from the outside, pockets my keys and hisses, "Walk," nudging me with the gun. My steps are unsteady, the hallway spinning. We reach the elevator, my eyes flicking around for a neighbor, a camera, anything. But the corridor is empty. He stabs the button, and I glimpse his reflection in the metal elevator doors. His expression is twisted with dark triumph. Inside, my phone is still in his hand. Declan's voicemail ended, but the message lingers in my ears. I told them about you. I don't care about the sponsors. Come back. My tears surge again. Declan, I'm sorry. I left him, and now I'm trapped in a nightmare. The elevator pings, doors sliding open. The man shoves me forward. I brace my hand on the cold metal wall to keep from collapsing. My vision blurs, and I fight to stay conscious. All I can think is, I have to survive. I have to warn Declan, protect Olivia. Because if this man finds Olivia, who knows what he'll do? He jabs the garage level, the carriage descending with a sick lurch. My heart drums faster each floor we pass. He's Richard, I recall him mumbling. He claimed to be Olivia's uncle. He murdered Becca, Olivia's mother. He's the big bad wolf haunting Olivia's nightmares. The man behind Mrs. Myers' attack. It's all too much. My mind dizzies, but I cling to one thought. Declan said he loves me, that he told the world about us. He was too late. The elevator door slides open, revealing the dim underground parking. Richard prods me out, gun hidden beneath his jacket. My breath trembles, tears streaking my cheeks as we move between cars. Declan, please, I think, despair crushing me. Find me before it's too late. But all I have is the pounding of my heart and the echo of our footsteps in the gloom. He steers me to a van parked crooked in a corner. This is it, my worst nightmare. I cast one last frantic look behind me, praying for a miracle, but the garage is empty. My hope flickers. Richard jerks the van's side door open and shoves me in, my screams muffled as the gun digs into my ribs. The door slams, sealing me into darkness. My world narrows to the throb of my head wound and the knowledge that I'm in mortal danger. Tears scald my cheeks as the engine roars to life. Olivia, Brenda, Declan. My thoughts spin, fear choking me. I can only pray that somehow someone realizes I'm in trouble before this deranged man uses me to destroy everything. Olivia's safety, Declan's peace, maybe even my own life.
Chapter 13, Declan. I can't stop staring at my phone. My thumb hovers over Tessa's contact, desperate to press call yet again, even though I already know it'll go to voicemail. The penthouse feels hollow without her energy, her warmth. I paced the living room for the 10th time this morning, nerves churning, mind replaying every second of the interview with Geneva, her smug hands on my arm, my forced answers, the cameras capturing every lie. I told Tessa I'd fix it, but by the time I got home, she was gone. I dial her number once more, heart pounding. Each ring slices into me. Still no pickup. Eventually the line clicks. Voicemail. My breath hitches, frustration tight in my throat. Tess, please call me, I whisper, voice quivering. We can figure this out. Words choke off. I love you. I need you. The beep ends before I can spew more apologies, so I drop the phone onto the couch, running a shaky hand over my face. A muffled sound from the hallway draws my attention. Brenda appears, gingerly closing the door to the spare bedroom. My gaze flicks to her in silent question. She strides over, face drawn, arms crossed. Olivia's asleep now, she mutters. Cried herself tired thanks to you. Her accusation stings. I drag in a breath, chest tight. Look, I know. She raises a hand, cutting me off. What is wrong with you? Her voice trembles with anger. Tessa called me, frantic to help her. She was upset and left the penthouse in tears. Again. Do you even realize how many times you've hurt her? My lungs constrict. Tessa left and asked Brenda for help. She didn't even want to face me. I swallow, trying to tamp down the knot of guilt. I never meant to. Brenda's eyes blaze. Stop saying you never meant it. I'm sick of hearing excuses. First you hide the fact you have a daughter. Then you keep Tessa a secret. You asked for her help. Then you let Geneva parade you around like her trophy. Seriously, Declan? My stomach roils at the memory of Geneva's forced kiss in the interview, the cameras rolling. I didn't let her, I snap, though shame immediately curls my gut. She threatened me with blackmail, had pictures of Tessa and Olivia, demanded a fake relationship. Brenda scoffs. So your solution was to stand there like a mannequin instead of publicly shutting her down? Coward! That single word flares my temper. You think it's that easy? I demand, heart pounding. You don't know the pressure I'm under. The sponsors, the endorsements, the team. Her mouth twists with disgust. You're just like our father, you know that? She levels a glare that knocks the wind out of me. Always using your career, your image, as an excuse to avoid your feelings. You are him. Rage licks at my insides. Don't compare me to that man, I snarl, stepping closer. He was a monster. Brenda's eyes gleam with tears. Exactly. He was a monster who hid behind his love for hockey. He made everything about the sport, never about us. You're doing the same. You told Tessa you'd keep Olivia a secret for your sake, your brand's sake. He did that with you, remember? My fists clench, memories of my father's stony face, the brutal training sessions, the vile words he hurled whenever I missed a shot. You don't know what I went through, I spit, voice trembling. You and Mom left. You got out during the divorce, leaving me behind with him. Pain flashes across Brenda's features. You think we wanted to leave you? Mom thought it was best for you. He was a hockey coach. He could train you, shape your future. A bitter laugh claws up my throat. My future? Did you know he beat me with his stick if I messed up in drills? That he'd lock me in the basement for hours if I dared to say I was tired? He called me worthless, incompetent, told me I'd never measure up. He said there was no room for love if I wanted to be the best. My voice cracks. If Grandpa hadn't found out, maybe I wouldn't even be alive. He took me out of that house. That's how I ended up going pro, not because of Dad's training. Brenda's mouth drops open, horror dawning. Her eyes flick with remorse, tears pooling. Declan, I had no idea. Grandpa never told us the details. Mom didn't know either, I swear. I press my palms to my eyes, swallowing the vicious knot in my throat. I hate him, I whisper, chest heaving. And I've spent my whole life terrified I'd become him. The admission racks me. That's why I never let myself get close to Tessa, never wanted kids, because I was so afraid I'd do to them what he did to me. So I hid behind hockey, behind discipline, behind a wall of lies. Brenda's anger ebbs, replaced by empathy. She approaches, placing a tentative hand on my arm. I'm sorry, we didn't know. She sniffles. It doesn't excuse how you treated Tessa, but I get it. You're hurting. Guilt swamps me. Yeah, I murmur, voice hoarse. But I can't keep using that as a crutch. I have to do better. I need Tessa and Olivia. Brenda nods, eyes still wet. So call her again. Make it clear you're done hiding, that you choose her and Olivia over everything else. I let out a shaky exhale, glancing at my phone on the table. The screen remains dark, no messages from Tessa. She's not answering, I say quietly. But maybe if I go public, announce Olivia's mine, it'll prove I'm serious. My whole being clenches at the thought. I tried to do it with the press, but Geneva twisted it. I need something unfiltered, direct to the fans. Brenda's gaze sharpens. Yes, do it right now. Social media. A personal statement. Show Tessa you're not cowering behind your agent or the media's spin. Heart pounding, I grab my phone. Opening my social media app, I tap the camera, flipping it to face me. My reflection stares back, tired eyes, tension etched in every line. I start recording, voice low and unsteady. Hey guys, it's Declan Hayes. I need to clear something up. Recently, there's been speculation about me being in a relationship with Geneva Hale. That's not true. She and I were not together. The interview, I lied. It's a sham. The truth is, I've been hiding something important. I have a daughter. Her name is Olivia. She's 3 years old, and she's everything to me. I was scared to announce it because of the attention, the scrutiny. But I can't keep living a lie or letting my family down. Olivia is my kid, and I should have been proud to claim her publicly from day one. I also want to say there's someone else in my life. Someone I love. I won't drop her name right now, but she knows who she is. I'm sorry for hurting you if you're watching. I won't hide anymore. If my sponsors drop me, so be it. I'm done lying. I stop recording, my hands trembling. Brenda's eyes shine with approval. Without hesitating, I hit upload. Instantly, notifications start dinging, but I switch to Tessa's number, calling again. Come on, I mutter. Pick up. Voicemail again. My heart sinks. Tessa, please pick up. I'm sorry, I say, voice breaking. Geneva forced me to do that interview. I made a public statement just now, telling everyone we're not together. I told them I have a daughter. I told them you're my partner. I don't care if sponsors drop me. I just want you home. I love you, Tessa. Please call me back. I end the call, tears prickling my eyes. Brenda squeezes my shoulder. Good. That's a start. Not 30 seconds later, my phone buzzes. Relief surges. Maybe Tessa saw my video and is calling back. But the screen shows my agent's name. My chest clenches. Here we go, I mutter, swiping to answer. Yeah? His voice is a snarl. Declan, you've lost your damn mind. That statement is blowing up. Brands are furious. They want retractions. They'll sue if you breach contracts. I don't care, I cut in, throat tightening. Cancel them. All of them. He sputters. What? That's millions of dollars! I pace the living room, the tension back in my chest. I said I don't care. I'll focus on hockey, no endorsements. I'm done lying to keep them happy. He curses under his breath. You're going to go bankrupt, Hayes. This is career suicide. Sponsors run this league, remember? They can push the team to bench you. I clench my jaw, eyes flicking to Brenda, who watches with silent support. They can try. I'm the best defenseman they have, and they know it. If they bench me, the team's championship dreams go down the drain. My voice rises with cold conviction. And if it happens, I'll find another team, one that accepts me and my daughter. He's silent for a beat, then a disgusted scoff. You're making a huge mistake. Mark my words. Maybe, I whisper, mind on Tessa. But it's mine to make. He hangs up, leaving me with a brittle sense of calm and heartbreak. Brenda exhales, shaking her head. Proud of you, bro. You finally took a stand. I force a shaky laugh. Feels more like free-falling, but yeah. The phone lights up again. Sponsors, team owners, even my mother. I rub my temples. I better answer Mom, I say, resigned. Brenda tenses but nods. I tap to answer, hearing my mother's worried voice. Declan, what on earth is going on? Sponsors are calling me, saying you've gone rogue. You have a daughter? My gut clenches. Yes, Mom. Her name's Olivia, and I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. A lot's happened. I shoot Brenda a glance. She nods encouragingly. Can you come over? We need to talk about this in person. She hesitates, then softly agrees. I'll be there soon. Less than an hour later, Mom arrives, tension etched on her face. She and Brenda exchange tense greetings. They haven't been in the same room for a while, not since a family gathering last Christmas that ended in awkward silence. But now they join forces in my living room. I introduce them to Olivia, who peeks out from behind my leg, shy. She woke up from her short sleep probably because she felt the tension. Mom gasps, tears welling, whispering a soft, "Oh my God, she's precious." She kneels to say hello, but Olivia just clings to my pant leg. My heart pinches at how overwhelmed she must feel. Brenda eventually ushers Olivia back to the spare room with crayons so the adults can talk. Then Mom turns to me, tears threatening. Declan, you should have told me. I would have. She shakes her head, voice unsteady. But you always shut me out after your father and I divorced. I swallow hard, glancing at Brenda for backup. She nudges me gently, and I spend the next few minutes explaining everything. How Tessa was Olivia's caretaker, the fiasco with Geneva, my father's abuse. As I speak, Mom's eyes fill with heartbreak, especially when I detail the beatings. She presses a trembling hand to her mouth, tears slipping free. She sniffles. I had no idea. Your grandfather never told me the extent. Her voice breaks. I'm sorry. If I'd known, I wouldn't have left you with him. I thought you were better off, that you'd become a hockey star with a father who guided you, but it was a lie. She sobs, regret etched into every line of her face. My own eyes burn. It's done now, I whisper, shoulders sagging. But I won't make Olivia hide or Tessa suffer. I can't repeat his mistakes. Mom nods, pulling me into a brief hug. I'm here for you. For Olivia, too. She straightens, wiping her tears. Where's Tessa, though? I want to see her. My heart lurches. She left, I admit, voice thick. Because I messed up again. She's not answering calls. Brenda hushes, pressing a consoling hand on my shoulder. Mom frowns. Maybe she just needs space? Brenda pulls out her phone, expression tightening. I'll try her number again. She presses the call, holds it to her ear, then shakes her head after a few rings. Still nothing. It's weird. She'd at least text me if she was ignoring you. A flicker of unease prickles down my spine. You think she's that mad? I ask, though my gut tells me something's off. Tessa usually responds to Brenda, no matter what. Before Brenda can answer, my phone rings. We all jolt, eyes darting to the screen. Tessa's name. Relief and dread mix in my veins. It's her, I exhale, swiping to answer. Tessa? Thank God. A male voice cuts me off, harsh and cold. Declan Hayes? My blood runs cold. Yes? My gaze snaps to Brenda and Mom, both going pale, sensing danger. The man chuckles, an ugly sound. I have Tessa. Right here. She's not too good, but alive for now. My hand trembles, heart pounding so loud I can barely think. What the hell do you mean? My voice shakes with panic. Put her on, now! He snorts. Don't bark orders at me. I'm calling the shots. I need money, Starboy. 200 grand. You bring it. I'll let Tessa go unharmed. My chest tightens, fear morphing into rage. You kidnapped her? Why? Who are you? Name's Richard, he says, tone dripping with smugness. Olivia's uncle, if you can believe it. But that's not important. What is important is the ransom. 200 grand and Tessa's safe return. Try calling the cops, you'll regret it. My stomach churns. Olivia's uncle? This is the guy behind everything? Don't hurt her, I plead, voice cracking. I'll pay anything, just don't touch her. He lets out a cruel laugh. Good. That's the spirit. I'll be in touch with instructions. Don't do anything stupid. Might be the last time you see your girlfriend alive. The line goes dead, leaving me shell-shocked. The phone slips from my grasp, clattering on the coffee table. Brenda lunges forward, grabbing my arm. Declan, what happened? Was that Tessa? I stare at her, throat so tight I can't speak for a moment. She's kidnapped, I manage hoarsely. That bastard wants ransom money. 200 grand. My mind reels, picturing Tessa terrified in danger because of me. Mom's face goes white, knees buckling. Brenda catches her, guiding her to the couch. Oh my God, Mom whispers. He said he's Olivia's uncle? I nod, hands shaking. He introduced himself as Richard. I don't know. He said not to call the cops or he'll kill her. My voice trembles, tears burning my eyes. I can't lose her, Bren. I can't. She grits her teeth, expression steeled with resolve. We'll figure this out. Calm down. We'll pay, we'll do whatever it takes. My entire body shakes with panic. My heart roars in my ears, dread curdling my stomach. God, Tessa, I rasp. This is all my fault. If I hadn't messed with the media, if I hadn't... Brenda shakes me roughly. Stop it. We don't have time for self-blame. We have to save her. You're her best chance. I draw in a shuddering breath. She's right. I have to think. Do something. Not just stand here paralyzed. 200 grand, I repeat, mind spinning. I can get that from my accounts. Screw the sponsors. I'll empty my savings. I kneel by my phone, picking it up with trembling hands. He said he'll call again with instructions. We just have to wait. The words taste like poison, waiting while Tessa could be dying. My mother sniffles, pressing a hand over her mouth, tears sliding down her cheeks. I had no idea this family could get any more complicated. My poor Tessa. Brenda paces the living room, phone in hand. We might need the police, though, if he's truly dangerous. I grip her arm, face twisting in panic. He said no cops or he'd kill her. She meets my eyes, conflict warring in her gaze. You believe him? I nod grimly. He sounded lethal, Bren. I can't risk Tessa's life. Brenda's shoulders slump. Then we handle it ourselves, but how do we guarantee he doesn't hurt her anyway? I shake my head, fear pounding. I have no plan. I don't know. But I can't lose her, I whisper. I just can't. My voice cracks, tears threatening to spill. Brenda guides me onto the couch next to Mom, who drapes an arm around my shoulder. My mind races with worst-case scenarios. Tessa battered and alone, hostage to a psycho. Olivia's soft whimper breaks the tension. She peeks from the spare room, eyes wide with confusion. She must sense the dread swirling in the air. Brenda rushes over, scooping her up, voice low and comforting. It's okay, baby. We're just dealing with grown-up stuff. I twist to see my daughter's worried face. My heart clenches. How can I protect her when I can't even keep Tessa safe? I can't fail again. Rubbing my face, I force a shaky breath. We'll figure it out, I murmur, though the words sound hollow. Brenda steps closer, carrying Olivia. We will, she echoes, voice steely. But right now, we wait for that bastard to call back. Then we do whatever it takes. I nod, tears streaking hot down my cheeks. My mother quietly strokes my back, trying to steady me. For once, I don't push her away. I cling to that small comfort, praying Tessa holds on a little longer. Richard. Just the name sends fury coursing through my veins. He wants to tear my world apart, not this time. But as the minutes crawl by, each second feels like an eternity. My phone remains silent, a grim promise of what's to come. Every shallow breath reminds me Tessa's fate hangs in the balance. And I'm powerless, trapped in my own living room, waiting for a madman to contact me with instructions. The knowledge that I might never see Tessa again, if I misstep, rips me apart. I press my forehead to Olivia's, tears slipping free. I won't fail her, or Tessa, even if it costs everything. My money, my reputation, my life. I'll do whatever it takes to bring Tessa home.
Chapter 14. Tessa. I drift awake to the thrum of tires on uneven pavement, groggy disorientation clinging to my mind. My head throbs, a dull pulsing ache at the edge of my skull. Cold air rushes past my face, carrying the smell of dust and faint gasoline. For a second, I can't piece together where I am or why I'm so cramped. Then reality slams back. Richard. The attack in my apartment. My stomach clenches with fear. I'm in the back seat of a vehicle, lying awkwardly on my side, wrists and ankles tied with coarse rope. My muscles scream in protest, every shift sending hot jolts of pain. I blink rapidly, forcing my vision to clear. The back seat is old leather, ripped in places, stained with who knows what. Through the front windshield, I see an open stretch of road, no other cars in sight, and beyond that, rolling fields dotted with sparse trees. Middle of nowhere. I fight back a rising wave of panic. My entire body aches, especially my head. My hair is matted to my forehead, probably with dried blood from the blow I took. I try to stretch my arms behind me, testing the rope's tension. It's tight, rough fibers biting into my skin. I grip my teeth, adjusting my body minutely to see more of my surroundings. He's driving. I can just make out Richard's profile in the driver's seat. He's wearing a cap pulled low over his brow, and the rearview mirror is angled slightly. If he looks, he'll see me awake. A shudder runs through me. My best chance is to pretend I'm still unconscious or groggy, gather info on where we are. Silently, I close my eyes to slits, feigning that I'm barely rousing. The engine growls as we hit a bump. He curses under his breath, gripping the steering wheel. From the side window, I catch a glimpse of a weathered billboard, Route 19 Diner, 20 miles ahead. My pulse jumps. We're on Route 19, a remote highway west of the city. That's hours away from my apartment. How long was I out? I force down a swell of terror and focus on the rope cutting into my wrists. My fingers are numb, circulation cut off. I have to do something. If I just wait for Declan to come rescue me, it might be too late. This man is violent. He admitted he killed Olivia's mother. The thought makes bile rise in my throat. He won't hesitate to hurt me more, if it suits him. I shift my wrists a fraction, testing the rope's give. It's knotted tight. An idea sparks. A desperate, horrifying idea. If I break one finger, maybe I can slip my hand free. Pain sears through me just imagining it, but I see no other way. My breath stutters. Do it, Tessa. If I can free my arms, maybe I can grab the wheel, cause a distraction, anything. Steeling myself, I wiggle my index finger, pressing it at an awkward angle against the seat. My stomach clenches at what I'm about to do. One quick motion. I bite down on my lip, stifling a whimper. Then I jerk my wrist sharply, bending the finger until a sick crack splits the air. Agony explodes, white hot and nauseating. I bite my tongue, tears streaming down my cheeks, muffled by the roar of blood in my ears. For a moment, black dots dance in my vision. Don't faint, don't faint. My entire body trembles with shock. Panting, I grit my teeth. The pain radiates up my arm, nearly incapacitating me. But I keep going, twisting my hand, trying to slide the rope over the newly misaligned bone. It moves a bit, enough for me to inch my wrist free. Another wave of agony slams into me as the rope scrapes over my bent finger. I nearly black out, biting my cheek hard to stay alert. Finally, with a final yank, my right hand slips free, though my left wrist remains bound. I cradle my battered hand close, tears dripping onto the seat. Oh God, oh God. The finger is swollen, throbbing uncontrollably. I breathe in ragged gasps, the world spinning. The van hits another dip in the road, jostling me, and I cling to consciousness by a thread. I have to stay calm. I can't let him see I'm awake. Summoning all my control, I tuck my freed hand behind my back, hiding the movement as best I can. Time passes in a haze of pain. Every minute feels like an hour, the sun shifting in the sky as we drive deeper into nowhere. My head's pounding, and my finger throbs with each heartbeat. I drift in and out of a daze, forcing my eyes to remain half-lidded, scanning for landmarks, rusted fences, an abandoned gas station sign, more empty fields. My mind catalogs each in case I get a chance to tell Declan or the cops. Declan, please be okay. Please find me. Suddenly, Richard grumbles under his breath, yanking my phone from his pocket. My stomach clenches. He's calling someone. I hear a single ring, then a voice crackling through speaker mode. Declan. My heart leaps, relief and dread mingling. He's alive. He's there. I hold my breath, listening intently. Richard's tone is cold. You got my money, hockey boy? We're about 3 hours away from the city now. 3 hours for you to get that cash and meet my demands. Declan's voice cracks through the line. He sounds breathless, terrified. Yes, I can get the money. Just let me talk to Tessa, make sure she's okay. My eyes burn. Hearing him, hearing the raw fear in his voice cuts me to the core. Richard snorts. You'll get your proof, all right? Soon as you confirm you'll do exactly what I say, including bringing the kid. A low growl comes from Declan. No, I'm not bringing Olivia near you. Richard clicks his tongue. Wrong answer. I want to meet my niece. I want to see the Star Daddy's precious kid. Makes the trade more interesting, doesn't it? Maybe I can ransom both. Triple my money. Or maybe I'll kill her if you don't cooperate. A bolt of panic lances through me. He wants Olivia? No. Declan's voice trembles with desperation. Please don't do this. I'll pay you whatever you want. Just not Olivia. Leave her out of this. Then you better figure out how to bring her. I want to meet the famous brat. Say hi. Richard's malice drips off every word. I'll call again with instructions. You'll get your photo or video of Tessa, so you know she's alive. Then you bring Olivia. Got it? Declan's choked breath hisses through the speaker. Yes, but just show me Tessa's safe, please. Richard grunts, ends the call, and flings my phone onto the passenger seat. My mind swirls, heart hammering. He's forcing Declan to bring Olivia. I can't let that happen. Olivia can't face this monster. He murdered her mother, assaulted Mrs. Myers. He's trying to ransom me. There's no telling what he'll do with a 3-year-old. I have to stop him, but how? My body trembles, adrenaline spiking. My free hand twitches, still slick with blood from my broken finger. I have one chance. If he has to send a photo or video, maybe he'll drag me out of the car for proof. Or maybe I can jump forward and cause an accident. But that could kill us both. Better me than Olivia. My pulse races, resolved. I'll do anything to keep her safe, even if it kills me. Richard mutters curses, fiddling with my phone, presumably trying to set up the camera. The van lurches around a bend, the road narrower now, lined by scraggly trees. My eyes dart to the gear shift near the center console. If I can reach it. He glances back at me, and I freeze, forcing my body limp, letting my head roll as if I'm unconscious. My heart thrums, praying he doesn't notice my freed wrist. He exhales in relief, returning his gaze to the road. Still safe. For now. A new wave of pain racks me, my broken finger throbbing relentlessly. I stifle a moan. Richard picks up my phone again, pressing something. The line crackles. Hey, hockey boy, he snarls. You still there? I'll give you that video you want. Then you bring Olivia. Declan's voice returns, tight as a drum. Tessa, let me see her, hear her, now. I hear the rustling of Richard angling the phone's camera. Open your eyes, he barks, voice dripping with contempt. Time for your close-up. He shifts in his seat, presumably pointing the phone at me. I seize the moment. My eyes snap open, and I bolt upright, ignoring the screaming pain. My free hand lunges for Richard's seat, gripping the headrest. Declan, don't bring Olivia, I shout, voice raw with urgency. He can't be trusted. He killed Olivia's mother. My words tumble fast, desperation fueling me. He's insane. He admitted it, Declan. Do not bring her. Richard curses, twisting around. The van swerves wildly. I grab the back of his seat with all my might. Over the phone speaker, I hear Declan shouting my name, telling me to stay put. But I can't stop. I love you, I scream, voice cracking as tears blur my vision. I love you and Olivia. She's my daughter too. Just don't come. Promise me. Richard snatches at my hair, yanking me back. Pain flares at my scalp, and I taste blood from biting my tongue. The phone clatters somewhere as the steering wheel jerks. The van veers to the right, tires squealing on the asphalt. I grapple with him, adrenaline overriding agony. He's got a gun, somewhere, but maybe it's out of reach. I have to do something. The phone still transmits Declan's frantic voice echoing in the background. Richard howls. Stupid brat. He fights me off, one hand on the wheel, the other tangling in my clothes. We wrestle, the van lurching dangerously. We slam against a guardrail, metal scraping, sparks flying. My heart hammers. We're going to crash. But I keep clawing at his arms, thrashing, determined to disrupt his plan. He tries to bash my head again, but I duck, surging forward. I grab at the steering wheel, wincing as my broken finger scrapes the leather. My vision darkens at the wave of agony, but I refuse to relent. Declan, no! I manage, voice hoarse, not sure if he can still hear me. Don't bring Olivia. He'll kill her. Richard slams the brakes, the van skidding. We plow through something, maybe a wooden fence. My body flails, seatbelt absent. The horizon tilts. My brain screams, "This is it." With a final burst of fury, I twist the wheel. The van jerks violently to the left, top heavy. It flips, everything spinning in a kaleidoscope of sky, road, forest. My screams tear through the air. Chaos reigns. Glass shatters, metal screeches, my body flung around like a rag doll. I slam into the roof, then the seat, pain erupting in waves. My mind reels with a single thought: stop him from hurting them. A second later, the van collides with something solid. My head snaps forward, then everything goes black. For a heartbeat, there's silence, broken only by the sound of my own ragged breaths. Or maybe I'm not breathing at all. My ears ring. Am I dying? My limbs feel strangely weightless. My consciousness flickers, memory scudding away. Declan, Olivia. Time slows to a crawl. I taste blood, cough weakly, hearing a wheeze that might be my lungs. My eyelids flutter, wanting to close for good. All I sense is broken glass under my cheek, a burning smell, the faint hiss of the engine. My entire body throbs in excruciating waves. Yet oddly, there's a numbness creeping in. I think I glimpse Richard slumped over the steering wheel, motionless. Is he? My head lolls, trying to see if he's alive. My vision swims with red splotches. But I can't move, can't speak. Maybe this is it. My last moments slip through my fingers. A final surge of regret tears at me. Declan, I'm sorry. I tried. I love you. I wish I could hold Olivia one more time, watch her grin, brush her curls from her face. The darkness intensifies, swallowing me up. My heart gives one last shuddering beat of defiance. Then I let go, everything fading into merciful black. Maybe this is my end.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tessa Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 15, Declan. The roar in my ears is so loud I almost don't recognize it as my own ragged breathing. My phone is clenched tight in my hand, screen dark where Tessa's frantic voice cut off. The last thing I heard was the horrendous sound of metal on metal, a crash that made my blood run cold. And then, nothing. No voice, no screaming, just the static of a dead line. I stagger backward, knees threatening to give out. Brenda is at my side, face pale. My mother, Sylvia, sways on unsteady feet before slumping against the wall. I manage to catch her by the arm as her eyes flutter. The ex-FBI agent I hired, an old contact recommended by a teammate, steps closer, phone pinned to his ear, trying to trace the call. The room around me seems to shrink, walls closing in with suffocating force. Tessa, oh God, Tessa! I force down the panic buzzing in my skull. My mother regains consciousness with a groan, tears shining in her eyes. Brenda's voice shakes as she asks, Declan, what happened? Did you hear that crash? I can barely speak. My throat is tight and I feel seconds away from breaking down entirely. But I can't afford that. Tessa needs me. My daughter needs me. I have to keep it together. I swallow, forcing out a hoarse reply. I heard a crash, some kind of accident. Tessa was fighting that psycho. Then everything went silent. My mother sobs, pressing trembling fingers to her mouth. Brenda inhales sharply. Oh, God. She reaches for her phone, glancing at me, the question unspoken. Do we call the police now? Get me the location and call the police, I snarl to the ex-FBI agent, voice cracking. Find where that call ended. He mutters into his phone, brow furrowed. We got a partial trace. They were on Route 19 near farmland. I've got contact scanning for any accident reports. We should have something soon. My lungs ache with every breath, my mind spinning with images of Tessa pinned in a wrecked vehicle, possibly bleeding out. My chest constricts at the thought of losing her. Not again. Not after everything. Brenda clutches my arm. Declan, she pleads. We'll find her, okay? Don't give up. I nod, exhaling shakily. I won't. My mother steadies herself, wiping her tears. She glances at Olivia, who's in the spare room, likely oblivious to the nightmare unfolding. I'll take care of Olivia, my mother whispers. You do what you have to. I give her a grateful look. The ex-FBI agent's phone buzzes. He answers and nods grimly. There's been a crash reported on a remote stretch of Route 19. Locals called 911. 2 victims, 1 man, 1 woman, unconscious at the scene. They're being rushed to Jefferson Memorial Hospital outside the city. My heart thunders. Tessa's alive, at least. Alive. I pivot, grabbing a jacket, keys, adrenaline surging. Brenda, stay with Mom. Watch Olivia. Let her know everything's okay for now. She starts to protest, but the look in my eyes must stop her. Instead, she flings her arms around me briefly, voice trembling in my ear. Find her. I nod, swallowing a sob as I break away, motioning for the agent and his small team to follow me out the door. We speed down the highway, ignoring every traffic law, sirens off because we're not official police. My agent buddy flips the switch for hazard lights, weaving between cars, horns blaring in protest. My knuckles are white on the steering wheel. Tessa, hold on! Please! Time blurs. I arrive at Jefferson Memorial's emergency entrance with the screech of tires, nearly ramming into a curb. My team scrambles out, quickly scanning for any sign of paramedics. I spot an ambulance with flashing lights, a pair of EMTs unloading a gurney. My heart clenches. Is that Tessa? But no, it's an elderly man. I run up to a nurse inside, breathless. Tessa Blake, I gasp. Car accident on Route 19. She was just brought in. She checks her computer with calm efficiency. Yes, she's in emergency surgery prep. Non-family have to wait. I'm her fiancé, I blurt, chest tight with desperation. Please, let me in. The nurse gives me a sympathetic look, but shakes her head. I'm sorry, sir, the doctors need space. You can wait in the surgical waiting room. They'll update you once they have her stabilized. I want to fight, to barge in there and hold Tessa's hand, but reason prevails. Don't get kicked out, Declan. I clench my jaw, nod, stumbling toward the waiting area. My ex-FBI contact and the small team remain discreetly in the background, exchanging info, likely verifying if the man found at the crash was Richard. I collapse into a stiff plastic chair, head in my hands, panic throbbing. Minutes crawl by, each second an eternity of not knowing if Tessa's alive or lost to me. My phone buzzes repeatedly, messages from sponsors, media, teammates. I ignore them all. Damn them. If Tessa doesn't survive, none of that matters. Suddenly, a doctor, masked and still in scrubs splattered with blood, emerges. Family of Tessa Blake, he calls. My heart catapults as I leap up. I'm her fiancé, I say hoarsely, stepping forward, ignoring how that word feels foreign on my tongue. But it's not a lie in my heart. The doctor's eyes flick with pity. She's in critical condition, he explains, voice low. Internal bleeding in the abdomen, multiple fractures, severe head trauma. We need to operate immediately. Time is crucial. I need consent forms signed. I don't hesitate. Yes, do everything. Please. My hand trembles as I scribble my name on the paperwork. Anything to save her. The doctor nods briskly and disappears, leaving me swaying with dread. I slump back into a chair, arms on my knees, forehead pressed to my fists. The next hours blur into a montage of agony. My ex-FBI contact stands by, giving me updates on Richard. They identified him as the second victim. He's unconscious. Under police guard, someone must have alerted the authorities once paramedics discovered his weapon. Good. Let him rot. All I care about is Tessa. The possibility of losing her thrashes in my chest, savage and unrelenting. Finally, the doctor returns, pulling off his surgical mask with a weary sigh. The surgery went as well as it could, considering the trauma, but she slipped into a coma. We'll monitor her closely for the next 48 hours. Her vitals are fragile. And... He hesitates, sympathy etched in his gaze. There's spinal damage. We won't know the extent until she wakes, but there's a chance she may lose her ability to walk. The ground vanishes beneath my feet. My head spins, and I grasp the edge of the reception desk for support. Tessa might never walk again. My throat locks. This is my fault. If I hadn't let Geneva manipulate me, if I had found Tessa sooner, stop. Self-blame lances every corner of my mind, but I can't unravel now. Tessa needs me to be strong, even if the guilt is a crushing weight. Hours stretch into dawn as I sit in the ICU waiting room. Nurses come and go, carrying clipboards, giving me soft, apologetic smiles. I can't muster any expression, eyes fixated on the corridor that leads to Tessa's room. Brenda arrives with a tray of coffee and a bag of sandwiches. She looks exhausted, but determined. Our mother stands behind her, wiping tears. She must have left Olivia with a babysitter or something. I can't even think about that right now. I shuffle to my feet, meeting them halfway. Brenda tries to press a sandwich into my hands. Eat something, she urges, voice thick. You need strength. My stomach heaves at the idea of food. I can't, I rasp, gaze flicking to the ICU doors. She's in a coma. They don't know if she'll make it. My voice cracks, tears burning. Brenda's own tears spill over. She sets the sandwiches aside, wrapping me in a fierce hug. It's not your fault, she murmurs, reading the torment on my face. I pull away, trembling. It is. I choke. I let everything spiral out of control. She got kidnapped because of me, then forced that crash all because of me. She doesn't argue further, maybe sensing my anguish is too deep to be reasoned with. I slump into a chair and bow my head in my hands, memories of Tessa's laughter echoing in my mind. I can't lose her. The machines beyond those doors keep her heart beating, but no one knows if she'll open her eyes again. At some point, my exhaustion leads me to close my eyes, half dozing. The door to the waiting room bangs open suddenly, yanking me awake. I jerk upright, spotting a figure with a camera slung around his neck, eyes snapping with the glint of a paparazzo's hunger. My blood boils. He lifts his camera, snapping a shot before I can react. Mr. Hayes, he says loudly, is it true your fiancée was in a crash? So what about your social media post? Did you cause the crash? Is she... Rage ignites. I surge to my feet, crossing the space in 2 strides, adrenaline flooding my veins. I lunge for the camera, fists tightening around the lens. The man stumbles back, sputtering. He tries to raise the camera again, but I slam it aside. My mind is a red haze of fury. They're invading Tessa's last shred of privacy. He starts to protest, "You can't do this!" But I swing hard, knocking him in the jaw. He crashes to the floor with a startled yelp, camera flying. I stand over him, breath heaving, fists clenched. Nurses rush in, shouting. Security tears down the hallway. Other patients' families gawk, but instead of condemning me, they rally around, some yelling at the paparazzo for invading a hospital, A nurse tries to guide me away, her voice gentle. "Sir, calm down, please." But I'm trembling, half out of my mind with grief and rage. Brenda runs over, eyes wide, gently placing a hand on my chest. "Declan, hey, enough. It's okay." She glances at the paparazzo who's scrabbling for his camera. "Stay away," she warns him, voice trembling. He stares at me with hatred, likely thinking of lawsuits or headlines. But the hospital's security guard arrives, barking, "No media allowed back here. Out, now!" The paparazzo staggers to his feet, scowling, but the guard's unflinching stance forces him to retreat. The hallway resonates with murmurs of sympathy from onlookers. I sag against the wall, panting. My knuckles ache from the impact. A nurse gently guides me back to the waiting room, taking my vital signs as if I might pass out. My mother stands in the corner, teary-eyed, voice hushed as she thanks the staff for understanding. I barely register it all, mind reeling with a single truth. I don't care about the paparazzi or the endorsements or the fallout. I just want Tessa to open her eyes. Eventually, the commotion settles. The security guard apologizes for the intrusion, promising no more unauthorized visitors. I sink back into a chair, chest aching. Brenda hovers, offering me water, which I gulp mindlessly. Time loses meaning. The clock on the wall ticks relentlessly, each second reminding me Tessa's life dangles by a thread in the ICU. I press my forehead to my palms, heart pounding with a mantra. "Wake up, Tessa! Please wake up!" Doctors come in and out with updates. Her vitals remain unstable. She's on a ventilator, sedation to prevent further stress. My mother tries to console me, whispering prayers. Brenda rubs my back, tears glinting on her cheeks. None of it helps. I feel hollow, helpless. The staff finally allows me a few minutes by Tessa's bedside. I step through the ICU doors, guided by a nurse, fear gripping my stomach. The room is dimly lit, machines beeping softly. Tessa lies still, her face pale, hair spread on the pillow. Tubes and wires connect her to monitors tracking every breath, every heartbeat. My throat tightens painfully. Gently I approach, resting a trembling hand on hers. The memory of her warm laughter slices through me. Now her hand is cold, her fingers limp, bandages crisscrossing her forearm. I see the faint bruises, a cast on one wrist. I recall how she might have broken a finger escaping those ropes. My heart twists with guilt. "Tessa," I whisper, voice cracking. "It's me. I'm here." My words fall into the hush of the ICU. She doesn't stir. My eyes sting. What if she never responds? I stroke her palm, tears slipping free. "I love you," I croak, head bowed. "I'm sorry for everything. I wish I'd been faster." The machines beep steadily, indifferent to my anguish. Seconds tick by, turning into minutes, and still no reaction. Eventually, a nurse gently taps my shoulder, murmuring that my time is up. I nod numbly, pressing my lips to Tessa's forehead before I shuffle out, heart leaden. Back in the corridor, Brenda meets my gaze. She tries to smile encouragingly, but it wavers. "Declan, she's strong. She'll fight." I don't respond, just stare at the ground, mind replaying Tessa's last frantic words over the phone. "I love you. Don't bring Olivia." My chest feels crushed under regret. I did everything wrong, and now she might pay with her life. Brenda loops an arm around my shoulders, guiding me to a quiet corner. She thrusts a takeout box into my hands. "Eat, please. You'll collapse if you don't. Tessa wouldn't want that." My throat constricts. Tessa. The thought of her lying unconscious, possibly never waking, makes my stomach revolt. But I force down a few bites of cold sandwich, hardly tasting it. Guilt and fear swirl, overshadowing everything else. When morning arrives, the hospital corridors glow with pale sunlight. The same nurse from the night shift approaches me, eyes filled with compassion. She updates me. Tessa remains in a coma, still critical. No improvement, but no deterioration either. I cling to that slight relief. She's still here. But the 48-hour window looms like a sword. Each second we lose, diminishing her chances. A hush blankets the waiting area. My mother sits in a corner, whispering prayers. Brenda dozes fitfully in another chair, phone in her lap. The ex-FBI agent hovers near the entrance, eyeing every passerby suspiciously. I slump in a chair, exhaustion creeping in, but I can't sleep. My phone vibrates again, headlines popping up. Declan Hayes' fiancée in tragic accident, scandal or setup. Hockey star confesses to having a secret child. The gossip swirls. I ignore it, shutting off my phone. None of it matters if Tessa doesn't make it. A small commotion by the elevator draws my eye. A camera flash, some outraged shouts. Another paparazzo, maybe. My hands curl into fists. 2 security guards promptly escort the intruder out, and I unclench, reminding myself Tessa needs me calm. Time passes in a bleak haze. Nurses come with coffee, offering sympathetic smiles. Patients' families murmur condolences. Doctors slip in and out of Tessa's room, giving me slight nods, but no new news. The tension coils tighter each moment. Finally, the shift changes, and a fresh doctor emerges from Tessa's room. He looks at me with grave eyes. She's stable, but still unconscious. We'll see how she progresses over the next day. She may have permanent spinal damage affecting mobility. His words slice me to the core. Tessa, who loves dancing around the kitchen, chasing Olivia. The idea of her not walking makes me want to scream. I swallow my anguish. Can I see her again? He nods, and I follow him down the hallway, ignoring the jolt of fear every time a door opens. In Tessa's ICU room, machines beep in a steady rhythm. I sink into a chair at her bedside, gently taking her hand again. There's so much I want to tell her, so many apologies I need to voice. But all that comes out is a broken whisper. Come back to me. I don't know how long I sit there, tears drying on my cheeks. Eventually, a nurse suggests I let them do another check. Reluctantly, I step out, returning to the waiting area where Brenda stands, arms folded. She urges me to rest. I shake my head. Suddenly, my phone rings, an unknown number. I stiffen, dreading another call from the press, or worse, Richard's associates if he has any. But the ex-FBI agent nods for me to answer. Hello? I rasp. A female reporter's voice pounces on me, words tumbling. Mr. Hayes, can you confirm the rumors your fiancée is in critical condition following a chase involving the man who... I hang up, furious. Brenda's eyes flick to me, concern etched in her face. I mutter, Reporter, and she nods grimly. They'll never leave us alone, will they? As if summoned by that thought, a man in scrubs and a baseball cap creeps into the corridor, camera visible beneath the open lab coat. My blood boils. Another paparazzo trying to sneak in for a photo of Tessa in her hospital bed? My heart roars with protectiveness. I lunge forward, but the ex-FBI agent intercepts him first, yanking off the hat. The man tries to flee, but hospital security converges, pushing him away. I watch, trembling with anger, as he's escorted out under a hail of outraged curses from visitors. A wave of relief merges with frustration, leaving me drained. Brenda sighs, tears brimming. This is insane, all because you finally told the truth on social media. I don't regret telling the truth, but the cost is devastating. I sink back into a chair, elbows on my knees, face in my hands. All I need is for her to wake up, I whisper, voice tearing. Brenda squeezes my shoulder, her own tears slipping free. The doctor reappears, beckoning me into Tessa's room again. You can stay with her. She'll sense your presence. I nod, stepping inside. The hush swallows me. Tessa lies motionless, bruised face turned to one side, tubes helping her breathe. I approach with shaking steps, lowering myself into the seat beside her bed. Gently, I brush my thumb over the back of her hand, conscious of the bandages and IV lines. My heart aches at how fragile she looks. "Tessa," I murmur, voice thick. "I'm right here. I'm not leaving. Please hang on for me." My tears drip onto the sheets. Behind me, the machines beep steadily, a reminder she's still fighting. "Fight with me, Tessa. Come back." Brenda appears in the doorway, face drawn. "We'll keep everyone out," she says softly. "Mom's with Olivia, and the staff is on high alert for paparazzi." I manage a nod, throat clogged. She quietly closes the door, leaving me alone in the sterile space with Tessa's labored breathing. Outside, the world churns with scandal, rumors, condemnation. But I don't care anymore. My eyes remain fixed on Tessa's still form, silently pleading for her to open her eyes. Night falls, the hospital lights glowing an eerie yellow. I remain at Tessa's side, ignoring the stiff ache in my back, refusing to leave unless forcibly removed. Doctors come by, checking vitals, murmuring faint encouragement. The 48-hour window weighs heavily, each minute etched in dread. At some point I slump forward, pressing my forehead to Tessa's hand. My lips graze the bandaged knuckles. "You're my everything," I whisper, tears leaking down. "I can't lose you. I won't." The machine's beeps remain steady, indifferent to my pleas. I close my eyes, praying for a miracle. She has to survive. She has to. Chapter 16, Declan. The days blur in a relentless haze of hospital corridors and antiseptic air. At first, I cling to the 48-hour window the doctors gave me, believing Tessa would wake any minute. But 48 hours turn into a week, then 2, then 3, and now months have passed, 3 endless months, without her opening her eyes. I barely recognize myself. My reflection in the window near Tessa's ICU room is gaunt, eyes shadowed by sleepless nights. I've shed nearly 20 pounds, my cheeks hollow, jerseys and hoodies hanging off my frame. I don't bother shaving half the time. There's no point. Everything, hockey, endorsements, the noise of media, faded into insignificance the moment Tessa slipped into that coma. I've taken an indefinite leave from the Chicago Blades, turning in my gear. The season plays on, my teammates powering through toward the finals. But I'm not there. I can't muster the focus or physicality for the ice, not while Tessa remains in this fragile limbo. The coach offered support, said I could come back whenever I'm ready, but I'm not sure I ever will be. My mind's in a permanent hospital room, tethered to Tessa's breathing machines and silent monitors. Every day I sit by her bed, the rhythmic beep of her heart monitor both comfort and torment. The staff eventually allowed me to move a cot into her room, so I practically live here now. When the nurses do their rounds, I slip out briefly, leaning against the hallway wall, eyes closed in silent prayer for signs of improvement. Then I return to Tessa's side, wiping her brow with cool cloths, massaging lotion into her hands to keep them from stiffening. Sometimes I read aloud, random novels from the hospital gift shop, or the worn romance books Tessa once stacked on her bedside table at my penthouse. Sometimes I just talk, telling her about my day, about Olivia's antics, about how much I miss her laugh. Olivia visits almost every afternoon. Mom or Brenda brings her, tiptoeing into the ICU. At first, Olivia burst into tears the second she saw Tessa hooked up to tubes, her face so pale. I cradled her in my lap, pressing kisses to her curls, whispering that Tessa will come back to us, that she's just sleeping. She sniffled, her tiny hands trembling, and asked in a trembling voice, "Is she gone like Mommy?" That question shattered me. I forced a gentle smile, voice cracking as I said, "No, sweetie. She's not gone, she's fighting. She'll come back." To keep Olivia calm, I let her color pictures at the foot of Tessa's bed, telling Tessa all about her day at the community playgroup, what cartoon she watched last night. My girl's so brave. Sometimes she kisses Tessa's cheek, whispering, "Wake up," in the sweetest, most heartbreaking tone. I have to step out then, blinking back tears so Olivia won't see me crumble. The doctors aren't optimistic. Every update is the same. Tessa is stable but comatose. Her brain injuries severe. Day by day, the chances of regaining full consciousness wane, they say. My stomach knots each time they mention the odds, but I refuse to accept it. I cling to hope like a lifeline. She has to wake up. She has to. I've told them to do anything, everything. I've spent half my savings on private nurses, specialized equipment, anything to give her a shot. Doesn't matter if I end up broke. Her life is worth more than any bank account. In these weeks, new horrors unravel about Richard, the man who kidnapped her. He survived the crash, though he's paralyzed from the waist down, locked in a maximum security hospital ward. The police uncovered the full extent of his crimes. He murdered Becca, Olivia's mother, when she refused to fund his gambling debts, then lied to everyone that she'd run off with some new lover. He blackmailed a security guard in my building to tamper with the CCTV so he could sneak in and leave Olivia on my doorstep, believing I might abandon her to child services. Then, seeing me actually keep Olivia, he realized he'd lost potential ransom money until Tessa gave him another opportunity by loving that child so fiercely. Through it all, we learned more about Becca's side of the story. She left behind a small diary, found in Richard's hideout. Police gave us a copy of the pages. In trembling handwriting, she wrote about how she and I met at a post-game bar, both a little drunk and emotionally raw. She discovered she was pregnant, but didn't want to disrupt my career. She figured she'd wait until Olivia was older, then approach me. She didn't realize Richard's greed would escalate to violence. Reading Becca's words, my throat burned with regret. I wish she'd trusted me sooner. But what's done is done. I stand guard over Tessa and Olivia, my family. Olivia is truly my daughter, and Tessa is everything. The woman who fought for us, who gave Olivia the love she deserved, who brought color into my gray world. The woman who now lies motionless, trapped in a coma because of my failures. I'm in her room, as always, a tray of hospital cafeteria food untouched on the bedside table. The fluorescent lights hum overhead, and I gently wipe Tessa's forehead with a damp cloth. She smells of antiseptic and faint lavender body wash I bring from home, hoping a familiar scent might stir her memories. The nurse recommended we move her limbs daily to prevent stiffness, so I carefully rotate her ankles and elbows, muttering an apology if I press too hard. "Hey, Tessa," I say quietly, voice echoing in the hush of the room. I talked to the docs this morning. They say your brain activity is low but stable." My throat clenches. "Stable is good, right?" I attempt to smile. "You're always defying odds. Don't stop now." Silence answers. The respirator whooshes, monitors beep. My eyes sting with unshed tears. I force them down, leaning forward to brush my lips across her knuckles. "Don't give up on me, Tessa." That plea circles my mind constantly. I glance at my watch, a battered old thing with a cracked face. Another day is winding down. The windows show a skyline painted orange by the setting sun. Brenda will bring Olivia soon. We formed a routine. She helps me bathe Tessa every few days, changes her gown, braids her hair so it won't tangle. The nurses told me they've never seen such devotion. I don't feel devoted, I feel desperate. This is the only way I know how to keep going. A soft knock at the door signals Brenda's arrival. She steps in, leading Olivia by the hand. My daughter's curly hair bounces, her eyes flicking from me to Tessa. She's stronger now, not crying immediately, but sorrow still lingers in her gaze. "Hey, kiddo," I whisper, mustering a gentle smile. "Want to tell Tessa about your new coloring book?" Olivia nods, climbing onto a small stool by Tessa's bed. She opens a pink coloring book filled with smiling sea creatures. "Look," she says, flipping pages for Tessa's unseeing eyes. "I did the mermaid with purple hair. It's Tessa's favorite color." She places the coloring book carefully beside Tessa's pillow, as though hoping she'll wake and see it. I swallow, hugging Brenda briefly in greeting. She rubs my back, scanning Tessa's still form with a sigh. "Any changes?" she asks quietly. I shake my head, shoulders stiff. Not yet. Maybe never. The unspoken fear drowns me. I turn to watch Olivia gently pat Tessa's hand. My chest aches. A beep from my phone distracts me. Another message from the investigators or from some sponsor wanting an update on my indefinite leave. I ignore it, focusing on Tessa. "Could you guys give me a minute alone with her?" I ask Brenda softly. She nods, understanding etched in her face. She coaxes Olivia up, promising a snack from the vending machine. With one last glance at Tessa, Olivia allows herself to be led out. I'm alone again in the hush. I slump onto the stool, letting my hand rest on Tessa's forearm, feeling the delicate shape of her bones under the hospital gown. "They found out more about Becca," I murmur, voice trembling. "She didn't want to ruin my life. Funny, right? If she'd told me sooner, maybe none of this would have happened. But I get it. Everyone's always telling me I need to keep my focus. Look what that did. I ended up pushing you away, too." My gaze flicks to her face, pale against the pillow. "I'm not that man anymore. I promise. I'm not running from fatherhood, and I'm not letting you go." Tears catch in my eyes. "So wake up, Tessa. Please. We still have so much left to do. Take Olivia to the aquarium again. Teach her how to ice skate. Watch you read your romance novels on the couch." My voice breaks, and I hid my face in the crook of my arm, silent sobs racking my chest. Time slips by unnoticed. Eventually, a nurse peeks in, checking Tessa's vitals, offering a sympathetic pat on my shoulder. Then night drapes the windows. The staff dims the overhead lights. I stay by Tessa's side, not bothering with my cot. I'm afraid to miss even the tiniest sign of life. The next morning arrives in a bleary swirl of beeps and whispered conversations. I muster the energy to wash Tessa's face, gently brush her hair. I talk to her about anything, trivial stuff like the new menu in the cafeteria, or how the nurse shared a silly joke. I recount Olivia's latest crayons meltdown, how she refused the color green for a whole day because green is sad. My words hang in the silent room, but I keep hoping she hears them. Then I tell her the latest about hockey. My indefinite leave from hockey remains in place. The media occasionally stirs up gossip, but it's overshadowed by the tragedy of Tessa's coma. They label me a devoted fiancé, some tabloids spinning it as a beautiful love story born from scandal. I ignore it all. All that matters is Tessa's heartbeat under my hand, or the slight warmth of her skin when I rest my palm on her cheek. The nurses come to check on her. I sense them wanting to say Tessa's time might be running out, but they don't have the heart to crush Olivia's little hopes. And me, I read so many medical articles, talk to specialists, beg for new treatments. They keep telling me the same. Coma patients can linger indefinitely. Some never wake. The words slice me every time. But Tessa is the strongest person I know, even if her body is still. She overcame so much, Richard, her own scars, my mistakes. I can't believe she'd just fade away. The doctor corners me in the hallway. "Mr. Hayes, we've done all the standard treatments. Realistically, each passing day decreases the likelihood of recovery." He softens his tone. "Perhaps you should prepare for the possibility she might remain comatose." I stare at him, throat tight. "No," I say, voice taut. "She'll wake. I'm not giving up." He sighs, nods once, and departs, leaving me in the corridor, rage and despair fighting in my chest. They can accept that outcome, but I won't. Returning to Tessa's room, I find it strangely quiet. The monitors beep in their familiar rhythm. I slip into the chair by her side, taking her hand, noticing how slender and frail her fingers seem. Her face is calm, unlined by tension, but that stillness breaks me. "Move. Please, Tessa, move something." My voice trembles as I speak to her. "I miss you," I whisper, interlacing our fingers. "I miss how you'd roll your eyes at my stubbornness. I miss the way you hummed quietly when you cooked. Hell, I even miss your exasperated sighs when I wouldn't talk about my feelings. A dry laugh escapes me, laced with tears. I'll talk about them all day now if you just open your eyes. Her only response is the steady hiss of the ventilator. My heart clenches. I bow my head, tears sliding down my cheeks, landing on the thin sheets. Time drags on into late night. I doze in the chair, head lolling and ache in every muscle. A subtle change in the sound of the monitor startles me awake. My eyes snap open, scanning Tessa's face. She's still motionless, but I notice a slight shift, a flutter of her right hand's fingers. Adrenaline spikes in my veins. Did I imagine that? I lean forward, barely breathing, eyes glued to her hand. Then it twitches again, an unmistakable movement. My heart leaps into my throat. "Tessa!" I rasp, voice cracking. I swallow, tears blurring my vision, but I can't look away. "Tess, can you hear me?" My voice trembles with 1,000 emotions. Her eyelids remain closed, but her hand, that small set of fingers, moves again, faint but deliberate. My chest tightens with a flood of hope so intense it hurts. "Nurse!" I call, half choking on the word. "Nurse, come quick!" Within seconds, a nurse rushes in, confused by my frantic tone. I point to Tessa's hand. She moved. Check her, please." My voice wavers between sobbing and cheering. The nurse grabs Tessa's wrist gently, checking reflexes, eyes wide. "I see it," the nurse whispers, excitement rising. She calls for the doctor on duty, who hurries into the room, stethoscope swinging. They assess Tessa's vital signs, shining a penlight in her eyes. I hold my breath, legs shaking with the force of my need for good news. After a quick exam, the doctor turns to me, face solemn but with a flicker of optimism. "It's a positive sign," he says, voice low. "She's showing some motor response. It could be a reflex, but combined with stable vitals, it indicates potential neurological improvement." A rush of relief floods me. I sag into the chair, tears escaping unchecked. Potential. It's not a guarantee, but it's something, more than we've had in 3 months. I press my forehead against Tessa's hand, murmuring a tremulous thank you to any higher power listening. The doctor adjusts Tessa's IV, adding quietly, "We'll monitor her closely. Keep talking to her. Let her know you're here." I nod, tears still tracking down my cheeks. "I will," I promise, voice husky. The doctor and nurse slip out, leaving me alone with Tessa again. My hand trembles as I brush my lips over her fingertips. They're still now, but I can't ignore what I witnessed. A twitch, a sign of life. My mind replays the moment over and over, excitement coursing through my veins. She's fighting. I fumble for my phone, texting Brenda in shaky caps. Her hand moved. My mother, Olivia. Everyone needs to know. The beep of an incoming call distracts me, but I ignore it, focusing instead on Tessa's still face. If she's improving, maybe she's on her way back to us. I lower my head to the mattress, fresh tears soaking into the blanket. "Tessa, keep going," I plead softly. "Don't stop now. We're waiting for you. I love you." My voice cracks. I imagine she can hear me in some distant corner of consciousness. If I just keep talking, keep loving her, maybe she'll find her way back from the dark. Exhaustion tugs at me, but hope pushes me to keep watch over her through the night. My eyes remain glued to that hand, yearning for another twitch or flinch. Even if it doesn't come immediately, my heart is lighter than it's been in months. She moved once. She can do it again. By dawn, I'm bone-weary, but a soft smile tugs at my lips. The beeping machines no longer sound so ominous. There's a future shimmering on the horizon, dim but not impossible. Tessa is still here beneath the coma, fighting her way back. We might have a chance. As the sun rises, painting the hospital walls in gentle gold, I lean over Tessa's ear, stroking her hair from her forehead. My voice is a whisper, thick with devotion. "I'm not giving up on you. I promise. Wake up, love. Wake up and come home. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylerWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 17. Tessa. I exist in an endless gray haze at first. Neither cold nor warm, just empty, monotonous, without sight or sound. Time slips away from me, an abstract concept I can't measure. I wander through this nothingness, my mind grasping for something tangible. Yet every attempt slips through my mental fingers like smoke. Sometimes I think I hear echoes, faint murmurs of a voice I almost recognize. But each time I try to follow, the sound fades. I don't know how long I roam, or if I'm truly roaming at all. My feet never seem to touch ground. There's no up or down, just a drifting sensation. Fear and confusion occasionally spike, but they're muffled by the overwhelming blankness, as though my emotions are dampened by heavy clouds. Am I dead? The question bubbles up more than once, but I have no memory of death, only a lingering sense that I'm missing something crucial. A name, a reason, a heartbeat that isn't mine. Slowly, like a sunrise piercing a fog, I start to sense faint warmth, a distant pressure on my hand. It's gentle, insistent, tugging me toward awareness. I pause in that gray void, trying to listen. A voice calls my name, first muffled, like cotton stuffed in my ears, then growing clearer. Tessa. Tessa, come back. The sound cracks through the emptiness, igniting a spark of recognition. The gray walls shake, dissolving into a swirl of color and sensation. My body feels heavier, weighted by an ache that radiates from every limb. There's a rhythmic beeping, steady and reassuring. Light, at first harsh, seeps through my closed eyelids. A groan escapes my lips, startling me. It's raw, raspy. The sudden flood of brightness makes my eyes water. I blink, everything fuzzy, the world an abstract painting of colors and shapes. Then I realize I'm awake. My heart trips. Where am I? I try to move, but my limbs are uncooperative, leaden. My chest tightens in panic, but a soft voice reaches me. Tessa. The name resonates in my chest like it belongs to me. I blink again, straining to focus. A tall figure looms at the bedside. My vision adjusts, and I see a familiar face etched with worry. Declan, with stubble on his jaw, sunken cheeks, and eyes that glisten with tears. I open my mouth, but only a ragged croak emerges. Declan, my voice is papery, barely audible. A wave of relief floods his features, tears slipping down his cheeks as he leans closer. Hey, he murmurs, voice trembling. You're awake? Oh, God. He exhales, pressing his forehead against my hand. I feel moisture, his tears on my skin. My chest tightens with emotion. Memories flash. A van, screeching tires, a fight for the wheel. My heart pounds, terror flaring until I catch the sterile hospital smells. the beep of machines. I'm in the hospital, but alive. Another voice pipes up. Tessa! A small figure scrambles forward. Olivia, wide-eyed and clutching a stuffed sea lion. She stares at me, quivering, then bursts into tears, climbing onto a stool beside the bed. You were sleeping forever, she sobs. My heart aches whenever I look at her. She's awake, another voice exclaims. I turn my head with effort, seeing Sylvia, Declan's mother, and Brenda standing near the foot of the bed. Their faces shine with joy and relief, tears streaming unchecked. In the corner, I spot a woman I recognize with a jolt of gratitude. My Aunt Melinda, who raised me after my mother left me. She has fresh streaks of silver in her hair, face crumpled in an emotional smile. A tear slips down my cheek. My throat is too tight to form words. They all converge around me, an overwhelming tide of warmth and love. Declan gently touches my chin, eyes shimmering. You're back, he whispers, voice full of awe. God, Tessa, I thought I'd lost you. Exhaustion pulls at me, the room spinning slightly. Sylvia helps adjust the bed, propping me up with the pillows so I'm half sitting. Olivia clutches my arm, leaning her head carefully against my side, still crying, but quieter now. My Aunt Melinda rubs my shoulder, tears glistening on her cheeks. Brenda's grin is shaky. Welcome back, Sleeping Beauty, she murmurs, voice quivering. I smile, but my face is sore, skin taut with unrecognizable bruises. After a moment, Aunt Melinda clears her throat. We should let them have a bit of privacy. She ushers Sylvia and Brenda away, though Olivia hesitates, looking at Declan for confirmation. Declan meets her gaze, nodding reassuringly. She plants a trembling kiss on my forearm before sliding off the stool and following the others out, hugging her plush toy tightly. Now it's just Declan and me. Silence settles, broken only by the hiss of oxygen and the beep of the heart monitor. My chest feels tight with raw emotion, but I manage a whisper. What happened? He gently cups my cheek, eyes dark with guilt. You were taken by that bastard, Richard. You fought him in the van, caused it to crash. You've been in a coma for 3 months. His voice wavers on those last words. I've been here every day, hoping, praying you'd open your eyes. 3 months. It registers like a punch, my stomach twisting. No wonder my limbs feel like wet cement. A stinging tear escapes my eye, and Declan leans closer, pressing his lips to my forehead. I'm sorry, he breathes, voice taut with remorse. I'm sorry for everything. Geneva, the secrecy, Richard, any part I played in letting that psycho near you, He chokes on a sob. I never deserved you, Tessa. My heart constricts at his despair. Memories stir, Geneva's stunt, my kidnapping, the crash. Pain flickers behind my temples, but I gather enough strength to brush my fingertips across his lips, silencing him. No, I rasp. Not your fault. You tried to save me. I know you did. His eyes brim, shoulders trembling. I failed. You almost died. He bows his head, tears dripping onto the sheets. God, Tessa, I love you. Please let me fix this. I want you safe, always. Warmth floods my chest at those words, the same he'd whispered in my last memory. I thread my fingers through his hair, ignoring how weak my arm feels. You love me? I whisper, though I know the answer. He nods fervently, tears slipping free. And you? He asks, voice trembling. Do you still love me after all the lies and the heartbreak? He looks at me as though bracing for rejection. My voice is unsteady as I say, I never stopped. Even when I was furious, I couldn't stop loving you. A teary smile wobbles on my lips. We both messed up, but we're here, together. His relieved sob catches me off guard, and he collapses onto the bed, cradling my hand to his chest. I run my thumb across his cheek, feeling the sharp angle of his jaw, the scruff that's grown in my absence. We're both raw and broken in our own ways, but the love in his eyes is undeniable, a steady flame that survived all the darkness. He exhales shakily, then steels himself. Tessa, there's something else I have to tell you. His voice trembles. The doctors did everything they could. The crash, your spine was damaged. They're not sure if you'll ever walk again. The words hang in the air, a stark horror that squeezes my heart. My breath hitches. My arms go limp, tears threatening again. Never walk? The concept is staggering. I picture all the simple things. Strolling in the park with Olivia, dancing in the kitchen with Declan, gone. A sob escapes my throat, and Declan grips my hand tighter. I'm so sorry, he whispers, voice cracking with grief. But they also said there's therapy, maybe a slim chance. He swallows. I'll be here, every step. We can find the best specialists. We'll do anything. Please, let me shoulder this with you. I shake, overwhelmed by sorrow and uncertainty, yet Declan's unwavering presence steadies me, his hand warm on mine. Slowly, I nod, tears flowing freely. I'm scared, I admit, voice barely a whisper. I don't want to be a burden. He cups my face with both hands, staring into my eyes, fierce determination blazing. You're not a burden. You're the woman I love. I will carry you, push you, support you, whatever it takes. We have Olivia, and we'll figure this out, together. The sincerity in his voice pierces the cloud of despair. I nod, tears streaming. My arms tremble with exhaustion, and I slump back against the pillows. He leans in, pressing a tender kiss to my lips. It feels like life returning to me. A reminder that we survived the worst. Maybe we can survive this too. The weeks that follow are a blur of hospital routines, physical therapy sessions, and an unending wave of visitors. Aunt Melinda fusses over me, ensuring I eat the bland hospital meals. Sylvia helps with Olivia, bringing her daily to see me. Brenda organizes schedules, coordinating specialists and insurance calls. Declan, he's omnipresent. My constant guardian. He barely leaves my side except to sleep in a cot in the corner of my room. The doctors keep telling me to be patient, that progress is slow. My legs remain unresponsive, but there's faint sensation returning now and then. I watch Declan adapt to caretaker mode with a fierce tenderness that breaks my heart. He helps me with basic tasks, lifts me gently to the bathroom, massages my stiff muscles. There's no embarrassment in his actions, just unwavering devotion. More than once, I catch him leaning his forehead against my knee, silent tears slipping, as if blaming himself for every bruise on my body. I run my fingers through his hair, murmuring reassurances that I don't blame him, that I'm alive because he never gave up. Olivia's presence is sunshine in my day. She perches on the bed, coloring pictures of our family, always drawing Declan, me, and herself with bright hearts overhead. She begs me to come home soon, and I promise I will, choking on the fear that I might never walk into that penthouse on my 2 feet. Declan kisses my forehead, whispering we'll find a way. One morning, about a month after I first woke, a new physical therapist arrives. She helps me attempt small exercises, focusing on my arms and core. It's agonizing, but I'm determined. Pain flares through me, but Declan's large hands steady my shoulders. Voice low and encouraging. You've got this, he murmurs, eyes glistening with hope whenever I manage even the slightest motion. I find myself smiling through tears, feeding off his belief in me. Slowly, we see improvements. I can move my toes a fraction. An achievement that sends Declan into rapturous excitement. The day I managed to lift my left foot an inch off the bed, Aunt Melinda practically throws a celebration. Brenda snaps a photo, tears of joy shining. They plaster it all over their phones, telling everyone Tessa's progress is a miracle. I blush, but inside, I'm grateful for their unwavering faith. I feel like maybe I'm allowed to hope. Then, one late afternoon, the doctor delivers the best news yet. Your therapy's yielding promising results, Tessa. If this continues, you could eventually regain enough function to walk with assistance. The tension in my heart dissolves into trembling relief. I slump in the hospital bed, laughter and tears bubbling up. Declan wraps his arms around me from behind, pressing his cheek to mine, a husky whisper of celebration. "I told you," he murmurs, voice cracking. "We're going to do this." When the doctor leaves, we remain entwined. I lean against Declan, feeling his heartbeat thrumming through his chest. My arms loop around his neck, the smell of his familiar hoodie comforting. "Thank you," I whisper, tears catching on my lashes. He presses a kiss behind my ear, voice rich with emotion. "For what?" "For never leaving," I say, voice trembling. "For believing I'd come back, that I could heal." My throat constricts. "When I woke up, I was so scared you'd leave me. But you didn't." He turns me slightly, ensuring we're face to face. "I'd never resent you. I owe you everything," he says, eyes shining. "You saved Olivia. You saved me from myself. If anything, I don't deserve you." A teasing scowl tugs at my lips. "Stop saying that," I murmur. "We deserve each other." I press my forehead against his, letting us share a quiet breath. He kisses me softly, a lingering brush of warmth that stirs all the feelings I've harbored for him. Suddenly, his hands shift, cradling my cheeks. There's an intensity in his gray eyes that sends a flutter through my stomach. He draws in a breath. "Tessa," he begins, voice trembling. I can't imagine life without you. These months seeing you on that bed, not knowing if you'd return." He breaks off, swallowing hard. "I love you more than anything. I love Olivia. I love our little family. And I want to make it official." Confusion sparks in my chest. "Official?" I echo softly. His lips curve into a shaky smile. He glances around our cramped hospital room, then back at me. "It's not how I planned it, but I don't care about fancy proposals anymore. I just care about you. Will you marry me?" The world seems to freeze, my heart thudding painfully. Marry him? My eyes well with tears. "Declan," I whisper, voice fracturing. What if I can't walk? What if I never fully recover? I'll be a burden." He presses a finger to my lips, shaking his head fiercely. "No, you're never a burden. If you can't walk, I'll carry you. If you can't run, I'll push you. If you can't dance, I'll dance for you." Tears slip down his cheeks, raw emotion flooding. "All I want is you, Tessa, however you are. I promise to stand by you forever." A sob chokes me, tears streaming. His sincerity wraps around me, filling the lonely corners of my soul. For so long, I feared being second to hockey, second to an image. But he's proven time and again that I come first. He gave up the season for me. He sat by my bed every day, fed me, bathed me, read me stories, let me sob on his shoulder when the pain was too much. I search his eyes, seeing that old guarded steel replaced by an unguarded love, a fierce devotion that melts every doubt. Slowly, I slide my hand over his, nodding through my tears. "Yes," I croak. "I'll marry you." He releases a shaky laugh, pressing his forehead to mine as we both sob quietly. "Thank you," he whispers. "God, I love you." "I love you," I reply, lips trembling into a smile. He kisses me gently, a promise sealed in softness. Despite the hospital walls, The antiseptic smell, the ache in my legs. I've never felt more certain of anything. We share that moment, tears and laughter mingling. Eventually, we pull apart, breathless with relief. He kisses my knuckles, eyes shining. We'll tell Olivia. She'll flip. The thought of our daughter reacting to the news fills me with warmth. Our daughter, a real family. He tucks a strand of hair behind my ear, grin boyish despite his weary face. We'll have to plan the wedding once you're out of here. Maybe not a big one, unless you want it. I manage a watery laugh. Something simple, surrounded by people we love. And I'll walk down the aisle, one way or another, crutches or wheelchair or, hopefully, my own feet. My voice catches, fresh tears brimming. He nods, heart in his eyes. Whatever it takes, he repeats fervently. I'll be there every step. I rest my head on his shoulder, exhaustion tugging me back. But this time, it's a peaceful kind of tired. I let my eyes drift shut, not out of coma's darkness, but out of gentle contentment. Declan's arms curve around me, a warm shield against the world's chaos. We made it. We're here. My heart glows with the promise of tomorrow, no matter how long the road to recovery might be. In the corridor, I hear footsteps, likely Brenda or Aunt Melinda. Maybe Olivia bouncing in with crayons to share the news that Mommy and Daddy are getting married. A soft smile crosses my face, tears still damp on my cheeks. I cling to Declan's hand, feeling his steady pulse under my palm. There's pain in my body, uncertainty about my legs, but with every breath, I sense a new beginning. Our love survived darkness, betrayal, secrets, kidnappings, and months of coma nightmares. If we can endure that, we can endure anything. As my eyes shut, I imagine the slow hum of wedding bells, or maybe just the hush of a simple vow. Yes, I do. We will find our way, step by hesitant step together.
Chapter 18. Declan. The sun hangs low over the gardens, painting everything in gentle gold. It's been 5 months. 5 months since Tessa first opened her eyes. 5 months of painstaking therapy, of quiet determination. Now she's here, standing at the end of an aisle lined with blossoming flowers, back straight, weight balanced on her unsteady legs. But upright, she clutches a small bouquet in one trembling hand, and I watch her from beneath the arch, chest so tight with emotion, I can hardly breathe. I run a thumb over the thin silver ring I wear, a placeholder we chose while her hospital stay dragged on. This moment, our wedding, felt like a distant dream in those days. Yet here we are, an intimate group of family and closest friends gathered under the early evening sky, waiting to witness our promises. My heart stutters in my chest as I catch Tessa's eye. She smiles, soft and radiant, a light breeze teasing the curls that frame her face. Olivia bounces along the aisle first, scattering pastel petals with giggling enthusiasm. Our tiny flower girl wears a satin dress that's just a tad too poofy for her small frame, but she loves it, spinning in circles as she goes. Brenda hustles behind, ensuring Olivia doesn't tumble on the gravel path. I swallow a lump in my throat. My daughter. Our daughter. She stops halfway, waves at me with an excited squeal, then continues sprinkling petals like magic dust. The guests chuckle, warm fondness in their eyes. It's a moment of pure joy, a far cry from the terror we once endured. Then Tessa steps forward, slow but steady. She has a sleek cane tucked under her left arm, a testament to her continued therapy. Her white gown drapes over subtle curves, trailing just enough to hide her brace. She's put on weight since the hospital, a healthy glow replacing the ashen pallor that haunted her. My heart squeezes at every cautious step she takes. She's fighting for each one. Right now, she's fighting for us. My mother dabs tears from her eyes in the front row. Aunt Melinda right beside her, smiling through emotion. Teammates fill a few rows, dressed in suits, supportive grins replacing the usual locker room banter. They came to see the man who once vanished for an entire season reappear to claim what matters most, Tessa. She finally reaches me, cheeks flushed from both effort and anticipation. I step forward to take her free hand, the one not leaning on the cane, and help her close the final distance. Her eyes glimmer with tears, lips trembling in a smile. I lean in, pressing my forehead against hers for just a second, lost in the overwhelming swell of love and gratitude. She's here. She's alive. She's mine. We turn together toward the efficient, hands linked. The hush that falls is reverent, as if the gardens themselves hold their breath. A breeze rustles the leaves overhead. I notice Tessa's shoulders tremble slightly, so I squeeze her hand, silently telling her I'm here. She looks at me, tears bright in those deep eyes, nodding almost imperceptibly. The efficient, a gentle-faced older woman, offers a soft smile. We gather today to witness the union of Declan Hayes and Tessa Blake, she begins. Her voice is kind, measured. Two souls who've overcome trials and found their way to love. My gaze never leaves Tessa's face. I see every scar etched in her expression, the months of pain, the tears, the near loss. Yet she's radiant, unbreakable. We recite the standard lines first, reaffirming our intent to marry. Then it's time for vows. I swallow, throat tight, cradling her hand between my palms. Tessa, I begin, voice quivering. You came into my life when I was too scared to let anyone close. You loved Olivia before I even dared to acknowledge she was mine. You gave me the courage to be a father, a man capable of more than just hockey. I pause, blinking back tears. When I almost lost you, I realized what a fool I'd been, building walls instead of building a life with you. But you fought to come back, to stand here, and I promise I'll spend the rest of my life deserving that gift. I vow to stand by you, no matter how hard it gets, to support every dream, every faltering step, because you've made me believe in hope. My voice cracks. I love you. Always. Tessa's tears slip free, one hand gripping my fingers so hard her knuckles whiten. She steadies her cane under her arm and exhales shakily. Declan, she starts, voice trembling. When you first brought Olivia into my life, I thought I was over you. But I loved you more. I loved you for years, and I didn't even know when it started. A small laugh ripples through the guests, but Tessa's eyes remain locked on mine. You broke through every wall I had, and I fell in love with your passion, your stubbornness, and your hidden softness. She swallows, tears cascading. We faced so many hurdles, kidnapping, coma, heartbreak. But through it all, you never gave up on me. You showed me that we can build something strong enough to withstand anything. I vow to love you as fiercely as you've loved me, to stand with you even if I have to rely on a cane or a wheelchair. Our hearts are stronger than our scars. A hush settles, broken only by quiet sniffles from our families. Olivia fidgets at the side, clasping Brenda's hand. She senses the moment's significance, her big eyes shining. Then the efficient asks for rings. Brenda steps up, handing them over, a pair of simple bands Tessa and I chose together. My hands tremble as I slide the ring onto Tessa's finger, the metal a symbol of everything we've survived. She repeats the motion for me, tears scattering like tiny diamonds in the sunlight. With the power vested in me, the efficient says, smile radiant, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss. Laughter warms the air at her gentle urging, and I cup Tessa's cheeks, leaning in to capture her lips in a tender, trembling kiss. The applause swells, thunderous and joyous, but my world narrows to the taste of her tears, the quiver of her breath against mine. Finally, she's mine, and I'm hers. The reception unfolds in a small clearing behind the garden venue, decorated with twinkling lights strung between trees. A modest buffet lines one side, and a makeshift dance floor is laid out, though Tessa won't be dancing much today. We decided on an intimate celebration, just family, a few close friends, some of my teammates, Tessa's aunt and her circle. Low music hums from a hired string quartet, lending the evening a soft romantic aura. I hover near Tessa's wheelchair, adjusting the shawl draped over her shoulders. She can walk a little, but exhaustion catches up quickly, so the wheelchair is for comfort. She looks up at me, gratitude in her eyes. "You know," she murmurs, "I never imagined I'd marry you in a gown while half leaning on a cane and half in a wheelchair." I brush a kiss to her temple. "I never imagined I'd be worthy of marrying you at all." My voice wavers with leftover emotion. "But here we are, and you're gorgeous." She laughs softly, running her hand over the lace of her skirt. "I'm sweaty and sore, but thanks." There's a playful spark in her eyes despite the exhaustion dragging at her posture. Olivia bounds up, clutching the empty flower basket. "Daddy, Tessa, there's cake. Can I have some?" Her excitement is infectious. Tessa's face lights up. "Of course," I say, ruffling Olivia's curls. "But I get the first slice, or else." She giggles, darting off toward the dessert table, nearly toppling a spindly centerpiece. Brenda intercepts her with a good-natured scolding. My teammates approach, one by one, offering congratulations. They're supportive, though there's an undercurrent of regret about the season I abandoned. It's clear they don't blame me, though. The Blades lost the championship in the final stretch, but nobody's bitter. Management changed, cleaning out those who pressured me to hide my daughter and spin lies for sponsors. My old agent was fired, no surprise. I parted ways with all endorsements, focusing purely on healing Tessa and caring for Olivia. And it feels right. I paid the price, though, and it almost made me lost most of my savings, but I've been smart all these years. I had a few investments. Sitting beside Tessa, I let her rest her head against my shoulder. A wave of warmth floods me. We made it. The uncertain future remains, but we have each other. "How do you feel?" I ask quietly. She sighs, half-lidded eyes flicking to me. "Tired, but happy," she whispers. "I never thought I'd see the day I'd be your wife." I press a gentle kiss to her hair. Me neither, but I'm grateful beyond words. My throat tightens, tears pricking again. I've cried more in the past months than in my entire life, but Tessa has a way of unraveling my defenses. The music swells, a cue for our first dance, though everyone knows we can't do much dancing. Still, Tessa grips my arm, determination alight in her gaze. "Help me up," she murmurs, voice low. "I want to try." My heart leaps. Carefully, I slip my hands under her arms, lifting her from the wheelchair. She wobbles slightly, leaning on me, and we shuffle onto the makeshift dance floor. The crowd hushes, eyes brimming with admiration. I loop one arm around her waist, the other gently clasping her hand. She's unsteady, trembling from exertion, but she's smiling, beaming really. The quartet plays a soft waltz and we sway in tiny steps, her cane forgotten by the side. The moment is almost comical. No real footwork, just me half holding her up. But it's perfect. The hush broken by supportive applause and tears from the onlookers. After a few measures, Tessa's breath comes in gasps, so I guide her back to the wheelchair. She exhales, half laughing through tears. "That was enough," she admits. "My legs are like jelly." I kneel beside her, pressing my lips to her knuckles. "You were incredible," I whisper. She cups my chin, eyes glimmering with love, and I lean into her hand. Eventually, the sun fades to twilight, lanterns and fairy lights casting a magical glow over the garden. People chat in small groups, nibbling at the buffet. Laughter ripples through the soft air, mingling with the murmur of conversation. Tessa and I slip away for a moment under a blossoming arbor, seeking a pocket of privacy. The faint hum of distant chatter remains, but this little nook feels like ours, alone. She sits on a small bench, cane propped at her side. I stand before her, fingers laced with hers. Her gaze sweeps across my tux, and I see the fondness in her eyes. "You look dashing," she teases, though her voice carries genuine awe. I smile, brushing my thumb over the ring on her finger. "You look breathtaking," I whisper in return. "I still can't believe you're my wife." She laughs softly, a hint of disbelief in her own eyes. "Me neither, but I'm so glad." A breeze stirs a stray curl across her cheek. I tuck it behind her ear, heart swelling. Our lips meet in a tender kiss, a silent promise that we're forging our future together. Much later, after more cake cutting and heartfelt toasts, after hugging every guest who came and letting them trickle out under the stars, Tessa and I slip away to our car. Brenda and Mom handle the last of the cleanup, smirking knowingly as we depart. Wedding night. My heart beats a little faster. We drive in comfortable silence to a small boutique inn nearby, the staff graciously setting aside a ground-floor suite for Tessa's ease. In the suite, the soft lamp glow reveals a cozy space with a 4-poster bed, rose petals scattered on white linens. My chest tightens. Tessa wheels herself over the threshold, cheeks flushed, eyes bright with anticipation and nerves. I gently close the door behind us, the click of the latch sealing us into precious seclusion. Her eyes drift over the room, the romantic little touches arranged by our family. "They overdid it, huh?" she muses, a playful smile tugging her lips. I cross to her, bracing my hands on the wheelchair's armrests, leaning down until our faces nearly touch. "You deserve every bit of over-the-top romance," I murmur, heart pounding. "You deserve everything beautiful, Tessa." A shiver runs through her, and she sets a hand on my chest. "Declan," she whispers, voice quavering with equal parts, love and vulnerability. I'm nervous. What if my leg problem?" I slide my palm to her cheek, gazing into her eyes. "Me too. We'll go slow, okay?" My tone is soft, laced with the memories of the hospital, the near loss. She nods, blinking away tears. I press a lingering kiss to her mouth, letting the warmth of her lips ground us both. She tastes like sweet relief, like victory over darkness. Carefully, I scoop her up from the wheelchair, my arms trembling not from weakness, but from the sheer weight of this moment, of her. Tessa gasps softly, her fingers curling into the nape of my neck, her breath warm against my jaw. "My legs," she whispers, that familiar flicker of doubt crossing her face. I press my lips to her forehead, lingering there, breathing her in vanilla, and something uniquely Tessa. "You're beautiful," I murmur against her skin, each word a vow. "Every part of you." She exhales, tension easing as I carry her to the bed, her body light in my arms, yet heavy with meaning. The rose petals scatter beneath us as I lower her onto the mattress, my hands cradling her hips, ensuring she's settled before I slide in beside her. The scent of roses mingles with the warmth of her skin, intoxicating.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Night envelopes us, rose petal perfume mingling with the warm scent of her skin. I hold her, heart brimming with a love that eclipses every nightmare we've endured. Tomorrow we'll face therapy sessions and the reality of rehab. We'll handle press inquiries about my indefinite leave. the new management at the hockey organization, my potential comeback next season if I choose to return. But tonight, we rest in this small miracle. Tessa's here breathing beside me, wedding band gleaming on her finger. As I drift into sleep, her soft voice floats up, laced with fatigue and affection. "Declan," she whispers, brushing her lips to my collarbone. "Thank you for not giving up on me, on us." I cradle her closer, heart warm and steady. "Never," I breathe, pressing my mouth to her hair. "I'll choose you both, always." Her hand finds mine under the sheets, fingers tangling in a gentle promise. My eyes close, contentment rolling through me like a soft tide. We made it. The flicker of tomorrow's challenges can't dim the radiance of this moment. With Tessa in my arms, my wife, hope and love swirl endlessly, enough to illuminate any darkness that might come our way.
Chapter 19. Tessa. I stand on the polished concrete floors of the stadium's VIP suite, my heart pounding in sync with the thunderous roar of the crowd beyond the glass. Everything feels electric tonight, spotlights sweeping across the ice, fans jumping with excitement. The rhythmic chant of tens of thousands echoing off the rafters. My breath catches as I press a hand to my rounded stomach, 7 months and counting, and take in the scene below. Another final playoff match, another chance for Declan to prove his mettle. And this time, he's so close to making history. "Mommy, where's Daddy?" Olivia asks, her voice carrying the lilt of a 7-year-old who's utterly certain her father can conquer the world. She's dressed in a scaled-down version of Declan's jersey, the sleeves bunched up around her elbows. Her hair is in 2 pigtails, and she bounces on the balls of her feet, brimming with energy. I smooth a hand over her hair, eyes searching the ice for number 23, Declan Hayes, my husband, the unstoppable force. "He's on the bench, sweetie, catching his breath," I murmur, spotting him briefly through the swirl of color on the rink. I can barely see his steel gray eyes from here, but I know the intensity in them. He's locked in, focused on sealing this championship. Beside Olivia stands our son Liam, who's 5. His gaze is fixed on the ice, fingers clutching a foam hockey stick he insisted on bringing. Whenever the crowd roars, he jumps, eyes shining. "Daddy's gonna win," he declares in a firm little voice. I smile, warmth spreading through me. The last 5 years have brought us here, to a place I once couldn't imagine. I shift my weight, feeling the slight ache in my legs. 5 years ago, the doctor said I might never walk again. Yet here I am, no cane, no braces, and walking. I'm not perfect. Sometimes a dull ache creeps in, and I limp if I push too hard, but every step is a victory I fought for. And tonight, I'm standing tall to watch my husband chase the final trophy of the season. Aunt Melinda nudges me gently, offering a water bottle. "You okay, honey?" she asks, worry lining her brow. She still dotes on me like I'm 15, but I don't mind. I nod, leaning on the suite's railing. "Just nerves," I admit, patting my belly. Little one's kicking up a storm. In truth, my heart is in my throat, every nerve alert. Declan's missed big tournaments before, took indefinite leave back then. But he came back with a vengeance. Tonight's game will decide whether the Blades hoist the cup for the first time in years. And more importantly, it proves something to him, that the past no longer defines him. My mother-in-law, Sylvia, sits behind us, giving me a thumbs up. She's wearing a replica jersey too, and next to her is Brenda, rocking a matching ensemble. They've become quite the tight-knit group after everything we went through. The scoreboard reads 2-2. Only a few minutes remain in regulation. The tension is so thick you could slice it. Suddenly, the announcer's voice booms through the speakers. There's a line change, and Declan barrels onto the ice. The crowd roars like a tidal wave. My pulse quickens, tears prickling at the corners of my eyes. I don't care how many times I've watched him play, seeing him step out there, fearless and determined, never fails to awe me. He glides in position, shoulders squared, the opposing team's possession. My breath hitches. The other team weaves through center ice, fierce and fast. Declan meets their forward with a solid check against the boards, stealing the puck in one fluid motion. The fans explode in cheers, chanting, "Hayes, Hayes, Hayes." My chest tightens with pride. Declan spins, scanning the rink. His teammate calls for a pass. The seconds tick down. 5, 4. Declan flings the puck across the ice. A perfectly threaded pass. A shot on goal. The buzzer sounds. Red lights flash. Goal. The stadium erupts in absolute pandemonium. Time seemingly slows, and I let out a whoop, tears bursting from me as confetti rains on the ice. "They did it," Olivia shrieks, jumping into my arms, nearly knocking me off balance. Liam bounces around us, squealing. Aunt Melinda claps, tears streaming, and my mother-in-law covers her mouth, beyond overjoyed. Brenda fist pumps the air, a grin lighting up her face. It's a riot of elation in this suite. Down on the rink, the Blades players swarm each other, helmets discarded, gloves flying. Declan's in the center, hugging teammates, face alight with disbelief and exhilaration. He lifts his stick in salute to the roaring fans, eyes brimming with tears. The scoreboard cements it. 3-2 final in overtime. They're the champions. My lungs squeeze painfully with happiness. I gather the kids, weaving down through the corridor to the ice level, waving our special passes. Security ushers us onto the rink. The chill of the ice seeps through my shoes, but I don't notice. I'm too fixated on spotting Declan, who's scanning the crowd with hungry eyes. The moment he spots me, he dashes over, nearly slipping, a grin splitting his sweaty, exhausted face. "Tess," he breathes, chest heaving, gaze flicking to my belly. Without hesitation, he engulfs me in a careful hug, mindful not to crush our unborn baby. My arms curl around his neck, and I bury my face in his jersey, inhaling the tang of sweat and victory. Tears drip onto the fabric. "Daddy!" Olivia squeals, tugging at his jersey. He laughs, releasing me to scoop her up, pressing kisses to her cheeks, while Liam bounces, waiting for his turn. Declan pulls him in next, dropping a loud smooch on his forehead. My heart feels like it might burst. Cameras flash around us, but none of that matters. This is our moment. Father, mother, children, all woven together by love, stronger than any adversity we faced. "Guys," Declan says, voice trembling. "We did it." He meets my gaze, wonder shining in his steel gray eyes. "I love you so much." I smile through tears. "We love you." I cradle his cheek with one hand, the memory of all our trials pressing in, kidnapping, coma, heartbreak, and contrast it with the unfiltered joy of now. What a long road it's been. More people flood the ice, teammates, families, and media swirling around us. The trophy is carried out, shining under the arena lights. Declan's captain invites him to hoist it first, given the crucial pass that clinched the win. My chest clenches with pride as he raises the silver cup above his head, tears gleaming on his cheeks, the entire stadium chanting his name. Then he sets it down, calls me and the kids over. The cameras circle in close. I stroke my swollen belly, tensing at the sudden crowd, but Declan's arm around my waist steadies me. "Family photo?" he murmurs. I nod, tears still slipping. We pose, me leaning on him for support. Olivia and Liam clutching our legs. The unborn baby nestled under my heart. The cameras capture every second. And for once, I'm not afraid of the spotlight. This moment is pure, unstoppable joy. Later, after the official ceremony and the awarding of MVP to Declan, his first time ever winning it, there's a hush as the announcer hands him the mic. He stands in the center of the rink, helmet under one arm, sweat still dripping, eyes scanning the stands. I stand at the boards with the kids, watching him with awe. He lifts the microphone, voice echoing through the speakers. I don't know where to start. His gaze lands on me, unwavering. Years ago, I thought all that mattered was winning. Then life knocked me down, taught me what truly matters. This trophy isn't mine alone. It belongs to my family. My daughter, Olivia. My son, Liam. He flashes them a grin. And my wife, Tessa. His voice cracks, and I feel tears prick again. They kept me alive when I lost my way. Taught me to fight for more than just a title. Now we're expecting another little one, so our family's getting bigger. Everything I do for them. He presses his lips together, overwhelmed. The crowd roars, but he continues. To Tessa, the bravest woman I know, I love you. Thank you for believing in me. You deserve every bit of happiness this world has to offer. Applause erupts, tears shining in my eyes as he hands the mic back. My heart stammers. I blow him a kiss, and he looks at me with such profound tenderness that my knees go weak. We did it. We really did. By the time we leave the arena, twilight drapes the city. Our kids chatter nonstop in the back seat, each clutching miniature toy trophies from the souvenir shop. Declan's grin is dazed as he drives, occasionally glancing at the golden MVP trophy resting on the passenger seat. I rest my palm on his thigh, thumb rubbing circles, marveling at how easily we slipped into this domestic victory. That night, a reception is organized in a small private venue. Just teammates and close family. The management who once forced me to hide my daughter? Gone. The new management welcomes Declan's family with open arms, no longer shackling him to image constraints. My mother-in-law, my aunt, Brenda, even some old friends from Tessa's art circle show up, eager to celebrate. The air hums with laughter, the echoes of children running underfoot. Declan doesn't let go of my hand. Every so often I catch him looking at me with something akin to disbelief, like he can't believe we survived everything and ended up here. I stand on my feet, belly swollen with our third child, wearing a floral dress that skims my ankles. No cane, no wheelchair, an occasional limp, yes, but it's overshadowed by the glow of contentment. In one corner, Olivia and Liam play hide and seek behind an assortment of hockey gear. Another corner hosts a table laden with potluck dishes from the players' wives. Music hums softly in the background. Declan's teammates clap him on the back, joking about how he nearly tackled the trophy. He shrugs, grin wide, because for once he's not haunted by the weight of old demons. We slip out to the back porch for a moment, craving fresh air. The city lights twinkle beyond the fence, a gentle breeze teasing my hair. Declan wraps an arm around me, guiding me to a wooden bench. We settle, my head resting on his shoulder, letting the night's chorus of distant traffic and muted laughter fill the silence. He presses a soft kiss to my temple. "You okay, Tessa?" he asks, voice hushed. I hum, leaning against him, palm drifting to my belly. "Better than okay," I reply, breath hitching with emotion. "I'm unbelievably happy." His hand covers mine on my stomach, feeling the baby's subtle shift. "I still can't believe we have 2 kids and 1 on the way," he murmurs, chuckling. "Sometimes I remember the day I found Olivia outside my door and had no idea how to be a dad. Now look at us." A watery laugh escapes me. "You're an amazing father." I tilt my face up, catching his steel gray gaze. "And an amazing husband. You prove that you can love fiercely even when life throws every punch imaginable." He swallows, leaning his forehead against mine. "Only because you taught me how," he whispers. I close my eyes, reveling in the warmth of his breath. 1,000 memories swirl. The kidnapping, the hospital vigil, The wedding vows under blooming arches. Each step led us here, to a future built on faith and resilience. We hear a crash inside, likely Liam toppling a tray, and we exchange amused looks. Declan helps me up carefully, offering a steadying hand. I limp slightly, but he doesn't hover or look worried. He's learned the difference between supporting me and smothering me. I love him all the more for it. Inside, the crowd bustles with a good cheer. The players lift Declan onto a table chanting, "MVP, MVP." He laughs, blushing, urging them to let him down. I watch with pride as he thanks them, raising his trophy like a toast. Their families clap, the kids squeal with excitement. My chest feels fit to burst. Eventually, the party winds down. People file out, giving farewell hugs. Sylvia and Aunt Melinda gather Olivia and Liam, promising a fun sleepover at Grandma's house, giving Declan and me some quiet time. My lips curl in gratitude. "Thank you," I murmur, hugging them all. Olivia bounces with excitement at the idea of homemade cookies and late-night cartoons. Liam's already half asleep on Brenda's shoulder. When they leave, the place feels calmer, almost eerily still after hours of celebration. Declan sighs, setting the MVP trophy on a table, running his fingers over the engraved plate. I slip behind him, sliding my arms around his waist, pressing my belly to his back. He relaxes into me, eyes fluttering shut. "I love you," I whisper, pressing a kiss between his shoulder blades. "You deserve this and so much more." He turns, folding me into his arms, face etched with a tenderness that sends my pulse skittering. "I only deserve this because you believed in me," he says, voice thick. We stand there, bathed in the soft glow of the last overhead light, our little world hushed. My bump nudges him, and he smiles, resting a palm on it. "Little Hayes in there sure kicked a lot today," he notes, half laughing. "Probably celebrating the win." I grin, tears touching my lashes. "Probably. Either that or they're outraged by all the sugar I ate tonight." He chuckles, leaning in to brush his lips across mine in a gentle, lingering kiss. The sweetness of it eclipses every shadow from our past. I tangle my fingers in his hair, letting myself sink into his warmth. Eventually, we pull back, foreheads touching, breath intermingling. He caresses my cheek. "Let's go home," he murmurs, voice husky with a promise of the night ahead. "We can celebrate properly, just the two of us. Well, 2+ baby." A flush heats my cheeks. "Yes," I agree softly, linking our hands. "Let's." So we leave the venue, stepping into the crisp night air. The city glimmers around us, as if reflecting our newfound triumph. We drive in comfortable silence to our home, a spacious, cozy place near the suburban edges of the city, with enough bedrooms for all our children and the big yard Tessa always dreamed of. We walk inside, greeted by the hush of a child-free night. My heart stutters with anticipation. In our bedroom, I flick on a warm lamp, revealing the familiar comfort of soft sheets and personal touches. Pictures of our wedding day, Tessa's paintings on the wall, framed drawings Olivia made through the years. Declan sets down his bag, kicking off his shoes, eyes dancing with affection as they land on me. I shrug out of my coat, letting it pool at my feet, suddenly shy beneath the weight of his gaze. My belly swells between us, round and heavy with life. The fabric of my dress straining over the curve. He steps closer, his hands finding my hips, fingers spreading possessively over the flare of them. His breath hitches. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.